Demon Girl Tale of a Lax Demon Volume 8, Chapter 0, The Dark Twins Part 1. Within the world, Tess. They were called the Forces of Darkness. Why were they called of Darkness? It's simply because their race had the bloodline of a demon. The Forces of Darkness were mainly comprised of the Beastmen, intelligent monsters, and Dark Elves. The Beastmen were partly people who had mutated as a result of being steeped in magic power for a long time, and had become demonized. It was not usual for a normal person to turn into a demonic form even if they had been exposed to a lot of magic power. Instead, they would usually show signs of poisoning and die. However, the peoples of certain regions became demonized by incorporating certain beastly attributes into their bodies as a result of magic power, creating the Beastmen. Animals that had taken in too much magic would demonize into monsters. Unlike normal animals, they could increase their powers and life force by taking in more magic, gaining an extreme lifespan. Those who gained great power would gain wisdom in their years, turning into intelligent monsters that formed a kind of society. And then there were the Dark Elves. It was said that the Dark Elves were the result of the original High Elves breeding with demonic things. It was said that when High Elves bred with humans they would get White Elves, and Dark Elves were the result of breeding with demons, but it was unverifiable as it happened in ancient myth. It would certainly be correct to say that Dark Elves had stronger magic than the White Elves, and were of much more brutal and cunning nature. However, they were part of the darkness, not because of their bad characters, but rather because of their terrible living environments. They lived north of the northern nation of Gamble. Living spaces were far from each other in those huge mountain ranges, and it was impossible for them to eke out a decent living. The earth was frozen over by the bitter cold blizzards that devastated the land, and the warm underground was tinged with a powerful dark magic. Seeking what little land and food there was, they had to fight and devour one another. It was the first otherworlders that had suddenly appeared several thousand years ago that had bound them together into the Forces of Darkness, from a people that only knew strife. This otherworlder had accidentally drifted into this world after being pulled into the dimensional ripple, and seemed to have also become the first hero. Nobody knows what it was that he had seen or had thought at the time, but their hero seemed to have sympathized with them being trapped underground in that particular way of life, and he wanted to take them all to the land of light where the rest of the people lived. But their hero failed. He labored under the illusion that they had the same common sense from his own knowledge. If he had abandoned his role as their hero, and lived together underground with the evil races, as their demon lord, the story between light and darkness might have been very different. He had instead pleaded to the humanity within those monsters, and tried to form a republic based on equality with the various tribal chiefs. And so it came to pass that even though they became their Forces of Darkness, their fundamental behavior changed little, and all they did was rob people more. In the end, the hero that had wished for their happiness had their life taken away by those forces. Still, a tiny bit of the hero's ideals had been preserved. At least they were united, but they could not look past the boundaries of race, and eventually formed into the three groups: Beastmen, Monsters, and Dark Elves. Their equality took on the worst possible form, becoming a competition to see who could take things away from another by force. They refused to accept anyone that wasn't from their own tribe. Even though they could have easily robbed the humans by uniting, they could only think of using each other. This was especially so for the Dark Elves, who believed in racial purity and had beautiful forms. Even though it wasn't generally true, the powerful amongst them had equally powerful urges, and the nobles held all others in contempt and didn't think twice about robbing someone else. And finally, the two youngest princesses of the Dark Elven royalty, the Black King, didn't care at all for the twins, rather, only the pleasures of life. Their elder siblings constantly warred with one another, never even sparing a look at the twins: Nephi, who had blue eyes and golden hair, Remy, who had purple eyes and silver hair. They were abandoned by their caregivers, and struggled to live, and only the first Princess Nefertia observed them. "I am sorry." "You failed again?" as the maid humbled herself to her. Nefertia sighed. The only decent thing that she'd inherited from parents was her platinum hair, a combination of her silver-haired father and blonde mother, the first queen. In contrast, the twins had inherited a split of each from their parents, with the sixth queen also being blonde. Nefertia was the favorite of the king, with her glossy brown skin and intelligent eyes that sparkled like jewels. Thanks to that, she prided herself as being the closest to the king over her two foolish elder brothers. She had merely thought of messing with the twins on a whim. As the two of them were too young, there was no way they could possibly contest the succession to the throne. Her other brothers agreed with Nefertia on this. Besides, for her two brothers, the twins weren't even in the running for succession because they weren't real dark elves. Her father, the Black King, had impregnated a white elf with the twins on a whim. Nefertia had seen that beautiful white elf only once, and her father cared very much for that wife, and had lost interest in the twins after she had been poisoned. Even though they were related to the king by blood, they were children without a single backer. Still, if they were sheltered by their brothers, they might obtain the right to speak out, and become a source of troubles. They had to go, just in case. Even if Nefertia had taken them under her wing, they couldn't be relied on to not betray her unless she brainwashed them. At first, she tried putting poison into their food, but since it was a slow-acting poison, or perhaps due to luck in obtaining poison resistance, they didn't weaken even after a few years. She'd plotted for them to fall into traps, and be attacked by wild beasts in accidents too, but they'd managed to avoid all of it. It was at that point that Nefertia began to suspect that the twins were more talented than they let on. They looked like children who didn't have the ability or the knowledge, and she'd initially thought that they were exactly as they appeared. Nefertia had had the twins investigated and came to realize a few things. The twins' mother, the White Elf, hadn't been assassinated by any of their brothers, but by Dark Elf racial supremacists. Even though that person was a racial supremacist, they had sworn absolute loyalty to the Black King. The next king, regardless of whomever took the throne, would never have allowed the bloodline to mix. There was almost no possibility of the twins succeeding the throne either. So was it really necessary to kill their mother before the king had become senile and incompetent? Nefertia thought that if a boy had been born, it was entirely possible for him to become one of the successors, regardless of the twins. And then something came to mind. The twins' mother, she couldn't possibly be a high elf, could she? The high elves were the origin of both the dark and the white elves. Marriages between white elves would occasionally result in the birth of high elves, but they were almost never born between dark elves. The elven subspecies longed for high elves. It was a kind of instinctive desire for them, and every home had their own little, high elf photo album. It was entirely understandable why the king didn't let anyone else even look at the twins' mother if she had been a high elf. If her existence was exposed to the public, people would gather each day to worship her like a god, and the twins would easily become the successor to the throne from the enthusiastic support of the people. Perhaps the king's hedonistic behavior was because of the sorrow of losing her, or maybe it was because it was hard to not be reminded of her looking at the twins. It definitely bears investigating. She definitely needed to deal with the twins before the king could recall himself. Barring the fanatical racial supremacists, the twins were pretty cute. Even to the cold Nefertia, she could not allow anything that could betray her to live, though. Even if it was only a suspicion. Then, the skilled assassin that she'd sent out to murder the twins did not return. "Your Highness. What's the matter?" The female dark elven knight by her side was strangely voluptuous and sexy, but apparently that was decided upon by the first hero. Nefertia thought to herself, her eyelashes curling downwards. It would not do for other people to know that the twins were related to high elves. She wanted it to be dealt with as soon as possible, but they knew that Nefertia had shown her hand hastily, and it would be even worse if the rest knew about the twins. I wonder if someone else can take the blame. Chapter 0, The Dark Twins Part 2. A couple of days after the failed assassination, a crowd of humanoid figures gathered in the old castle in the center of the giant underground cave, the base for the combined forces of darkness. The castle was said to have existed for thousands of years, and some theories proposed that it was the castle that the first hero had built. Thanks to the stories, those who entered this sacred place were kings amongst the forces of darkness, and with the amount of bloodshed that dotted its history, it had been sealed for nearly a millennium. But now, the seal had been broken, and several hundred from the forces of darkness had entered the castle courtyard. Is that thing here? Yeah, there's no mistake. The first and second prince of the Dark Elves, the crown and third prince of the Beastmen, and their retinues of nobles and knights were here. They were the so-called loser gang. Although they had the right to succeed the throne by virtue of their ranks, with their lack of talents, all of them were unlikely to become kings, and were even placed in positions where their lives were threatened because of their ranks. Grasping at straws for power, they chased the legends, such as the legend that the one who controlled the castle would be the king, and that a sorcerous weapon had been sealed within the castle. Of course, if there really had been such a thing, it would long since been in someone else's hands. But, thanks to the skillfully manipulated information, they all assumed that this was some secret that only that had acquired. The basement of the castle was dedicated to the daughters of the Dark Elven royal family. They would be given power to rule. It was hilarious that they clung to such terrible information, but that was perhaps a better sign of how skillful Nefertia's information manipulation was, and how desperately cornered they were. Gathered here were the scapegoats for Nefertia's attempt upon the twins' life. They would offer up the twins for sacrifice, and in the end, only Nefertia's desires would be realized. Or at least that was how it was supposed to be. Enter quickly. Held roughly by their arms, Nephi and Rimi were thrown into the underground altar by their brothers. Wincing at the pain, they were still little girls around 5 years of age. Some of the beastmen felt a twinge of guilt, watching the girls hold onto their stuffed toy so tightly. An ancient altar set in the basement of the castle. The princes and knights were somewhat uncomfortable sacrificing a few people. But, for the sake of obtaining that sorcerous weapon, they pushed their doubts out of their mind. Rejoice, my foolish little sister, you should be proud that we will obtain great power with your lives. The second prince drew his sword and thrust it toward the twins. Die. Boink. The second prince's hand was cut off at the wrist by the outstretched ears of the girl's stuffed rabbit. The first prince and the beastmen royals were all stunned into uncomprehending silence, even as the second prince screamed in pain and confusion. In their midst, the two girls' soft voices rang out like bells. Mr. Bear, Mr. Rabbit. If you will, the beastmen and Dark Elven knights were each equal to at least a few human knights. They were usually even able to defeat lesser demons, and some of the royal guards were even able to take on greater demons, but that was only normally. Of course, there would be no such knights among their loser gang. In addition, as they were all confused and afraid of this unknown, the soft toy jumped out, defeating the knights in the blink of an eye, and began to feast. Besides, what they were facing was a greater demon, whose powers were greater than usual by twofold, that had a name, and had even fully manifested. Goodbye, brothers. As the little girls called out to them, the first prince sank into the sea of blood, his face etched with disbelief. And with that, the blood and souls of several hundred losers were gathered. As on the side of the altar, runes began to glow with light. It came out, the first heroes. Original secret hearts. The tales weren't entirely untrue. It's just that they'd misinterpreted it. It had been dedicated to the daughters of the royal families. It was tradition for the royal family who had inherited the blood of the hero to obtain their hero's secret hearts, as a ruler by pouring their strong magics into the altar. The magic power could be substituted with souls, contained within the blood. It had just been the whim of the hero to limit the succession to daughters. It had all been in the twins' hands from the very beginning. The first princess had also intended to kill the twins by deceiving her elder brothers using these tales that Nefertia truly didn't believe in. It had been the twins who had propagated this particular version of legend. They thought that their sister would definitely act upon it, and their original plan had been to use the first princess to obtain their secret hearts easily. Well, when they were investigating this tradition, Let's just say that they had the advantage of help from a certain butler demon who had been commissioned by a black cat. And in doing so, in saving the twins from their predicament, the demons would throw the forces of darkness into confusion. Chapter 1, I Became a Hero Part 1. Well, what do we do now? Rin was distressed. As a high-ranking demon beast, or rather, because he was the demon beast, all of the contracts that he'd made were either quick, expensive, or delicious, and usually ended only because the summoner was either killed, defeated, or eaten. After all, the people who would even call a demon beast in the first places were all looking for destruction, so there were no problems then. But now, they didn't want destruction, but protection. It was vital that they get rid of all the danger around the two girls who had formed a contract with them. For a demon contract, it wasn't enough to just do what the contract said at that particular point in time. Instead of signing contracts on parchment, they were signed between hearts and souls, and the outcomes would change depending on various factors. That demon lord, Heranus, had also been trying to draw out as many concessions as he could in his contract with Glithes, delicately manipulating him as he pleased like a poker game. But that overzealousness had instead drawn the attention of that devil upon him, destroying him as their contract was taken from him. And perhaps because of her human intelligence and sensitivity, that devil Yerushia was able to act like much more of a devil than him, who had been living in the demon world. So, what was different from then and now? Yerushia and himself. How were they different as demons? Maybe we should try taking on human forms as well. We did it, Remy. We did it, Nephi. After disposing of their elder brothers, the twins had returned to their room in the Dark Elves' castle, looked at each other with expressions that didn't fit their youth. After the two of them had contracted with that extreme existence that they wouldn't have hesitated to call an evil god, who had sent them their two right-hand demons, their circumstances had changed. Gore. Struggle, the twins were hugging them like plush toys. But in reality, the rabbit and the bear, while only looking like soft toys, were having some sort of conversation that they didn't understand. In their hands, they were squeezing a small, glowing fruit-like ball. It was very adorable. But knowing that the ball was the knight's souls, the twins couldn't stay calm. The souls of their elder brothers, and the beastman royalty had already been offered up to the evil god, along with the original arts. Certainly, they'd asked to be saved from their plight, and knew that their siblings were in the way of the faraway peace that they truly wanted. Let's get food. Yeah, thanks to the plushies, they were able to have proper meals. As per usual, the twins' meals were poisoned, but the stuffed bear ate all of the poisoned bits, and the twins could eat in peace. The amount of food was decreased, but the rabbit helped them manage. It would occasionally disappear and return, having procured meat from somewhere. The twins were surprised to hear that they used their subspace storage, used by the hero, and at the size of the unidentifiable meat that they took out. They once spotted a small dragon flying around in the underground cavern, but nobody seemed to have cared that its tail had been shortened. The rabbit and bear were surprisingly dexterous with the use of the charcoal brazier for meat, and it had become their main dish as of late. Sometimes, they'd bring some sort of dried fish or some other marine product that the twins had never seen before as a snack, and they seemed to be having conversations with someone mysterious while the twins were sleeping. Once, when Remy was awake just by chance and had roused Nephi, they'd seen the silhouette of a boy who looked about 15 in the darkness. He was wearing a well-tailored butler suit that was obvious even in the dark, with a handsome face that couldn't be found even among the elves. He looked just like a prince that they'd read in picture books, and their hearts fluttered for a moment. But, as the boy gave the smile of a demon, the twins quickly returned to bed, and swore to themselves to never wake up in the middle of the night again. Something felt wrong the next morning, when they felt the presence of that youth there. As if they had magically attained sleep learning, they had knowledge of things that they should never have known. Thanks to that knowledge, they were able to protect themselves thanks to the hero's secret hearts. All of a sudden, all the maids and caretakers, that had distanced themselves from the twins up to that point, began to pay lip service to caring for the twins with a look of terror on their faces. It's scary. Yeah, they held a deep fear that something was going on that they didn't know about, but they found relief in the adorable stuffed animals. The teddy bear would sometimes cause the aristocrats who held the twins in contempt to simply disappear, and its mouth would be coated with blood, but it was very gentle with young children, almost treating them as if it were a grandpa, which didn't quite match its cute appearance. The stuffed rabbit didn't move much, but when danger approached the twins, it would kick away the enemies like an older brother protecting his younger siblings. These frighteningly reliable soft toys caused the twins to laugh when they saw the toys drinking over dinner. So thought the two girls, I wish I could live peacefully like this, but being involved with that golden devil, one could never hold such hopes. Abominable children. Nefertia, first princess of the Dark Elves, couldn't shake the feeling of bitter regret. Her little sisters should long have been offered up as sacrifices by her brothers. Given that shady tradition that her servant had heard of from somewhere, she'd intended to eliminate them in the same fell swoop for the crime of murdering their own. But they went missing, and only the twins had returned before she'd even caught on. She had no idea what had transpired. Even if she'd asked the twins, who had been there, their young age would surely have made their accounts useless. Although Nefertia thought of the twins as a threat to her plans, but she didn't think for an instant that they were any more intelligent than typical 5-year-olds. What are your thoughts? Mom, I don't think I could have considered anything that your highness hasn't. Just tell me. The female knight at by Nefertia's side averted her eyes a bit, but turned to face the first princess, her mistress. Again, maybe it was the peasants who defended the two of them? Nefertia sighed internally at the words of her knight even as she carefully nodded. The knight was the daughter of her nursemaid and her childhood friend. Thanks to her good looks and the princess' favor, she was employed as the princess knight, even if she was slightly dim. There hadn't been anything that Nefertia hadn't considered in her words. And recently, I saw maids returning to the side of the twins. Is that so? The twins' caretakers should have been afraid of Nefertia and her brother's displeasure. What could have happened to change their minds? She wanted to ask them, but given that they didn't fear Nefertia right now, she would have to torture the answer out of them. She didn't want to engage in torture, especially if the twins had a collaborator. If that person knew that Nefertia had tried to take the initiative and eliminate the twins, she feared that they would leak the secret. They would also know that Nefertia was opposed to the twins. If we're going to do that, then should we use Plan 2? Why yes. The knight shrunk back at Nefertia's dark smile. Go to the army. Notify them. Yes. Nefertia thought of her Plan B. Had she failed to charge her brothers for the sacrifice of the twins, she would entice some of the hawks in the army to have her brothers become flag bearers to clash against the forces of light and the hero. She knew how strong the heroes were. 14 years ago, had the hero of wind not have been betrayed, the Dark Elf King would definitely have been killed, and the forces of darkness would have suffered a massive blow. With such power, even if only one hero came to meet the charge, it would make all her future plans much easier. There was the slim possibility that her brothers would succeed in beating the hero and return gloriously. However, if the plan were to go through, she would ensure that they would not return alive. After all, the royalty were merely decorations for the advancing army. Then, the twins won't matter. Chapter 2, I Became a Hero Part 2. The Allied Nations Strategic Command. It was made up of a coalition of nations built to oppose their forces of darkness, formed of the forces of light, the humans, elves, and dwarves. Each country provided a budget in exchange for quick relief and support coming from the coalition whenever one of the member states got attacked. Such an organization was undeniably beneficial for the smaller nations, but less so for larger countries, which were capable of relying on their own militaries to repel attacks. But, in this powerful alliance, there was a matter that even the great powers, nay, even the 4 great nations who had heroes could not ignore. Staff Officer Sefer, the preparations to depart towards Lucille are complete. Yeah, thanks. As the soldier came up to report to the young-looking staff officer, she gave him a hint of a smile, and the young soldier's cheeks turned red. The forces of darkness had taken one of the human nations, And now the Allied nations were scrambling to send a massed force north. Not only were the Allied nations dispatching a military in accordance with the agreement, but now, even the four heroes were headed to the small country Lucille that was acting as the forward headquarters. Seriously, if Staff Officer Sefer does not come, then the heroes will? Yeah, it's alright. I know. They're really a troublesome bunch. Not only would the men swell up onto their toes troubling me and Link arms sighing when she made a graceful gesture like waving her arms, but the women would as well. Make the preparations, please. Why yes. Sefer headed to her own room to prepare herself even as she called out to the soldier watching her in fascination, the staff officer of the Allied Nations Strategic Command. This youthful woman was placed in this powerful position because she was the only person who was trusted by all the heroes, who weren't particularly friendly with one another, and as a result, was an indispensable part of the alliance between nations. I really do hope that the new saint will be useful. Dear Father and Mother in the Holy Kingdom, are you all well? It should be winter over there, should it not? Here, even in winter we're living in warmth and cheer unless we head north. And my followers have been playing in the ocean, fishing up the souls of the drowned out of the water, adding a touch of flavor to my dining table for me. You know that food doesn't taste like much to me. I'd like to be able to return to the Holy Kingdom if possible. But I'm sorry that I can't show my face there right now thanks to my current circumstances. We were able to catch loads of great seafood in the countries that were facing trouble, and I think I'll be able to award all of my employees who are working hard 23 hours a day with the dried fish as souvenirs. Yours truly, yeah Russia. I can't receive the reply. I sent an email to Rin who wasn't in the Holy Kingdom but rather on the side of the forces of darkness, but no reply came. At the moment, it was even incredibly difficult to communicate with Giz, who was Yuzu's grandfather, by sending a message through the bloodline. Even when I tried contacting Giz directly, all I got in return was, "Gorgor." No, wait a minute. If you could send back a line like Gorgor, then write a proper sentence. Gramps, I can't tell if it's because this is what he is, if it's because he's a child, or if it's because he's just being silly. Well, it's alright. After completing a contract with Kanchan and returning from the northern country, some small human nation had fallen to the forces of darkness. I thought that perhaps Rin would know something, but I couldn't get in touch with them for some reason. I could still feel the three of them were connected to me, so I don't think there's any immediate danger to myself. But what in the world were they doing? Princess, as I stood in the courtyard of the castle with the servants along with Dicky and the gang, one of the maids assigned by the castle to me came to find me. Is it really okay for you to be calling another worlder, princess, like this? Well, I'm a demon, though. It's great that you're back. Yes, but wait just a minute. Do you have any details about what happened? What was this maid's name again? She was a rather pretty lady in her late 20s, and single, so she didn't bear me a shred of malice. But I've been indebted to women of this type since I was little, since she reminded me of the 3 maiden maids, and our interactions were pleasant, even though she was the cat's paw of the castle. Well, those 3 maids were now all married, so I couldn't really call them maidens anymore. Their marriage had raised their statuses to those of the female knights. I hadn't seen their faces in more than a year, and by the time I returned, they might have well already had babies. Yes, I was looking for you, princess, about that. So, what's the situation? If a country had fallen, naturally, their hero would have to be dispatched. I think Kanchan, who had close ties with the forces of darkness, would move first, but the other heroes wouldn't keep still either. For a country to have been annihilated in the war was impossible even if it had fallen, and there would definitely be a large number of refugees and injured. Because of that, and that billboard above my head called Saint, would very likely be called upon. Thinking about such things, I wondered if the maid was relieved to find me as she gently lowered her head. Yes, regarding that, we have to hurry to the discussion between Hirokyoji and the royal princess. I was told to invite you to lunch the day after tomorrow around noon. The day after? Seriously? Even though the war had begun, what are you doing? Still arranging for lunches the day after tomorrow, you aristocrat. Yeah, She's clearly an aristocrat through and through. No, I myself am also a noble, but I'm sixth in line for the throne, and the king, Grandpa, was so simple as a human being that it was kind of refreshing. Tina and Nia were talking to me too, and it seems that maid's thoughts were obvious, so I arranged for a place and nodded naturally. What is it that's strange, Yume? I don't think Yuru-chan is wrong. I was a little relieved from Mizuki's words. As I listened on, I thought of making a dress for the meal with the royals, but it seems that getting it done by the day after tomorrow was kind of rushed. As expected of the nobles, the Holy Kingdom was casual everywhere, apparently. No, I think it's only in the vicinity of Russia. The next day, Demon Butler Noah explained as much to me when I explained it to him. Currently, I've been dressed up like a doll by a few of the ladies in waiting in the castle. Of course, Noah, being a boy, is on the other side of the screen. I'm choosing a dress to wear for tomorrow's luncheon, since it's not quite fitting for me to wear my usual black and silver dress as their Princess of the Holy Kingdom. But since I couldn't choose the clothes I wanted, I'm reworking the premium items from the best brands. It's quite wasteful. The black and silver dress would never dirty and regenerated itself, although I didn't have many sweat glands in the first place and never really got too dirty. Oh yeah, in other news, I've finally reached 160 centimeters in height. If it all goes well, I think I should be able to reach my desired 170 centimeters height in my late teens. If I had been Yuzu, this would have been impossible. The thickness of my chest armor is also growing. And for some reason, Fanny, the shortest of us, had the greatest defense power. And as for the thinnest, I won't say it. Tina-chan will also grow up quickly, right Tilda? Why is that a question? Hey, Fanny. Stop corning people with your words. Anya, who was on guard duty by the door, put her hands on her chest armor that wasn't quite thick enough despite being a succubus, letting out a dark aura. And in the end, the dress was undecided. For some reason, my sweet ladies in waiting started telling me to postpone the luncheon tomorrow, but while we were deliberating if this was an appropriate thing to do, my attendants put a stop to it. There's no problem at all. Leave it to your humble servant. Noah smiled over his silver-rimmed glasses that he'd taken out from somewhere. To me, it was incredibly doubtful, but the ladies in waiting were enraptured by Noah's 15-year-old butler self. Even in this world, it seems that there was a very deep genre of study of glasses menmo, if you say so. Noah, have you not heard anything from Rin? I've asked them a bit. There are no problems. Tilda. Noah is definitely plotting something behind the scenes again. Well, hopefully no real damage will be caused this time. As to the dress, it seems that the twins, Noah and Nia, would be making it. My current black and silver dress was made by the Hades combination of Tina and Fanny, so I think the twins can make it. But with Nia being as clumsy as I am, is it really okay? Tina was the only one amongst them who originally knew how to sew, but it seems that the twins have been practicing to present me with a dress. A demon that practices sewing in the night. So my employees are like that, whether they're a demon or not. This is the finished product. On the next day, or should I say, on the day of the luncheon, Fanny bathed me in the morning and then Noah showed me the dress. And as to why I got Fanny and not Tina to wash me, it's because Tina would be touching me with an unpleasant hand. Why is it a pure white dress? It's platinum colored, to be precise. Pretty flashy. Because it was made from my attendant's hair, I thought that the twins' brunette hairs would make a brown or red dress. So why was it white? Well, now that I think about it, I really want to know why Tina's golden hair turned into that black dress, but that's a question for another time. I think I did my best. I see. It's been hard on you. And as my awkwardness skills activated, I praised Nia while stroking her hair. Even though it was probably Noah that made most of it, the dress had an American sleeve and a slightly daring exposure of my chest, while the skirt was layered over with muslin and lace multiple times. TL note: the American sleeve is something like a half sleeve, that is, ending about halfway between your wrist and elbow. I didn't feel uncomfortable wearing these kinds of dresses since I'd been wearing them even while I was still Yuzu. Or at least, I shouldn't be, but for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling of strangeness. My usual black and silver dress was a kind of cursed item, so I transformed it into a gothic black choker, and it's surprisingly good as an accent. But maybe this platinum dress is also cursed. Even as I worried, Fanny and Tina and the rest of the maids changed me, and my hair was now being tied up to the point I could see my nape again. Come, princess. I will guide you to the room. Yes, thank you. Why were all of the maids' eyes swimming? It seems that the luncheon is held with the royal family and was a bit of a distance away from where I had been isolated. Even though I call it isolated, it's still in the same property, so it's about a 10-minute walk away. Along the way, though, I spotted Diki and Tuka training with the knights in the courtyard. Yeru-chan. Mizuki noticed me and called out to me, but her voice got stuck midway. Amongst the clash, HRGH, hears and other strange sounds, the knights facing Diki and Tuka turned to look and then immediately averted their eyes with a red face, and the two of them knocked the wooden training swords out of their training partners. Suddenly, chaos. Is this my fault? When I looked in the mirror a while ago, I thought that it was a bit risque but normal. Or so I thought. Wow, Yeru-chan. How erotic. HNH? I turned to look at a nearby window glass after Tuka made comments about eroticism after looking at my back, reviewing my dress. All the way down to my lower back, from the neck down, was detailed thin lace that it was almost see-through. I worked especially hard for that part. As Nia proudly declared as much to me. My face reddened, and I slammed her into the floor so hard the flagstones cracked. Chapter 3, I Became a Hero Part 3. Ever since I became Yerushia, I've become used to being given sponge baths by my maids. Even now, I'm still getting cared for in the bath by Fanny, so my sense of shame has become quite lax. It's still the same sex after all. Well, being hand-washed by Tina was still kind of a turn-off even though we were the same sex. Even so, the story was different when it came to men. No, I should actually have noticed it from the beginning. The platinum dress made by Noah and Nia this time formed an all-in-one undergarment design, alongside the black and silver dress, but to think that the maids of the castle wouldn't even say anything about wearing a corset equivalent. I'm not a big fan of exposure, so to having all that floral lace going all the way down my back to the bottom makes my face flush even if it's me I'm looking at. Even then, my chest doesn't feel unsupported. In fact, any swelling up while wearing such thin clothes is sure to be troubling. Even now, the young hot-blooded knights were trying very hard to avert their eyes, while Diki was being held down and barred from looking by Tuka. What is this obscenity-censoring behavior? The maids who'd tied up my hair so that my back could be seen are also guilty. Damn it. Oh? When I tried to use magic power to transform the black and silver dress, instead of turning back into a dress, it turned from a choker into a shawl with the same lace pattern as the one on my back, and gracefully hung over my shoulders. A rather uselessly high-performance item. Was there such a function? Tina, didn't you make it? I managed to cover most of my back, though a bit of my waistline can still be seen, and arrived at the room where we were to have the luncheon. Yerushia, please come in. It was neither the butler nor the maid, but rather the senior knight who opened the door for us. I don't know whether it was because he was nervous or afraid, but it felt very awkward. Please don't look at my back. I've been expecting you. Yerushia. Bianca, the second princess of Sale, greeted me as I entered. It's been a long time, Bianca-chan. We rarely ever ran into each other in the castle, but as to whether that was because the castle was just that large, or if she was avoiding me, or, hey, Princess Yerushia, it's been a long time. I nearly couldn't recognize you today in that nice dress. Kyoji chimed in. I see that both of you haven't changed much, or, could it be that the hero of water was trying to keep her close in fear of her leaking information? As I entered, one of the knights guided me to my seat. Oh, I'm sorry for my previous rudeness. It was that greenhorn knight who had immediately underestimated Onzada-kun and had been beaten up. Although the expression of despair from that time had disappeared, it seems that he was deep in thought about something. Just glancing at his face I could tell that he was blushing and frowning, clearly enduring something. Yeah, have no idea what. If he held malice against me, I wouldn't have condoned it, but for now, I couldn't feel anything from him, so I didn't pay him any special attention. I thought of addressing him, but if I asked him, "Is your health well?" as the Lord of Onzadakan, it would surely be construed as sarcasm. "Well, maybe." "Would you allow me to treat your scalp?" "Well, it's not a problem." "Wah, oh, my bad." "Even if you're young, carelessness is a powerful enemy, you know." For knights and the like who liked to abuse their bodies, they would continue to prefer oily food well into their middle ages, and with the way he was shook up just from these comments, he kind of resembles the old knight behind Bianca right now. "I'm all right, so please sit down." "I understand." I sat down gently in the proffered chair. As I did so, my shawl turned back into a choker without my permission, and the knight visibly started shaking. "It's because it's suddenly transformed, right? It's not because my back is exposed, right?" I could feel myself flushing, but I felt like I was able to keep my cool. "Since I've been keeping myself in check ever since I was young, I have been able to behave in a very human fashion." Four of us sat at a large table that could easily seat 20. Kyoji was right next to me. Bianca sat directly across of him. And next to Bianca, directly opposite of me, sat a small boy. "Sis, introduce me." The little blonde boy of about 10 called Bianca sis impatiently and was looking at me with sparkling eyes. "How shameless, Fio. Excuse me, Yerushia." "This is my younger brother, the first prince." "I'm Fjord. Nice to meet you, Princess Yerushia." Fjord, unable to wait for his sister to finish her words, greeted me enthusiastically. "I see. He's got the exact look and the personality that was in the attendance report." Because he was born so late as a boy, he kept a grudge against the first princess, who had been married off to another country but was still aiming for the throne. "Yep, that's the first prince without a doubt." "Yes, I have heard some things about you, Fjord-sama." "I am Yerushia of Teritayudo. I wonder what those rumors are." Please, call me Fio." "Sit down properly, Fio." Bianca immediately chastised Fjord, whose face turned red even as Bianca frowned. Sorry, sister. It seems their sibling relationship is more complex than at first look." I found it rather refreshing, since my own relationships with my relatives were so simple. Was Bianca aiming for the throne herself? Was that really her intentions? As I gave Kyoji a fleeting glance, it seems that he also turned to look at me that instant and gave me a sweet smile as though his mouth was full of pebbles. To put it simply, it was one of those saccharine sweet smiles that looked like sugar had been sprinkled on top of condensed milk on top of fried batter. A smile like grilled meat for 5. "I don't get what you mean." "It's about the calories." The silver cutlery and white porcelain tableware were laid out, but I only knew for certain that the king of sale would not come when the appetizers arrived. Did they think that sending 2 royals was enough? Or maybe he was afraid because I had released my intimidating presence every time we'd met. No, but I didn't release my intimidation so freely, right? Wasn't that true? He didn't think it was because I was planning to call on him in the middle of the night. You know? I cursed his hair roots to die. The appetizers were crisp sliced and colored vegetables and jellied fish. Next up was a salad of seaweed and boiled tubers, and the third was a consommé-like soup. The bread was a mix of black and white breads, and the pasta was good too. Following that was a fish with a crisp texture that I'd never had, served with a citrus sauce. After that, I thought it would end with a sorbet of some sweet fruit, but it seems that it was time for the main course. A lamb dish. After that came a fruit platter filled with treats that I'd never seen before in this region, and a sweet cake, and then finally the tea, accompanied by a few baked sweets. I can't tell their taste, so this is like light torture. It's really heavy for a midday meal. Even if it had been seasoned with souls, my stomach had already been filled with the appetizers, salads, and fish. Was it not to your tastes? No. I've never had a large appetite. Since I only ate about 2 mouthfuls of everything else, Fio was giving me a worried look. Well, of everyone, only Kyoji ate everything. Noah and Tina were allowed in to serve me my meal, but as expected, it was impossible for them to squeeze out a soul in front of me. For our country, We'd like to have the hero Kyoji deal with the invasion of the forces of darkness, separate from the Sail Army. Kyoji-sama, is that amenable? Yes, I will do my best to repay the kindness that your Highness Bianca has given me. Oh you, Kyoji-sama. Bianca's cheeks flushed red with Kyoji's sweet smile and words. I couldn't help but stop drinking my tea hearing this fast start up abruptly. What kindness was there in this current conversation? How about a stomach medicine that was half buried in headache medicine? Did you call me here to have this 1-minute talk? I'd like to request Russia to join Kyoji-sama's battle lines. You would be moving as their saint, working with the hero of Sail. Bianca hurriedly spat out the truth when I had begun to ooze out my presence silently with a smile. Would that be making me a member of Kyoji's hero party? Even though it would be more efficient if we moved separately. It seems like Sail wants to show off to the other countries with a perfect hero party with both a hero and a saint. Is that so? Well, I don't mind. Ah really? When I said so, Bianca looked relieved, as if she had been on the receiving end of some stern order, while Kyoji's eyes went slightly wider. Because I would have to be subordinate to Kyoji, he must have thought that I would refuse. However, since I thought this was a good time to contact Kyoji again, it's not an issue. I thought that it would be easier to touch base with Kyoji than their hero of flame, or Kanchan, who I've not yet officially met. That being said, stop oozing killing intent, Noah and Tina. The room's temperature has gone way down and now Fuyukun is scared. Kyoji stood up, and, without a single change in his expression, bowed lightly to me. Then, Princess Russia, I hope we will get along well. Although you will be my subordinate, as your position is the same as mine, please, feel free to tell me any of your concerns. Hi, Kyoji-sama, thank you for your help. Was there anything being said? Well, now I'll be able to go to the battleground in the north, and after that, Princess Russia, please be safe. I would love to have tea with you again when you return. Thank you for your concern, Fuyusama. I look forward to it. I plan to raise him against the harassment those two are giving him. Princess, I will accompany you as your escort. Well, thank you. The knight who had guided me to my seat was also looking at me with a complex expression. Princess, I will happily accompany you, so please, give me that secret treatment. The old knight who was waiting behind Bianca bowed, showing me his shiny head. It seems that another shining one was going to be lost from Sail. Chapter 4, Princess Sama's Magnificent Daily Life Part 1, The Great Kingdom of the East. Taking the entire coast, the Sail Kingdom. Population, 18 million. Holding many huge harbors, it is a maritime country holding riches incomparable to their neighboring countries due to intercontinental trade and abundant ocean resources. Due to this abundance, the morale of the people is relatively high, but beyond that, the military might of the country is large. It holds more than 500 naval vessels at sea and over 2,000 battle mages to support their troops on the ground. It is widely feared by other countries because of this. Above the crown city, high above the harbor, the royalty lives in a beautiful castle. The interior of the castle is split into two areas, the royal wing for the royal family, and the general wing, where knights and other civil servants such as butlers and maids live to serve the family in the royal wing. One such maid that could be seen serving was Catalina, the third daughter of the Sishak family. She was 27 years old this year. She originally came to be a maid at the royal palace at 15 years old but wasn't able to find another noble to marry and give an heir to. Initially, her appearance crossed into the realm of beauty, but she didn't have an edge. Or maybe she didn't have any luck with men, so she's still a working single now. Because the Sishak family isn't very wealthy, and beyond that, being the third daughter in a family with 5 brothers, after being unable to get contracted to marry a rich noble, her parents set her free. If she tried to put it more concisely into a proper story, because money was short, she was sent out of the house at age 15 without any further schooling planned. And with only dumb knights and greedy nobles calling on her for their own fun, she was stuck in this situation. As for her own thoughts, forcing a shotgun wedding never entered her mind. Originally, Catalina was hired as the maidservant of the first princess, who was close to her in age. But the princess didn't take her with her when she was married off to the royalty of another country. The reason was simple. The first princess was sent purely as a political piece, raised as such from a young age. Although there were many maids left after the princess' departure, including Catalina, most of them had left by now, marrying appropriate knights or nobles in their teens. The only one with the bad luck to be left behind was her. As the maid of a former princess, with the other positions for the royal family the senior knights taken, she was left purposeless in the castle. Eventually, the job that was given to Catalina was as the caretaker of the newly summoned hero. However, when Kyoji was summoned at first, Catalina was still the first princess maid, and he had other members of the staff to care for him. Also, that person is so difficult. Due to the dark aura he let off when only she was around, Catalina didn't trust Kyoji's smile. Even though he's someone who was newly summoned from another world, with him saying that he was middle-aged just 5 years ago, and the quick discharge of the woman before her, Catalina assumed that her days without normal work would continue forever. Then, a new party of heroes was summoned. It was largest summoning since the royal-led summoning of the hero, Kyoji. Although there were only 3 or 4 people expected to be summoned, it seems like 9 or so hero candidates were summoned for some reason, with 5 of them being from a completely different world of their own. Those 5, the ones who came from a world other than Kyoji's, Terra, the world where people are usually summoned from, began by treating the king with irreverence, but due to their strength on par with the hero, the king forgave them, and even gave the leader the title of Saint. The beautiful princess from another world, Russia. Even if she wasn't her royalty or a hero, Catalina would gladly serve Russia exclusively. What a surprise! When she saw Princess Russia for the first time, Catalina felt a shock like lightning running through her. She was so beautiful for her age that she felt inner despair despite her own beautiful appearance. In reality, Russia, who had still been wary of the castle side at the time, had been letting out a light amount of intimidation, but the presence of this princess was enough that she hadn't noticed the effect. Catalina had never called the first princess anything other than Your Highness. She also would call Bianca, the second princess, Your Highness. In this country, all of the king's children are called Your Highness. Even when talking casually, she would never even consider calling them princess. However, when she saw the appearance of Russia, the word princess immediately came to her thoughts. Between her greater curves and higher height than the average 12-year-old, and her appearance like a fairy, she had both the innocence of a girl and the glamour of a woman grown. Her golden eyes show a willpower beyond a child, and her hair of golden threads frame her beautiful face like a cold doll. In addition, she wears fine black and silver dresses that glisten like nothing she's ever seen before. She was a princess who brought her beautiful servants into this world. What else would they call her other than that? Her appearance alone is enough to convince Catalina that she should be called Saint. Due to the shock, she couldn't get close in the beginning, and she completely forgot that she was supposed to spy on Princess Russia as her maid. Along with the other maids who weren't able to get close, all she could do was hand over meals, tea, and other snacks to the servants of the princess. The senior nobles who had the ears of the king were wary of the princess, but the maids and knights unfamiliar with the surrounding events began to let their hearts fall for the girl. To be so merciful as to save the hero candidates who were summoned alongside her who were being expelled. There are plenty who are attracted to her appearance alone, but her kindness and lack of typical noble thinking caused the general staff of the castle to become completely charmed by the princess. After that, when a massive number of zombies were destroyed by the saintly servants, the fame among the commoners and soldiers increased further. In addition to that, when men who had begun to have lonely strands on their heads began to support her, the nobility itself began to call her princess. Everything was starting to fall apart from the inside. Orders were made to isolate those who would say Princess Sama, and those who had avoided contact kept away so that opinions could be rewritten little by little. Actually, that seems like a hopeless response. Catalina-san, did you know about this back? Yes, Princess Sama. At the princess putting look with puffed out cheeks, Catalina looks down in a way like a child whose prank had been found out. Moo. You should have said something. My most humble apologies. So long as she obediently apologized, the princess would never get angry. Thinking about it, Catalina had never seen the rage-filled Bianca as princess-like in her head. Well, thinking about Russia, there was that girl knight who was sent off into the wall, but since they got up afterwards, it's probably fine. Catalina really wanted to become closer with the princess. For that reason, she brought all of her skills to bear to bring up Russia's hair to make her look better. Although it seemed like she wouldn't want to show her beautiful spotless back, hiding her beauty like that would be a sin. More than anything, Catalina wanted to brag to everyone about being a servant of the princess. The princess gently gives her a relaxing smile that brings out the terrifying, God-given beauty which can't even be thought of as human. And like that, their saint begins her travels across the land to the north to face evil with the help of the heroes and the church. Well then, I'm off. Yes, Princess Sama. We will await your swift return. A week after that eventful meal, I decided to head to the northern countries occupied by darkness alongside Kyoji. The time of departure is the same as Kyoji, but we're in separate carriages. As his party, he is taking 10 knights and 4 mages, 2 ranger, and 4 men and women as porters. Even with speed and stealth as a priority, it's more people than I expected. Well, I guess you can't just have heroes, warriors, wizard, and monks in reality. The maids of the castle watch us depart. Among them, Catalina-san's voice showed her worry for our safety. If I'm not mistaken, and this is a bit scary, but I've been feeling a bit of faith recently. Little snacks are being given to me as offerings. Catalina-san. Maybe it isn't too bad to call her princess, after all? Well, Princess Sama is our princess after all. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but the others are nodding along. Is it best just to keep this out of mind from now on? Chapter 5. Princess Sama's Magnificent Daily Life Part 2. Traveling together with Kyoji, the hero of water, they departed the great nation of Sail with 12 horsemen and 4 high-speed military carriages. Along with the 4,000-strong army consistent 500 knights, 2,500 soldiers, 300 mages and their logistics and support force, they paraded through the main streets of the kingdom's capital as a show of force and left immediately after. Incidentally, the masses had all gathered to see the rumored saint, but because of certain circumstances they were unable to do so, and their shoulders sagged with disappointment. What do you mean? Because some of them might have weak hearts. While murmuring about what someone else had said, Kyoji was deep in thought as he rode his beloved pure white horse that he'd gotten from the royal family. This time around for Kyoji, there was little to gain in going to battle. Since he had already gained immense fame as a hero during the past 10 years, he needed no further achievements, but if for some reason he chose not to move, his fame would fall. Kyoji's main goals were, in a word, nefarious. He wanted to become the king of Sail. The only person who supposedly knew about this besides the knights who had followed him for years was the second princess, Bianca. But to put it across strongly, those were pretexts to deceive those who were familiar with him. Kyoji had thrown the first princess, who had similar ambitions to him, into disgrace, and bearing a grudge against her newborn prince, married him to another country. Thereafter, he worked hard for the royal family, gained the trust of the king, and then gradually brainwashed the young Bianca to favor him. Now, before that young prince matured, all he needed was to ensure that the current king and the first prince both died of illness. Though his plans were supposed to only kick in a few years, Kyoji had decided to take advantage of this war. And it was all because of Russia's fame as a saint and that her powers were greater than Kyoji speculated or even imagined. The lower-ranked knights and the soldiers had begun to favor her. He heard that the boys and girls from the other world, who were supposed to have been cut off and labeled useless, were quickly acquiring enough power to match the senior soldiers. Although they didn't reach the level of Kyoji yet, as some of the older statesmen were beginning to lean towards the saint, he felt the impending collapse of his domestic power. The plan needed to be brought forward, and the first stage was bringing Prince Fjord and Russia together. The prince, whose age was similar to hers, had heard the rumors of the beautiful princess from another world and was interested in her after hearing from one of the spies that had been placed next to her by the royal family. Prince Fjord was already 10. It would not have been strange to have a fiancé already, but since he was a late-born boy of the royal family, the selection of his consort was being conducted very carefully, as since overtures had come in from the other imperial families, he would not be able to convince the other nations to stand aside unless it wasn't someone of similar stature. For example, someone who was a saint of such fame that they rivaled a hero. Russia was 12. As a fiancée, she was of the appropriate age, and she was even a duchess with succession rights to a throne, though it was the throne of another world, and if she raised her achievements in this war, the case would be flawless. Just that in order to do so, he needed either of them to want it. For Kyoji, understanding what that girl was thinking was very difficult, but that terrifying beauty that incited fear at a glance should have captivated the heart of the prince, who had already become accustomed to beautiful things. And as expected, it seems that Prince Fjord developed a crush on Russia. According to the reports from one of the maids who was spying for him, the prince seemed to only talk about Russia. Of course, the maids had also been guiding his interest, but it was a matter of time before this longing turned into love. The second step of the plan was to let Prince out onto the battlefield. As a prince who'd turned 10, he was supposed to have taken over command of the army as one of the royals, as a future king, but since he had been mollycoddled since birth, they stopped him from doing so now. If the war dragged out, the people he'd left in the castle would incite the prince, and then the prime minister that Kyoji had installed would direct the prince to take to battle for the princess. However, he needed to manufacture the situation where it would become convenient to do so. He needed to prolong the battle into a stalemate, but for the prince to head into battle, the war needed to also be in a somewhat stable state, and he would need to draw the Saint Russia into the forefront of the war. On top of that, he would need to deceive both the prince and Russia simultaneously. Oops. Were you worried for me? As Kyoji's eyebrows knitted over this problem, his beloved horse sensed his mood and neighed softly. Kyoji smiled, and tapping the neck of his horse, sighed lightly. The worst thing is, I'll need to borrow the help of a hero of the south. It's his last resort, but since this was going to be one of the stepping stones on the way to his ultimate purpose, as long as that was achieved, Kyoji had no problems doing so. I'm surprised that it doesn't shake, said Mizuki as she looked out of the window of the carriage. We were occupying the last two carriages of a line formation, traveling together with Kyoji. This carriage had the girls, and the boys were at the back. In this carriage I rode with Dina and Fanny, along with the two girls who we forcibly dragged along, Tuka and Mizuki. On the men's side, there was Noah, Diki and Futa, as well as some of the less nobles who were the overseers from the castle. There was someone surveilling us, but that's all right, because he's one of the Prime Minister's men, who's been drawn to our side by scalp rejuvenation. There is no problem at all. Fufafu. It seems that he'd been on Kyoji-kun's side for nearly 10 years, but really, that person's karma was terrible. Don't underestimate the power of a demon. Anyway, the reason why the carriages weren't mixed gender is simple. Mizuki would start getting sick immediately, even on carriages that weren't particularly bumpy. I didn't say any of this, but it's inevitable since there were no cures in this world, and so, with that reason, the men are placed together in a single carriage. What's with this carriage? Does it have a suspension? I heard that otherworldly technology is being used for this. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? No, Tuka-chan, it's just an ordinary technology available on Earth, and you're already impressed. Well, I don't know much about the principle either. It seems that antibiotics or similar seems to have been developed recently, and so when the war against the forces of darkness is over, the population would explode, and then their fear would vanish from the earth, and then all of the magic would disappear. No? Because it seems like magic runs the world instead of science. Civilization would collapse when magic power declines. I can't even laugh at the other world as knowledge cheats when as a result, the other world is collapsing. Or maybe we were called to this world, eh? What's wrong, Yeru-chan? No, it's nothing. Was I overthinking it? Because there seems to be demons in this world. I was called to this world by the will of the world, or rather, by their human resource shortage, so to speak. Here. It seems that the demon world entrance for Tess was relatively close to the demon world for Atra, where we were from. Given that rumors flowed from there to here, but Noah has yet to find the coordinates for Atra. I wonder if it'll be easier to just pull out one of the Demon Lord pillars of the demon world. Well, not that I want to. Even that ordinary class guy, had he fought me in the material world with Rin, would have caused inestimable millions of lives in damage. Maybe there was a shortage of demon resources, because Rin and I have crushed 2 of the pillar demon lords. No, there's no way. Hey, Yeru-chan, what's the matter? Tuka, that had been relatively quiet ever since we started out journey, suddenly asked me a question with a serious expression. We're going to war now, right? Yes, that's right. I thought that she'd been quiet since we'd forcibly dragged her along. Because I pulled them along forcibly, having forgotten to tell them that they would be coming, and I'd been pushy. We're going to have to kill people? Exclamation mark. At Tuka's words, Mizuki next to me gasped. Well, that's certainly true. Ever since I became a demon, the only differences between human and animal lives was in their taste. But I can empathize. But if you don't like it, you don't have to do it, you know? But as I gave them that offhand answer, Tuka and Mizuki had complex expressions on their faces. Since you've been kidnapped to this world for a few months, you've already begun to think about what it means to live in this world, haven't you? One has to fight to live. But there were mountains of people who weren't fighting in this world. You don't need to force yourself to do anything. But even if you don't want to kill on the battlefield, it's also possible to help. That's why I've been training you. Well, it was also because it was convenient for me. Save people, allies. I don't care even if it's an enemy. If anyone has any complaints, I will do something about it. I smiled as gently as I could at the 2 to put them at ease. Is that alright? We'll rely on Yeru-chan. It's okay. That's part of my work too. As I told them so, the sadness that hung around Tuka and Mizuki's faces lightened. Do your best. It'll become a problem if you all don't become proper heroes. It's not that I don't want them to kill. Or so I told myself. But along the way, I became unsure of that. Fanny suddenly turned away towards the window as I spoke. Fanny-chan, are you turning away to hide the fact you're laughing at me? Chapter 6, Princess Sama's Magnificent Daily Life. Part 3, The journey's going well. But really, it's a pain. We were on a forested road that ran between countries. It was a road that was impassable for armies, but it would get our smaller group there earlier. If I had chosen to fly, it would have taken a fraction of the time, but since I'm part of the hero party right now, I can't just head off without a reason. Besides, even if it were possible, due to the knights of the castle that had gotten along with Diki and gang, it would be improbable for them to believe that I would do it, even as a joke. Can't I go off on a leisurely journey by myself? I've been stuck with regulations ever since I've been in this world, so I'd really like to take a pleasure trip around the world. But Yeru-chan, you know, it's a cliché that bandits will appear in regions like this. You're saying things like that again, Mizuki. You don't have to set the flags so grandly in a place like this. In short, Mizuki, Tuka, and the rest of the children were getting bored. I, too, have gotten tired of playing cards. I get dizzy when we play in the carriage. Why am I immune to poison, but still get carsick? The bandits appeared. Come on. Tuka, who had been so worried about killing people all this time, suddenly lit up. It seems that the children have had entirely too much free time. Behind Mizuki, who was wearing the same expression as Tuka, the demons were smiling with their fangs out. Run away, bandits, from the clutches of these demons. There's no helping it, I guess. As the carriage stopped because of the bandits, I stood up spryly with a sigh. If I left them alone, it's going to be a pain later. Yeru-chan is going out there. I'll go out, but you geese should stay here, okay? Yes, that's good girls. but at first glance, Tuka and the rest are about 5 years older than I am, you know. And why hadn't Fanny or Tina replied to me? As Tina opened the door and I tried to get off the carriage, Dickie and a young knight were hurriedly getting off with me. The young knight that was about the same age as Dickie looked nervous as he tried to help me off the carriage. "Thank you." "It's nothing." As I smiled at him, his face turned bright red and he looked down. When he shows me such a pure expression, I start to feel a bit embarrassed. After all, most people in Sale didn't dare to look at me directly. It's not like I have a special ability like Tina's, so I don't get it. "What's the situation, then?" "Understood. I will report it now." I bit myself, as I hear it from him. There were about 30 bandits, but at least they were au natural bandits, and not disguised soldiers from another country. In other words, this wild produce was going to taste better than farmed produce. "What's that?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I was just rationally explaining why I'm interested in the bandits." That being said, I headed quickly for the front. When I arrived, it was about 10 seconds or so on foot, but I was looking at peasant-like people who were glaring at the knights. They looked like farmers, but were all holding poorly maintained military equipment that looked like they'd picked it up somewhere. They were primarily armed with spears, but looking at them more carefully, while most of them were wielding iron spears, some of them just had knives or wooden sticks. "Kyoji-sama, what's happened?" "Oh, it's Princess Yarushia." It seems that these people used to be villagers from a small holding nearby but were plagued with famine. Though, they would be arrested if we were on Sale soil. I wonder, though, why these bandits are attacking armed knights. Was it because of some bad harvest or something, so they attacked? But even then, I thought that it would have been a better idea to attack merchants, so I wonder what their reason is. When I exposed myself to them, there was a wave of emotion that swept across them. They seemed scared. The maids in the castle told me that it would take the people in the countryside some time to get used to my appearance, and to be honest, it makes me a little depressed. "Ooh, you are of high status. Taking your aristocratic mistress to go sightseeing. We're lacking a little something for our next meal. So, give us the women and children along with the food." Among the bandits, one particularly bear-like man with a huge spear stood out as he shouted at us. "He looks like the head of the bandits." "I see. So you're unhappy with the aristocrats?" "It feels like everyone there is unhappy with the aristocratic class, and the rest of the bandits were glaring at us as well. They might have been following the orders of the bear person, but it seems that they attacked out of their own free will as well. However, they don't look very delicious." "So, what will you do, Kyoji-sama?" "Well, because he's a hero, he can't possibly raise his hand against these villagers." While I was thinking that, Kyoji was looking at them like one would a pebble by the pavement. "I should execute bandits that I find in any other country on the spot." With a bang, Kyoji gouged a small hole in the ground as he sped forward. Maybe he wanted to look like he disappeared to my attendants, and I wonder if Duki and Futa were able to catch what he was doing at all. Well, since I'd had them watch my attendants fight from the special front row seat, if they hadn't grown at least that much, they'd really be in trouble now. It didn't matter, but Kyoji had pulled out his sword as he turned his blade towards that bearded bear man. Half a second hadn't even passed yet, but if I continued to sit on the sidelines for another half a second, half of the bandits would be killed by Kyoji. "Let there be light." The holy magic that I cast flew towards Kyoji and the bear man, and in the meantime, I secretly signaled Fanny with my eyes. What I'd cast on them was Citadel of Light, the defensive magic, but unlike the normal citadel, it also included a barrier that protected one from magic, making it impossible to move from their spot. In short, I cast a restraining magic, but their Citadel of Light that I'd cast on Kyoji was unnaturally countered. But thanks to that instant's restraint, and their Citadel of Light on the bear, it seems like he's only had his arm slashed. "What are you trying to do?" asked Kyoji in a low voice, as he stood there between the bandits. "And even if you're trying to hide it, your killing intent is leaking, you know? Personally, I don't really care about the bandits given the way they acted, peasant or not, but it's not to the point where I'd immediately kill them." though that could just be me. Still, how did Kyoji resist my magic? It's not that it's impossible to resist. I think that if there was a difference in our magic power, it would have been resisted, but I felt like it was because of some other factor. I don't quite understand their hero's secret arts yet, but maybe it's one of Kyoji's abilities or skills. Well, isn't it better not to be so brutal? Anyway, could you leave this one to me? Instead of applying intimidation, I smiled at him while my magic power overflowed from me. Kyoji gave me the tiniest frown that nobody else could possibly tell, but I smiled at him, holding one hand to my chest while I bowed slightly towards him. I understand, if that is the will of the saint. What a bad-mannered person putting the word saint out there so the bandits and villagers would know. Now I'll have to approach them as their saint and conduct negotiations. If it were a normal person who had been summoned normally to a different world and made a saint, they might care about appearances, becoming unable to do anything without their common sense getting in the way. And then, knowing that no solution could be reached, he was raising the hurdle. Saint Sama, do you think we'll go away with just that? This ain't for kids, so go back. The bear ignored his injured arm, gripping his weapon with his remaining arm. He seems somewhat nervous about it, but hasn't quite stopped being hostile. I didn't use my intimidation at all, just my magic power, but it seems like it doesn't affect people like Kyoji, who can't sense magic power. Looking at the bear, I slowly walked towards him, smiling all the way like a proper saint. This brat, you won't understand if you don't get hurt. At the instant where the bear reached out, going easy on me, my escort knight Nya had overtaken him. That's good, it's Nya. I wonder what would have happened if this had been Tina, whose fingers were wiggling this whole time. Anyway, come, bandits, surrender if you want him back. Not only the bandits, but the knights that were with us were stunned into silence at this. Be big bro, you guys, ignore me, never surrender. While his arms were being twisted to the point of failure by Nya, the bear was glaring at me hatefully even as he called out to his companions. What are you doing? The saint is torturing me. Ah, I see. You're underestimating me. But your opponent is no saint or even noble lady, but rather a most terrible demon. Fufu, I'm going to kill off all of your hair follicles now. As I made my proclamation, the faces of the men all cramped up slightly. Wait, light. As I incanted the holy magic, the light lightly touched the fur, and all the hair on his arms fell out, and his skin became smooth. Wow, light. As I applied more magic to the astonished bear, his rough chest hair all fell off. Well, let's make this entire body beautifully clean. Wait a minute. It was fun, and my smile was widening, while the newly baby-like bear and the rest of bandits surrendered immediately. Why does it feel like the distance between the knights and I is getting further? The bandits' minds were all changed by my sincere persuasion. Apparently, as Kyoji said, they were men from a nearby village, who had turned to banditry because of poor harvests. The reason why the bear had attacked was as a form of retaliation against the Lord for not reducing the tax despite the bad harvest. So, do you know why the harvest has suddenly become bad? Saint Sama, it seems that the storm winds have caused the soil in the fields to shift. If it were only that, it would have only been once in a year, but I brought up the soil and mixed it with a mixture of dead leaves I collected from the mountains, according to the agriculture from the other world, but that too eroded with the storm. We were now on our way back to the village where the bandits were from. The journey at this point has collapsed somewhat, but even if it's not a soft bed, I personally don't want to sleep on a hard floor. It's true, Princess Yerushia. Could this be related to the circumstances of other countries? So Kyoji reproached me. Well, I say that, but he's been talking to me secretly. By the way, for the others, they were separated from us as much they, emotionally, distant from us. I cured his hair roots properly, and also healed the sick in the village. So why is nobody approaching us? Ah, is that no good? The country is not wealthy. Such villages are everywhere. Is Saint Sama intending to save them all? In short, He was asking me if I was going to be a sentimental hypocrite. Foo. I laughed softly. It's just an experiment. Don't worry about it. Is that so? As I said that, I felt that Kyoji's heart was getting further away from mine. But then, ooh! The exclamations came from the village. When I planted things in the fields by sprinkling seeds, potatoes and plump tomatoes grew. The tomatoes and potatoes were slightly greenish, but they should be more nutritious. Ooh, Saint Sama, thank you for saving our village. As the village chief lowered his head towards me, the near 100 villagers did the same. How on earth? No, that doesn't matter, I'm sorry. But the band's attack was because I instigated a youth. The blame should be mine alone. So said Bearbeard, impressed by the field. Even when it goes to trial, banditry usually results in death. It seems that they didn't kill many people, whether it was robbing merchants or attacking travelers, but had they been reported to the Lord, they would have been sentenced to death. We are people from another nation. So, we won't interfere further in the affairs of this country because it's a pain. I'm sorry. The Bearbeard lowered his head in shame again. It became that I was intentionally not reporting the crime. But since this was an experiment, it's embarrassing that you're so touched. Yeah, Russia-sama, I got it. Thanks for your hard work. Fanny, who had been away, had gone to reap the souls of the lord of this land and the other delicious, syrupy souls. It can't be helped since the villagers' souls aren't that great. After all, good dietary habits are the most important. I wonder if it's alright, though. Please, continue to survive, bandits. That new parasitic sea. The crops would grow by absorbing magic from the earth, but their favorite food was souls. If the crops grew too much, they would start attacking others. And so we left. A few weeks later, we arrived at the mountain nation of Sebril, close to the battlefront. By the way, this is completely unrelated, but a few villages in some country would be attacked by some flock of demons in a few years' time, but the story went that the crops attacked the demons and kept the villages safe. Chapter 7, I Met a Hero Part 1. Yeru-chan, is this the dragon's den? Isn't it? I replied Mizuki as we got off the carriage together. At the foot of the mountain range that sat on the border of the forces of darkness, there were a group of 5 small nations called the Northern Dragons. Long story short, because the individual power of each country was too little, they formed an alliance of powers to repulse the forces of darkness, and to stand up to unreasonable demands from the larger powers like Gamble. After a few weeks of travel, we arrived at Lucille, a country that was close to the front. Nothing particular happened along the way. There were a few monster attacks, but the knights defeated them handily, so I had no chance to make an appearance, although the monsters that appeared were different from those of Itra. According to Futa, they were all common monsters in the fantasy genre. I think this one was a G-goblin or something. It had quite the adorable name. Isn't it? The name felt like what you'd call an idol, some 20 rin. So it's probably quite cute. Though, the fact of the matter is that we've arrived at Lucille, one of the 5 countries that made up the Northern Dragon. Telusa, the northernmost of them, had been destroyed by the forces of darkness. According to the Northern Dragon nations, they were all nicknamed after parts of dragons, and Lucille was called the Dragon's Tendon. Why did they choose such a specific part? Give it a better name, darn you, like Dragon's Tail, or Dragon's Fang. What? Was this country being teased for being plain? I thought so at first, but it turns out that the other countries had equally bad names, like Dragon's Adam's Apple, and Dragon's Tongue, and Dragon's Tailbone. Incidentally, Telusa was called the Dragon's Subcutaneous Fat. I don't know why. Welcome, Hero Sama, Saint Sama. On behalf of the Lucille Principality, we warmly welcome you. The slightly chubby king of Lucille welcomed us. Well, even Lucille was called a principality. It really only had a population of about 100,000, which was half of that of even just the capital of Sale, so in my view, the king was really only something like the chairman of a city. Apologies for troubling you. And so Kyoji and the knights ignored the king, leaving the butler-looking fellow, who started following behind them on their mission to greet the king of Lucille. My God, I almost can't stand it anymore. King of Lucille, I am Yerushia. I hope we will get along. Oh, Lady Yerushia, I offer you all that I can give. I smiled as gently as I could and greeted him properly, and the King of Lucille seemed so moved. The people of the castle were also dabbing away their tears with their handkerchiefs. It must be tough being a small country. King Lucille, whose mood seemed to have improved, told us about various things as he guided us in. It seemed that the names of the kingdoms came from the body parts of an evil dragon defeated long ago. Several heroes had defeated the dragon, and taking its parts, they founded the kingdoms. In other words, my ancestor was one of the heroes that defeated the dragon. Wow, that's amazing. Well, I guess I miscalculated. It looks like they split up the parts quite finely, but where did the fangs, horns, and nails etc. go? If the parts that they had received from fighting were these, then I think that those ancestors weren't actually very useful at all. I want to give up thinking about this for now, so please excuse my monotonous replies. We'd come to Lucille so that we could use it as a forward base to take back Telusa. It was difficult to assault with a large army, so it was rarely attacked, but was incredibly convenient for the dozens of us in there, hero party to use. As the armies sent forth by each country were bigger, they were gathering in a country that was better suited for large forces, and only the other heroes, including Sales, were gathering in this country. The hero of Wind of Harka hasn't arrived yet, but Suzuk's hero of Flame has already come. What about Kancha? What about Kanzo? Sama, the hero of Earth, stopped by already and has already headed off. I see. You're not here, huh? Kanchan, although it would get sultry if Kanchan was here, but in its own way I like Kanchan's aesthetic desires, but this is this and that is that, and I don't intend to forgive Kanchan either. The demon will lie and betray you, and only the contract will be kept. Well, the problem lies with the hero of Flame, though. According to Kanchan, she looked like a girl without a doubt, but Kanchan didn't get along with her, and it seems like she'd never spoken in nearly 10 years. You heroes really don't get along, do you? I had tea with the King and Queen of Lucille. I don't feel the need to go greet the hero of Flame anyway, since we're going to meet each other at the dinner. The Queen. For some reason she really felt like an aunt from Kansai. She was so pleased with the leopard print shawl, but I wonder where she'll get to wear it. I don't know where this is going. My butler Noah seemed to like it as well, and it seems that his pockets full of sweets were receiving the brunt of the blows. Now, it's time for the dinner. It was a meal with only the heroes and myself. Dickie and the knights were having their meals in the castle's cafeteria with the other knights. I'm sorry that I could not accompany you. No. You've been very helpful. Dickie looked like he still couldn't get used to the way nobles ate. The knights were nobles, but because they were so used to camping outside, they didn't bother with etiquette and were happy-go-lucky types. In other words, it would have been better if I had been like that too. I would rather Tina go and squeeze for me the souls of the murderers of this country than have beef. I don't know if this is some sort of twisted export, but there were a lot of homicides. Incidentally, King Lucille had his food separately. It also took a few days for all of the heroes to gather, and it hurts my stomach to keep eating together with them day after day. Pitiful. Lady Yerushia has arrived, as the castle chamberlain declared my arrival. The door swung inwards. Thank you. I smiled lightly at the tired-looking ladies in waiting, and entered. I was accompanied by Tina and Fanny. Noah was off gathering information at my request, and Nia was escorting Dickie. I was nervous having only the two of them with me. Not that it was for my safety or anything. I just didn't want to leave the two of them alone in this place where delicious souls were everywhere, and I wonder if I could even stop myself. Well, I'm a famously rational demon, so surely I could stop myself. Once I entered the room, there was a single person already seated, drinking something that looked like wine. It was a lady wearing an evil-looking red armor scrutinizing me, and I returned her look with a grin. Phew. You're the saint? A woman who looked like she was in her late 20s, stared at me like an object, and smiled. Yeah, she's most likely female and most likely human. I think she had soft features and seemed like she weighed in at more than 100 kilograms. There's no special meaning. I just meant that she was fat, and it seems like the unit price per gram would be low, that's all. Even though she had twin tails, I could only think such things, but that's not a problem. Her brown hair also looked greasy compared to a normal Japanese person's. Even though she had rough skin and was heavily pimpled. You shouldn't give up. Okay, if you're going to hide it, you can easily use foundation then blush, and it would be artistic. Like a clay work. Her eyes were hazy with lack of sleep, and actually, once you get used to it, it kind of feels like a stuffed toy. I'm also used to the fact that there are people with various tastes in the nobility who like to draw various male comrades doing their best while naked on paper. Her bright red lipstick with plenty of gloss on her thick lips might have been sexy if she was cut off above that and the resolution set to about 480p or less. I'm not bothered by decorum, so I don't mind if the female knights spit on the carpet as long as they clean up after. She was scratching her butt when a thick fart leaked out, and even though she was gobbling down her wine, I wasn't going to frown at her. Ho ho ho. Fanny, there's a pig oinking in here. Ahaha. How unpleasant. What? You shitty kid. As I spoke out bluntly, the adults who snapped in an instant began to pull out their weapons. Ho ho ho. Why are you all getting so upset? I was usually quite gentle, and didn't really care about most things, but it seems that we've exceeded the limit of being forgiven for being the same sex. And given that I spoke so bluntly, it seems that she's getting angry too. Author's notes. It seems that there's a limit to the gentle Yaru chant too. Next time, The Strength of the Hero of Flame. Chapter 8, I Met a Hero Part 2. The Hero of Flame, Minkochi, 2x years old. But of course, she was eternally 15. And very clearly, that wasn't her real name. Minkochi, who was a junior high student at the time, was a sober and a modest girl who was, at the time, unhappy. I am a chosen one. After all, I would be getting strange looks if a child could do it and I couldn't. Being summoned to another world, she'd had a grand misunderstanding. If the girl's appearance had been plain and her character had been serious, then she would have been able to lead a happy life making friends with those of the same hobby. But thanks to the terrible ideas of the adults, she had been summoned at a mentally immature age, and feeling ashamed of herself, she'd abandoned her real name and began to call herself Minkochi. Minkochi, who hadn't managed to make a high school debut, tried to make an otherworld debut, and stopped fearing conversation with others for fear of being hurt, and began to talk to others more actively. This was the result of yet more misunderstandings by Minkochi. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, Minkochi had great aptitude as a hero. Suzuki, a large nation founded by a hero, needed a hero, and with the appearance of Hero Minkochi, they treated her like their princess, and praised all of her work. It was to the point where even if she had been villainous, they would have called it virtuous. The nobles and their children would have approached her even if she was silent. Every night, they would hold banquets, and the world's jewels and maize were dedicated to Minkochi. At that time, Minkochi was just a middle school student. It might have been impossible for the result to have changed, even if she hadn't misunderstood. But if she had just a little more self-respect and empathy, it might have been different. In this world, Tess, which had been summoning people for more than 1,000 years, the efforts of other worlders had already brought cuisine and commercial goods close to that of the modern world. As a result of this horrific misunderstanding, the king of Suzuki, who was thinking of having Minkochi marry the prince to carry the blood of the hero into the royal family, immediately gave up and returned to square one once he saw her walk around the castle with bleached hair, extravagant makeup and insensational underwear-like clothing. When the royals began to distance themselves from her, so too did the nobles. And once Minkochi's strange behaviors and aptitude became clear, the young people in the castle began to abandon her. Some of the knights were in charge of guarding Minkochi in the castle. They never mistreated Minkochi as a hero, but still, the knights were only human. Minkochi hated to bathe, since she would have to redo her hair and nails and reapply all of her makeup. So, in an attempt to mask her body odor, she wore loads of perfume, but the knights, especially the younger ones, began to avoid her. I already have a sweetheart. Mikochi suffered her first setback. After confessing to one of the handsome knights who had been relatively kind to her, Mikochi's dreams were beautifully crushed, and finally realized that she was being avoided. If she had taken a good look at herself and changed her mind, it might not have been so bad. Mikochi began to think that it was not I that was in the wrong, but women who seduce men who are wrong, and began to hang out with the others who had similar thoughts. Like Mikochi, these women gathered information about the knights they loved, and would inform Mikochi about it, letting her threaten those maids who had knights as lovers with her authority as a hero. Are you sure you want to have your lover sent to the front lines? PL, please, don't. Please, I'll do anything. But that was not all. She would even threaten the young knights and officials who had taken maids as their lovers. It's all right to take the maids on this trip, but the security is bad. You know, I wonder who would be better. Please. Please, she only. Then in that case, you. Do you understand? If the king of Suzuki had taken this into his hands at that point, there might not have been any lasting damage. But, since Mikochi was the hero that Suzuki had longed for, and her power was greater than any hero before, the king of Suzuki was unable to reprimand her strongly, especially given her popular support from those who did not know better. Mikochi, who had become arrogant, stopped polishing her femininity, and greedily searched out cooks who could make gorgeous cakes and dishes for her, gradually deviating from the appearance of a woman. Although the officials of Suzuki began to fear this person who had abandoned being a woman, only one person advised Mikochi as a hero. Why do you behave so poorly? If you continue so, everyone will eventually leave you. Shut up. The hero of wind, Fortalice. His casual words gave Mikochi a greater shock than she had ever thought possible. In her heart of hearts, she knew that she was drifting through this world, but she had locked herself in so tightly that she didn't notice. She had been summoned to this world unilaterally, dependent only on her own power. Being unable to ever return to Earth. Having been abducted to this world, shouldn't she be allowed to play the victim as much as she wished? Fortalice, unlike the other three otherworlder heroes, was beloved by the people, regardless of nation, even though he was weaker than they were. If he was going to become even more popular, and if he strengthened as a hero any further, then what would the point of her existence be? It was Mikochi's sole fear. Having been cut off from her family and home, and being so reliant on her own power. What? This shitty brat. The other people who were with the hero of flame were all cut to their core by my words and drew their weapons. Oh my, what an annoying bunch of adults. I smiled, covering my mouth with a half-open fan. I was just talking about pigs. Whoever said anything about you all? What the hell? A female knight who stank like an orc wearing perfume threatened me with the heavy axe she was carrying. Wait a minute, Chi-chan. What guts, little girl? You know what's going to happen if you go against us? Bounce. As her stomach jiggled, the hero of flame pointed her strange magic blade at me. Oh. That female knight is called Chi-chan? Unless the other heroes, she seems to have good relationships. Oh my, a knife that looks perfect for cutting cheese. Are you not done eating, huh? This Flamberg. For cheese. Oi, Fiatan, bring me some cheese. Yes. Now of course I'll forgive you once you kneel in front of me stark naked in the courtyard of this castle. If I thought this was an average earthling, I would find it unbearable too. Kan-chan told me she hated this person and said that she was prettier. But sorry. It seems I only heard about half of the truth. Certainly, Kan-chan was much more feminine and pretty. However, for some reason I can't find it in myself to forgive someone like that of the same sex. Kan-chan, who was pursuing femininity, probably had the same feeling. When I glanced sideways, Tina's cheeks were twitching slightly even though she maintained an emotionless expression. Well, it seems that Tina was bottling in her anger too since she liked pretty things. Well, if either Tina or I were to be their opponent, I can't be sure I can rely on my demonic powers. Fanny. Go play a little. I'll leave it to you, Fanny. NN? Okay. I left it to the only one among us who didn't see her as a person at all from the start, Fanny. Tina, sensing that I was enduring it too, also gave away the role quickly. It might not be a good result, but it would probably end better than if Tina and I did it and this country vanished. Huh? You're going to leave? Fanny, remember to go easy on them. Yes. Kill them. Even though we're like this, we're all called heroes and saints. Arg. The brawl opened with that sumo wrestler-like female knight. It looks like fat, but it's also like muscle. It might be different, or maybe it's just marbling. Maybe a mithril gauntlet. She stretched out her log-like arms as she moved to strike Fanny's face. Fanny tilted her head to dodge, and as she did so, several of her beautiful silver hairs were shredded. With an unchanging smile, Fanny kicked out by ODIN. Fanny's ogre pulverizing kick that looked incredibly light was stopped not by the female knight, but rather by the fat of the hero of flame, who shielded her. Her fat rippled up and down as it carried the shockwave, absorbing and distributing the force of Fanny's strike. Ha ha ha, your strikes are ineffective against me. So laughed the hero of flame as the thick foundation on her face cracked off in large drops with her laughter. Ah, I see. It's like the HXXX person from the end of the century. Note, Hokuto no Ken reference. Speaking of which, their appearances are similar too. To be able to absorb various things, I'm kind of impressed. Higher. Explosion. Suddenly, the female knight behind, whose skin had become thin and dry, raised her voice strangely, and incanted the aria for the typical fire spell. Explosion. Kaboom. Part of the castle was blown away by the fire and the blast, whilst Tina protected me from it, destroying the wall behind us as we jumped out of the castle. How unreasonable. Did you even think about the fact that your allies would get caught in the crossfire by your advanced fire magic? Tina, what's going on? Everyone seems lively. Ah, on the other side of all the smoke and flame was the tiny silhouette of Fanny and the hero of flame, who had flown onto the roof of the castle and continued fighting. As the screams came from all over the castle, the soldiers were left stunned by the devastation, and some of the maids sank to the floor in fear and shock, unable to move. My master, would you like a cup of tea? I guess. I sat spectating the fight at the white table that Tina plucked out of nowhere. Perhaps she's become able to use subspace storage from there. Hero's secret arts. Anyway, surprisingly strong. The hero of Flame's party seems to have pretty high combat power. Although they were all fighting as they pleased, they had good coordination. The hero of Flame saw through the fact that Fanny wasn't an ordinary person instantly and received the attack in lieu of their subordinates. They probably also knew that they were all flame resistant, so they trusted each other to survive the fire. Just eyeballing it, it seems that the battle power of the hero party was roughly equal to that of an archdemon. Purely on magic power, humans wouldn't be able to even compete with a lesser demon. So as to how humans could fight demons was because demons' battle power was directly proportional to their magic. So once they destroyed a country, for example, both their life force and battle powers would be significantly reduced. In short, it was difficult to get demons to go all out, so even humans could fight them somewhat. On the other hand, humans fought with the combined power of their body, their minds, and their magic, and even if they fought and were hurt in their full strength, their companions could heal and return again. The ultimate card on the human side was their hero, whose overall individual fighting power surpassed that of a greater demon, and their hero party, the companions whose combined powers acted as a force multiplier. My attendants were all stronger than normal greater demons, but the hero party of Flame was stronger than a normal hero party, and Fanny was being forced to limit her output. It might be a little disadvantageous for Fanny. Mistress, should I participate too? Seeing that my attendants are like this, it's likely that they're all battle frenzied. In the current situation, if I were to send one more of them out, then the twins, Noah and Nya, would also surely move. I don't want this to turn into a big incident. Also, I was lining up the various sassy lines I'd prepared, but more importantly, I wasn't going to let Fanny lose to that thing. As I gently traced the lip of the teacup with my finger, I quietly muttered to myself while I watched the red tea boil over with my feelings. Fanny, first limiter release. Yes! Exclamation mark. Without revealing her true nature as a demon, nor using her miasma or abilities, Fanny's suddenly overflowed with magic power, tossing the hero party of flames aside in an instant. Even while the hero of flames was wary of Fanny, I could see her glowering at me. "Girl, what are you doing? This is clearly not any decent human magic." Thinking that my attendants could only have the magic power of maids at most, the hero of flame might have thought that I was giving her power by some unfair means. "Oh, but you can run away if you're scared, you know. I'll keep it a secret." I drank my tea, smiling gracefully as I spoke. "Oh, it's hot." "You can't be joking." "Everyone, prepare to use the extreme magics." Yeah. It seemed that she didn't like my attitude more than Fanny's return strike and wanted to go on the offensive right away. Even though she was rotten to the core. Literally, rotting. It seems that she was going to use the large-scale destruction magic with her party. Just like a hero. But, what are you even thinking of, using a magic in a place like this? At this rate I'm totally going to have to get involved. Was it because they thought that Fanny's power was greater than I thought? If I didn't do something about this, the castle might vanish. Fanny somehow. That's no good. Oh no, Fanny's got a really good smile on. Whether she was being serious or not, Fanny was about to use spatial magic to summon magma directly from a volcano or from the mantle. If it hit, the castle would be destroyed. As I rose to my feet naturally to prevent this unnatural disaster from happening. Dragon squall. The sky became overshadowed in an instant, and the silhouette of a storm dragon appeared, pouring down a torrential rain. The massive fire magic was interrupted with a deluge, and both Fanny and the hero party aflame were soaked, blinking their eyes in puzzlement. "Princess Yerusha and Miss Minkuchi, just what are you doing to the castle of another country?" Even as Kyoji appeared, heaving heavily with the exertion of large-scale magic, he raised his eyebrows at us, scolding us both with reason. I tried to stop it. Okay, Chapter 8, I Met a Hero Part 3. The battle between the Saint of Sail and their hero of Suzaku was being treated as a minor quarrel. Not. The majority of people around us showed their true thoughts on their faces, but for now, the thought of letting the enemy know that something like a civil war happened between the countries of the light as they united to fight the dark powers was unthinkable, and for the sake of morale this story was kept to. It must be hard for adults. I couldn't say because I'm a 12-year-old kid. While I might have thoughts about human resources, well, it's someone else's job already. The fallout from the damage done to the castle was taken out of my hands, and it was decided that both the hero of Flame and Sail would pay compensation. The reason nobody asked for me to take responsibility was that the king and queen of this country, Lucille, defended me. From the perspective of the great nation's heroes, even if they're just the mayor of a town somewhere, do you have to act like the UN? If a nation joins in on acting against the forces of darkness and is an obvious victim, their opinion is mostly acceded to. Do unto others as you would have done to you. Between the violently acting heroes and the weak girls that had been chatting with the king and his wife like me, there really wasn't much to think about. It seems even sympathy can be used against people. Well, I am a demon after all. I mean really? Who could think that a gentle girl like Yuru-chan would fight such a savage brute? Your Majesty, I'm glad you believe me, although I was originally a bit angry. I don't mind anymore. After all, I was able to skip the welcome feast that they had prepared, so instead I'm eating alongside the king and queen. What's this? Isn't this more luxurious than the original spread? This is all because the cooks worked themselves ragged for you, princess. I see. Did the chefs get caught up in the fight before? At that time, they seemed so impressed and tearful at my defense. I feel like their feelings have been delivered through this dish. When eating alone with those heroes, with national pride, benefits to be gained, and nastiness abound, the mood was heart-pounding. It truly is best to have a variety of delicious things. Even for a demon, a life is best spent eating delicious things. During the meal, I was told the backstory of Minkuchi, the hero of Flame. It seems like everyone knows a little, so it might be the same as the information collected by Noah or Fanny. However, depending on their location at the time, the information coming in might be different. I have been intentionally limited in my knowledge of their heroes in Sale, so although this was a small country, actually because it was a small country, they gathered information to counter the threats of the great countries, so the information given by the king of Lusul was quite pleasing. It's like this. Her name is Minkachi, but it's obviously not a real name. It's not even like the relatively good name of Byoji-kun name. It seems like what you might use as a pseudonym to sell yourself as a net idol. That's the feel of it. It's so painful to hear that I felt chest pains. Although Kan-chan and her crew are jealous of women, they're surprisingly tolerant to girls who leave them alone. However, Minkachi seems to have created a potentially large number of enemies, as all men and all women that men like are enemies to her. Since that's the case, with what she's done to herself, that's almost everyone. As a hero, you have considerable reputation, but even for a hero, is that allowed? It seems to be the case, as the royal family of Suzaku is bowing their heads my way and asking for forgiveness. Unlike the Sale Kingdom, the royal family of Suzaku seems to have a sense of shame. Why are the current heroes so bad? I've not yet met the hero who took over for Yuki-kun, but from my understanding, they treat this world like a game according to what the good dungeon master told me, looting anything that catches their eye. However, looking into the histories, there were many good people who had been summoned as heroes. In short, after the dawn of the modern age, heroes, like them came to be. Good or evil have nothing to do with the strength of one's soul. Speaking proportionately, the soul of a human will be stronger in one who is fully faithful to their desires. The deep souls which demons love taking work for are, in a sense, people with strong souls. This may be a side effect of the humans from that world having lost their natural enemy. Without darkness on earth, souls like there can reincarnate over and over without being eaten by demons. Even the heroes seem to accept this world immediately. Well, it might not be natural to consider a summoning a kidnapping, but considering it for even a little, it's troublesome. Even after getting a reason, I think the strength is what the heroes actually care about. So, what is the strength of a hero? I think while eating buttered crab, with the case of the hero of the Holy Kingdom, who happened to be my childhood friend from back home in Atra, the basic attributes are the accommodation of the power of light spirits, and combat ability is raised by using the power of greater and greater spirits. It's like how my Yarusia body is optimized for demonic powers. I'm able to move power freely by optimizing my body with spiritual power, even to fortify the body itself. That's why even if you have the power of 10 greater demons in one place, it's able to compare to an archdemon in pure combat power. However, I don't think that the hero of the Holy Kingdom would be able to be on par with an archdemon. It's pitiful to compare them with Kyoji, who's been a hero for more than 10 years, but I can still feel the difference in strength between Atra's hero and Tess's hero. So, what's the difference? I continue to think while eating a cut of sautéed salmon. It's not fighting strength, but power. There's also the existence of this world's unique mysterious hero arts, born from the long history of relying on heroes. However, I think that only has a meaning in that it makes battle more convenient. The magic of the level up raises the hero's power, and in the early stages you move from Cypress Pole to Iron Sword. But after leveling fully as a hero, would a difference of that degree matter? The Minkachi party members are so strong that they couldn't be compared to the other citizens. The magic used by Kyoji, Dragon Squall, is also fairly high-level magic that could rain down on large enemies if used normally. Kan-chan also easily used powerful magic that a mage would dedicate decades to train, and also used game-like sword techniques. I think that this world's unique power is skills. It's a useful thing to be able to use any skill quickly just by learning it. A unique thing on this world held by neither Earth nor Atra. I won't deny the use of skills. With some training, you would get the appropriate skill, which is the case in any world, but oh, this carrot is a sweet one. In this world alone, if you develop a skill, there's almost no chance of failure. For example, it should be impossible for the body to move freely just by acquiring skill in Kenjutsu. Even if you don't use a measuring spoon for cooking, how about knowing the right amount to add only by hand? Even if general skills are understandable, there are special skills such as appraise, where even if you have no knowledge, they can understand the name and status of anything they see. Besides, aren't I complaining too much about a lack of benefits as a demon? Yoki-kun told me that these skills, along with the hero's secret arts, were said to have been created in the past by ancient sorcerers by sacrificing their lives. I can understand that. It's superficially similar to defensive support magic. I can be convinced that the special support of the hero's secret arts is that, but I can't understand how the heroes can learn ordinary magic and weapon skills, and that ordinary people can gain them without any problems. I can't be convinced that there's a system in this world where anyone can learn these skills. To do that, there would need to be a system to manage the skills of the whole population. No world is normally like that. If that's the case, after creating the hero's secret art, it would be strange that nothing like a supercomputer was made to manage it, or something like a magical management system was created. Of course, I don't think it's a god. Seriously, it doesn't feel like I'll be fighting something like New God Tokyo. Oh, what did you think of Yeru-chan? Nothing. A murderer's soul was in this one. I feel much better now. Yeah, I'm fine. Northern potatoes really are delicious, for the time being. In conclusion, it might be easier to deal with the skills than deal with the heroes. Chapter 10. I Got Lost Part 1. A gathering of heroes from all over the world, and my group, will be leaving this country for the battlefield tomorrow. Due to the bad relations between the heroes, we won't be leaving at the original time. It can't be helped. I wasn't originally planning to be a mediator, but we're surrounded by people who enshrine the hero groups at least a little, and we aren't leaving right away due to the hero of wind being late. It's going to be a privilege to be keeping these heroes together. If all goes well, we'll depart next morning. It couldn't be helped, since the wind hero still hasn't come. I'm really not liking the feeling of Yoki-kun's replacement as a hero. Well, he was only summoned a year ago while he was still a junior high school student, so even with the knowledge that you're responsible for protecting the world, he might not have internalized it yet. And, as it often does, information came from a strange place. Yeah, Russia, I've received a message from Richard. It seems that a message has been given to Noah from the elder Lich Richard, the dungeon master in the northern dwarven state, but I'm not sure of the contents. The hero of wind has been caught in a honey trap. What does he mean by that? Honestly, I can't tell the meaning. Slowly looking back to Noah to voice my thought, Noah, still wearing the fine butler's garb provided by my ducal house, smiled in a meaningful manner before gesturing grandly. It seems that he fell in love at first sight with the elven granddaughter of one of the Dungeon Masters Association's members. Was that a coincidence? Why are you making an all according to plan face? Dungeon Masters can be human beings as well as demons, so it's possible. Besides, the boys on Earth seem to have a strange obsession with elves. The members of the Dungeon Masters Association, including Richard, are now planning to attack the hero of wind on his aircraft, so it's fine to leave it as it. They all seem to have spent a lot of money on this. I see. First of all, send about 100 gold coins to that grandmother or granddaughter. Call it a business expense. It will be done. It's definitely not a bribe. Just don't look too hard. I'm not completely sure if it will work, but I'm not particularly interested in the hero of wind, so it won't matter if I leave them as is. Speaking of which, wasn't there a registered dungeon master who was robbed by the hero of wind a little ago? I'll just let them settle their grudge themselves. I had taken over the association on a whim, but it's good to know that it's working out well. Also, are you doing a signing? Don't try to get tickets for free. I don't have anything else to do, so let's train a little. In the dawn hours of the next morning, we were at last preparing to leave. From here on out, we would be serving the important role of opportunistic fighters who would enter the battlefield as an assault unit. Princess Yerushia. Yes, Kyoji-sama. Since the hero of wind didn't explain why he didn't come, I was going to separate from Kyoji and was supposed to be in charge of my own area, He doesn't have a reason to speak to me right now. Did he want to say goodbye? Tilda? He's together with a woman I don't recognize. I'm glad you're still here. Before I leave, there is someone I would like to introduce to you, Yerushia. Hi. Nice to meet you, Yerushia-sama. I am the coordinating officer in charge of managing the heroes, Sephira, General Staff of the Allied Forces Operations Headquarters. Ah, I see, so she's their minder? If you think about countries on Earth, she seems to be from an organization like the United Nations. Pleased to meet you, Sephira-sama. I'm Yerushia, my Yerushia-sama. I'm from but a humble merchant noble house in a small country. There's no need to address me so formally, she said as she bows lightly, an embarrassed smile on her face. She seemed to be in her early 20s, holding herself in a straight posture, and when I return a smile, she seemed to sway slightly. I would say that based on her face, 6 or 7 out of 10 people would say she's beautiful. Well, at least she still looked human. I'm more like a doll. Anyways, she definitely had an appearance that men would not object to. Foo. I can feel her fear of my appearance. Still, I can't help but wonder what such a beauty would be doing as the coordinator of all the heroes. When I began to worry about her stare and smile at me, she waved her hand like how I saw from older sisters and turned away to look behind us. Yes. Please come on out as well, Minkachi-sama. Sure. At Sephira's call, the hero of fire came out from the shadows of the surrounding forest. To be honest, I had seen her there from the beginning due to the mass sticking out from the side of the tree trunk, but I could read the atmosphere and put on a surprised face. As Minkachi reluctantly came out, she spat on the ground while giving me and Fanny a glare. Before my disgust could even register, although it's overflowing from Tina behind me, Sephira gives out a light sigh. Matilda, please be civil, Minkachi-sama. I know that the two of you had a fight, but you are the older one, so acting this way is no good. And now, Sephira is acting like we're cute little sisters. Hold on, Sephira-san, why are you taking that attitude with this person? Or, I just can't help it if Sephira is the one saying that. I thought that, given her character, Minkachi would be angry. I definitely didn't expect a gleaming smile return to Sephira. A woman liked by everyone. I could have sworn that she would be a target of hatred by Minkachi. Are you good as well, Yerushia-sama? Yeah. Should I give up my goal as mediator? Or should I praise her skills? I had just obediently nodded, and even the suspicious Kyoji just gave a wry laugh. Embarrassment showing on his face. The atmosphere is so nice. What is this power? If it would please you, Yerushia-sama, would you listen to my request? What is it? Whether it's strength or something else, answering Sephira's requests seems natural. Your servants, could they attack the enemy forces as planned, while Yerushia-sama, as their saint, can heal the refugees? In other words, I'd be working alone separated from my servants. And, right as I'm about to say, I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse, Sephira looks me straight in the eye. Her eyes were still just as pretty as before, but her behavior and the atmosphere around us changed into something like, don't refuse Sephira's request. I understand. Thank you so much. Yerushia-sama truly is a saint. I think that all of the refugees will be really happy now too. Sephira responds with a big, innocent smile. This doesn't feel right. I don't feel particularly strange, but I feel like this should have gone differently. Well, the reason my little ones are accepting is because it's their best use, and since I have no issues of strength when alone. However, in this place I feel like I'm following a script. Does that make any sense? Also, Yerushia-sama will be escorted by our soldiers, so please don't feel inconvenienced. Sure. Wow, this area is really like going with the flow. It just feels natural to do the right thing. Probably because I'm so narrow-minded, it can't be helped. So I ask my followers to move my packages to another carriage. Hey, Yerushia-sama. Fanny, what's happened? Sephira is still among us, and the atmosphere hasn't changed at all since her appearance, with Fanny's unchanging smile in the background adding a sense of uncomfortableness to the situation that I haven't felt in a long time. Why are you dressed in women's clothing, Sephira? Seriously, that is not the thing to say in this situation. Tarusa, one of the small dragon kingdoms occupied by the forces of darkness, in the capital, all able-bodied people, including the king and captain of the guard, were executed without exception. And although the general population was allowed to leave their houses, most of those were mercilessly killed. Even in the city outskirts, women and children had fled the area. The farmers beyond the outskirts were, however, left without violence. It may be the case that the forces of Darkness group had attacked this land, but the only occupants were the Dark Elves and the Beastmen armies. When the country of their hated human enemies was first defeated, there were officers who would attempt to attack women or slaughter indiscriminately, all of which were corrected by the hands of the Dark Elf princesses. The dark forces which took this land were led by the Dark Elf twins, as well as the youngest prince of the Beast Nation. In the king's castle, no humans were present. A small beast-like child was sitting on the throne. Was this child the prince of the Beast Nation? This army had assembled by Nefertiti, first princess of the Dark Elves, with the expectation that they would lose, and despite the little ones being victorious, not even a single beast-eared maiden surrounded him to take care of him. Hair as black as night all throughout, he looked like a little toddler with cute cat ears, sitting with their eyes closed, although not curling up on the throne. In this place with no others, two small, similar-looking figures appear without a sound. Glossy black skin and long ears. Gold and silver hair colors. When the twin princesses, holding a bear and rabbit plushie, each came to stand before the throne, they held something which looked like a glowing fruit, and quietly bowed her head. "Today's offering for you, our god," as they softly spoke. Behind a slowly opening eyelid, dark eyes with platinum cat-like slits glowed ominously. Chapter 11. I Got Lost Part 2. Yeah, Russia-sama, please allow me to be your guide as continue on towards the refugees. Sure, thank you very much, Sephira. It seems Sephira will be my guide, while we travel to the refugee camp area. She. Well, maybe not strictly she, but I'll use that for convenience. She's been giving suggestions to the staff, rather than orders. The various male soldiers are swooning, giving off a feeling of it can't be helped. How impressive, in more ways than one. Sephira, what exactly do you have packed into your extra-sized chest? Is it hopes and dreams? Is it love? Meat? Are they cut-up melons? Remodeling? Fanny, while unloading my packages, dropped a bomb with a straight face. The words said are surprising, but, Fanny-chan, what's with your appraising eye all of a sudden? Is it a demonic ability? As a nightmare, can you just do that? For that matter, I wasn't even talking to you just now, right? I feel like my children have gradually deviated from the category of archdemon. I hope they will grow up into devils if they can. Who do they even resemble with their actions, I wonder? I'm still not sure what kind of remodeling was needed to pack those full of dreams. Sephira looks completely natural even to my eyes. Anyways, back on topic. My thought on my growth as a woman. While I am interested in such things since I'm a young woman of age, I don't think about chest armor like middle school boys do at all hours. For that matter, my mother's set of armor was only enough for small arms fire. However, my aunt on my father's side had chest defenses that would stand up to tank rounds. I seem to be getting my looks from the other side, but I hope that in the future, even if I have less defense in that area, I will at least have the security and stability of a car airbag. I'm not sure why, but I'm suddenly craving soy milk. It's said that the ingredients in it are effective when taken during growth. Yeah, Russia-sama, are you okay? I was just musing on the relationship between vehicle safety and soybeans. Wow, what a difficult thing you're thinking about. I can guarantee to you that our carriages are safe. Sephira gives her response with a smile as bright as a sunflower. In every way, she seems like a woman, unlike Kan-chan, who perfectly portrays the stereotypes of a woman. Sephira seems to be more natural. While a part of me thinks how she acts is off, the other just agrees that it's how an ordinary girl would act. Well, I'm sure I could think of something, but I just realized that I don't actually care. Well then, yeah, Russia-sama, we've set everything up. Everything is all according to your wishes." The 4 servants lined up with Noah to deliver the news. Noah had that smile again. But, surely, he won't be deciding to do strange things again? Actually, in this situation am I the lady who swoons about everyone going off to war? I'm sure I have nothing to worry about. Yaru-chan, will you be fine on your own rather than me? I'm concerned about Tuka and Mizuki going to the battlefield from here on out. I give smiles to the other group which came to see me off. Standing before me were Tuka and Mizuki. Oh, and Diki and Futa were off to the sides due to their fear of more training. While I'm not worried about them in terms of strength, I'm worried that those 2 girls will be surrounded by bad boys from now on. Noah and Fanny are the same as ever, staying right next to me even though I don't need bodyguards. What's this? For some reason, Tina looks frustrated. This kid, is she worried about her job since she's not great at being a maid? I give Tina a smile to cheer her up. Tina's cheeks start to redden as she closes her eyes, leaning towards me while pushing out her lips. So, since she's asking, I stuff 5 slimy octopus legs from storage into her mouth. I really don't understand the appeal. Though I've kept them for a while, I just don't like it. Now then, shall we be off? Sapphira? Sure, she stutters, after seeing me smile like nothing happened while Tina looked like a squirrel as her cheeks puff out as she scrapes off the octopus slime. It looks like Sapphira's composure has been broken for the first time. So, how long until we reach the refugees? Oh, my great apologies. I forgot that I hadn't told you. At the moment, I'm traveling alone in a carriage with Sapphira. With us are 30 soldiers of the International Allied Forces who are all subordinates of Sapphira. Of course, while there are a small number of women among them, since they were high energy, it was decided that only the 2 of us would ride in the carriage for the sake of comfort. I wonder what I should do to pass the time. I wonder, does everyone else know about her? I wonder if it's just considered more acceptable here. And so, some of them decided to stay soldiers to protect them. Ah, I missed her answer. In a nutshell, the refugees have been split into camps of about 1,000 people each, with about 1 to 2% of each being made up of the injured or ill. Actually, is this like Make-A-Wish as an idol? I haven't practiced recently. Will I need to sing well? I haven't ever sung. So, I've been thinking recently. While the knowledge from other words may be convenient, are the people actually happy? Oh, the topic has changed again. With my special ability as a demon, even while I'm thinking, I can kindly smile and nod whenever the story pauses, changing the subject seamlessly. Maybe it's not demonic. How could it be otherwise? This world has the benefit of skills. People both rich and poor all benefit from skills equally. With skills, there is almost no chance of failure. It truly is a world of equality. It seems that Sapphira is excited by the idea. However, it just doesn't translate. I can understand what she's trying to say, but skills aren't equal. Since general skills can be gained with effort, I would agree. But with the idea of skill levels, isn't there inequality in that the products are all the same for each level? In a world where natural talent and sense are ignored, culture will decline. If culture declines, the worth of their souls goes down. If their soul's value goes down, the quality of the diets for demons goes down as well. Earth was also on the edge of a cliff, spiritually, and it seems that this world isn't very good either. For food. Bandits, yeah, Russia-sama. Yeah, I heard it. Suddenly, it seems bandits have come out. There really are a lot near the battlefield. Perhaps they're the same farmers who haven't been able to eat as they normally would. While I think about that, Sapphira opens the door of the carriage after a knock. Sapphira-sama, they seem to be well armed. We can handle them. Probably. Is it deserters? How difficult. Ah, is that what it is? If they deserted the battlefield on a platoon or squadron scale and the command structure remains, it would be like fighting against an army, although that depends on their numbers. More so, looking at the middle-aged man who came to report. He doesn't seem used to hard work or rough times. Should I deal with them? At my words, the man looks between me and Sapphira in surprise. Such a thing. There is no need. As a saint, Russia-sama does not need to put herself into such a dangerous situation. Wait. No. There is a system that blesses heroes with battle skills, so isn't it embarrassing to say things like that? I could just defeat all their bandits with one shot, but if you don't want that, you'll still be safer than the bandits if you accept my protection. Actually, No, it can't be done. How could we have such a beautiful princess as Hierashi-sama do such a thing? Please, leave this to us. We will protect this carriage with our lives. Without listening to my complaints, Sephira gets off the carriage, completely ignoring me. The door is swiftly closed, the sound of a lock clicking into place immediately after. Hey, I can't get out of there. Normally wouldn't the door lock from the inside? Kaya. All of a sudden, the carriage starts moving at high speed. That scream seemed to come from a manly voice. Rather, what happened? Are they really rushing through with only this carriage? As the wagon kept on moving forward, swaying from side to side, I opened up the small window on the front to the driver's seat, and saw one of the soldiers moving the reins of the carriage with a fearful face. Hey, driver, it's useless, he can't seem to hear me. There also only seems to be one soldier. After I close the small window again, I sit down on the couch with a sigh. Didn't they say they would guarantee my safety? I wonder if I should just destroy the carriage and go outside. I'm craving tea, but there is no convenient Tina or Fanny to bring out a full set out of nowhere at any location. Beyond that, the carriage is shaking too much, and when I open my mouth, I ended up biting my tongue. The suspension clearly isn't working. Where the heck are we going? After 10 or 15 minutes, I open up the small window again to see what's happening. Jahua! I heard the soldier and horse scream out, and the carriage swayed and jolted to a stop. It's over. As I got up, instinctually holding my backside, I heard a bestial roar from outside. No good. Soldier-san, are you okay? Rather than the sound of the soldier getting up. It seems like that was his scream as he immediately ran away. Seriously? What kind of soldier leaves their escort and runs away? Rather, I wonder if that soldier will be able to survive alone, since we're surrounded by beasts. It really would have been better to stay with me. Maybe it's because of the propaganda from Sale calling me a saint, but I seem to be treated like a decorative doll. It's a little frustrating. After a moment, the roars of the surrounding beasts calmed down. I quietly put my hand on the carriage door handle, the brass handle breaking with a flash. As soon as I take a step out, a group of dozens of wolf-like monsters that surround the carriage begin to scream in seeming fear, as the birds from the surrounding forest scatter in all directions at the sound. I went and did it again. I didn't mean to overwhelm all the animals in the forest. Wait, forest? Where am I? Chapter 12. I got lost. Part 3. Okay, let's calm down. I was so surprised I had forgotten to breathe. Well, not that I actually need to breathe. I usually do because of my experience as a human, but it can be difficult to keep reminding my servants to stay in the habit of breathing like humans. I take a deep breath, even though it doesn't matter. Now, what should I do? Looking around again, it seemed like a normal forest. However, because this is a different world from Earth and Atra, there are some differences in the vegetation. I wonder what sort of evolution would lead to leaves shaped like hearts. Luckily, it isn't dark out since the sun is still high in the air, but with so many tall trees, you can't tell which side the sun is shining unless it falls further. By the way, even with the sun shining bright, the forest right now has a presence such that any creature smarter than a bug would run away, with even wind spirits avoiding this forest of death. A small squirrel-like creature that had latched onto the carriage had fallen over, spasming, foam coming out of its mouth and its eyes rolled back in its head. Who could do such a terrible thing? I suppose I should go. Even if I just sat here, there's no guarantee that Sephira would come to pick me up. She had been pulled away from her followers and officers who left with the Sale Country group, leaving with only a humble escort, all while promising safety. I almost suspect that it was on purpose. In order to walk through the woods, I reduced the size of the heels in my shoes and my skirt transformed from a shin length to a knee length. I unlatched the horses from the carriage and threw out more killing intent towards the woods so that they would not be attacked until they woke. Please don't run away, rescue teams. Now. I wouldn't be going into the forest without a plan. I don't know where the carriage got off the road, but at least this is a place where a horse-drawn carriage can go, and it seems that there are tracks from the wheels as well. If I follow them, it should lead me somewhere. Foo-fa-foo, it's all coming together. Oh, also, my style for today is my typical black and silver dress. As for the platinum backless dress, since it's a noble dress, I might wear it to a night party, but I have no guts to wear that kind of thing in the middle of the day. Like how my black-silver dress can be transformed into a choker or shawl, the platinum dress seems to be enchanted as well. What is it at the moment, you ask? Right now, the dress is taking the form of a set of ebony earrings. They're pretty cute and are my current favorites. As I lightly pulled at them with my fingertips, they turned into a lace veil covering me from head to shoulders. This should eliminate the risk of my hair catching on a branch as I move. Finished preparing, I followed the tracks of the wheels. After a few minutes of walking and enjoying the forest greenery, I quickly got bored and really wanted to fly, but I can't risk someone seeing me flying with my wings out. It would be troublesome to have my demonic traits discovered, since everyone thinks I'm like an angel. I'd die of shame. Since I had no other choice, I jogged through the forest at the slow speed of about 100 kilometers per hour and reached the mountain road quickly. The road splits into 5 ways. Which one? When did this happen? What country could decide to make such a crossroads? Phew tilde. I'm no wise sage, but I chopped up a tree nearby to sit on the stump and think. Even if this is clearly not the main road, surely it isn't only used by locals who know the directions. If a merchant was going this way, is there something like a signpost that tells them where to go? Somehow, I had a foreboding feeling as I looked at the stump I was sitting on. I stood up without a sound and swiftly placed the tree back to where it originally was before walking around to the other side where I figured something was written, and I saw it. This will work. I was able to get to a village-like place after about an hour after I started to look. I saw one of the villagers. A young man by the looks of him. Hiya, welcome to the village of Kanpei. Something's not quite right here. North of the large mountain range is a small village of about 300 people called Kanpei Village. Kanpei Village is famous for its specialty, which is potatoes, its notable export, which is potatoes, and its staple food, which is potatoes. It's quite far from the capitals of any countries, and is bothersome to take over, leaving it as a peaceful and quiet village. Despite how close it was to the land of darkness, they had been left alone. Headsman, please let's buy more medicine. Our village is rarely attacked. The owner of the general store and the village head speak with a serious tone. It was a quiet village, but the situation changed completely after the neighboring country fell to the forces of darkness. A large number of refugees from the neighboring lands with money were taken into refugee camps, where they would receive food and medical care. But those who fled with only the clothes on their back were turned away, and, after a period of wandering, ended up in a remote village like Kanpei Village. About 150 people came to the village. 150 people added to a village that originally only had 300. It was clearly overcrowded. The supplies of potatoes which weren't sent to support the war were running low, and more than half of the refugees were injured or sick, and there wasn't enough medicine to support them. There wasn't enough space to live. The headman and other villagers went to the nearest city for several days to beg for assistance at the office of the Allied forces in charge of the refugee camps, but the clerk wouldn't see them, and it seemed like the only way to get anything would be to provide a bribe. Having carts what were only full of potatoes to offer for the war effort, the headsman was without money and came back to the village without assistance. To another problem. It had taken a few weeks to travel back and forth to the city. During that time, some of the more seriously injured people had passed away, and some of the families were complaining about the work the villagers had been providing for free. Of course, most of the refugees thanked the villagers and took the lead in helping with the work in the village. Also, it seemed like the hooligans who wouldn't work had gotten bored with eating the same meals every day and had begun to harass the villagers taking care of them to give them meat. If that's the case, what is Butler Sama going to do about it? If we refuse to get them, things will get even worse. One day, an old gentleman had appeared in the village. The old man dressed in fine butler clothes with no traveling cloak or luggage and looked for all purposes to have simply come by during a stroll. When he appeared, he took away the dead bodies, removed their families and delinquents who constantly complained, and quickly returned the town to order. The old gentleman, at the thanks of the village headsman, simply smiled calmly, without even giving his name. When the villagers took to respectfully calling him Butler Sama and asked him why he came to such a village, he responded saying that he was searching for a noble Oju Sama and had just dropped by for a quick meal. "Excuse me, headsman, what happened, John?" As the village head was discussing with the general store owner, Kawajashi Imahata's third son John barged in through the back door. Something black and golden. "It looks like the princess has come here." "What?" "Hiya. Welcome to the village of Kanpei. Is this villager A?" He just repeated the same thing he said at the entrance of the village. What a scene. It doesn't look to be in a good situation here at all. When I looked around me, all the surrounding villagers averted their eyes when I looked their way or ran out somewhere. Why do they always run? Hello there, Oji-san. I greeted a middle-aged farmer that had passed across the street from us. "What's up, miss?" as the man approached without a thought. He took off his straw hat and stiffened the moment he saw my face, his eyes darting back and forth as if terrified. "It's been quite a while since this has happened." "Oji-san, are you okay?" "Yeah, sorry, miss, it's just the first time I've seen a city beauty, so I was just surprised." Thank you then. It doesn't feel like a compliment." Rather than that, is this boy I'm with okay? Does he know villager Ray who keeps repeating the same line?" He looks over to him. Taro-san. He came with the recent arrival of refugees, and couldn't speak at all, until he had a conversation with Butler Sama. Now he's become such a serious person. "Is that so? I'm not sure it's okay to leave that under the one-word description of serious." Butler Sama. While he was speaking normally, he said a word that piqued my interest. "Indeed, he has become the savior of this village." "Really?" "Oh, he's right over there." When I turned around at the man's words, I saw a slim man of medium build, aged in about his 60s. Atop his head was a luscious full head of grayed hair. Far from the landscape of potato fields, he wore a single monocle and fine butler garbs. The old butler who you might automatically call Sebastian seemed to have seen me and walked over with an unearthly quiet smile and strange step, letting loose a fofofo. "What? Have I seen that somewhere before?" "Yeah, Russia-sama, it's been a long time." Chapter 13, I Got Lost Part 4. I remember him from somewhere. Not here. It wasn't Idra at my home, the Holy Kingdom, or, more correctly, I didn't feel that spiritual connection. Maybe geese, as expected, miss. Appetizing, that, if I looked at it closely, it wasn't the same man as Yuzu's grandfather, but that's no surprise. How did that happen? When did he learn humanization? Not contacting me for so long. What is this child doing? It's hard to call it this child now. Well, isn't this a good thing? This is my fourth life. And now, for me, Russia is now both my master and my young lady. Well, that's quite true. As I was now, I would be hard-pressed to say that I have any sense of being Yuzu at all. Still, it was difficult to instruct Geese as he was now. It's almost like the feeling one gets toward their chaperone. I have taken up the setting of being Rin-sama's butler. At Rin-sama's instructions, I have come to pick up Lady Russia. Setting, wait. What? Rin's not in human form by any chance, is he? No. It'll be good to give Rin a vessel soon. What's Onzada-kun doing, then? No way. Ho 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 ho. That's a story for later. Since we don't have time now, could I have Lady Russia help in healing the refugees? Somehow, I was relieved at the demon-like change in topic. Well, I was one too, but having the attributes of a former human made the spiritual life form called a devil be less restricted, and sometimes even allow us to act with human common sense. Still, the number one priority was that of food. I don't know why we didn't have time, but if the extra refugees were already there, I had no qualms healing them. It wasn't entirely bad to advertise my name given that it came originally from my work. Which reminds me, I saw a group of humans hunting someone in the forest. I don't know who they were trying to hunt. Either way, Lady Yerushia, you've been a bit too carefree lately. I was prodded in a slightly sore spot. On it I had my parents, and on Earth there were Yuzu's family. I respected their needs and lived modestly, but since I didn't have to worry about that here on Tess, I've really cut loose. I might have overdone it and made a few too many enemies. I don't know which of my enemies were here, so I needed to be careful. I would live a righteous and upright life as a demon. Geese, you're really just here to be my chaperone, aren't you? Let there be light. The light of the holy magic spread out softly and healed the ill and injured children. What? It moved. It doesn't hurt anymore. The children, who had been led by Geese to this public square-like space, stood up with uncomprehending expressions and smiles. This lady healed all of us. As the children's eyes followed the words of the slightly tense mayor, I gave them a small smile. Does it hurt? No. It's okay now. Thank you, miss. Their shining eyes and the pure love I could feel was very cute. Children were obedient and nice. Because they're not afraid of me at all. But the adults refused to even meet my gaze. Looking at it, why were they able to interact with Geese so normally? You princess. Well, oh, what's the matter? As the village chief's trembling voice called out to me, I replied to him with equal parts tenderness and pride. Now that I mention it, it seems that the Holy Church here has been charging the townspeople high fees under the pretext of tithes. In any case, I'm not hard up for money in any sense. Although Sale was giving us a sum of money to move around, my own profits from selling my scalp treatment, my magic, etc., was enough to buy me a home in the royal capital. I met Saphira and came up with a new business idea. Fufafu. I wonder if this is the result of Yuzu's sensibilities. But, to take money from those that don't have it? As I smiled gently at him, the village chief swallowed with a gulp, and finally opened his mouth as if he'd finally come to a decision. Would you please withdraw your angel of light? I understand. When I first got here and tried healing the children, some of the people tried to get themselves healed first, or that because of my lateness, I would have to compensate them if their injuries got worse. It's not like you really need it at all if you have the energy to complain. Geese, did you really let them? Well, as you said, there might have been more of them. Even then, I healed them all equally because I was being kind. I used their Feast of Blessings properly. Also, it seems that their Feast of Blessings I used is a little different from usual. A regular Feast of Blessings would give divine protection to many people at the same time and would split the power to heal their wounds, strengthen their bodies, and gradually ward off disease. But this Feast of Blessings poured a huge amount of magic power into healing, with the surplus turning into a spirit of light, and this unscrupulous angel of light gave out a large amount of divine protection. When acquired for the first time, it would heal the weak, so that was okay. But when someone was poor but healthy, it was as effective as chugging a certain famous nutrient drink by the mug wholesale, and so those people who were energetic enough to be complaining, were all convulsing on the floor while bleeding from their noses in healthiness. It became a vicious cycle where the angels of light would be clinging to them, giving them more divine protection since they thought the people were still unwell. It was an unfortunate accident. We understand, but please put an end to it quickly. As I mumbled while staring into the distance, the village chief finally put in a straight man reply. Geese and I went out to see the whole village. I wasn't accepting alms, but the children made me offerings of potatoes. However, because I had so much leftovers, I gave them about 1 ton of dried seaweed in return. This will improve their nutritional balance. The seaweed production from Atra is small, and on Earth and Tess, seaweed production is mainstream, so as one of the truths of the universe, giving seaweed wasn't a problem at all. As I kept taking out seaweed endlessly from the pocket of my dress, I felt a little scared too, but I'm alright. I think salted seaweed is an excellent partner for steamed potatoes. So Geese, just whose hunting party was that in the forest, and who were they? Yes madam. Apparently, they were adventurers hired directly and not through the guild. It seems that the client hid their face in a hood, and did not give a name, but they said that it sounded like a young woman. However, I'm not sure why you're requesting to know about that particular thing right now. Thuan, it just gets more and more suspicious. They probably thought that they could do it given that it was just a single noble lady. The question is, why did they try to kill me? Certainly, I'm making some very remarkable moves, but I don't think that it's entirely out of the frame expected from a saint, that Sale has acknowledged. I don't think that they were trying to send these adventurers to their deaths, nor was it because they thought I was a demon. Were they trying to probe out my power, or was the existence of the saint itself a hindrance? We don't have enough information. Yes, if only we had Miss Fanny and her abilities as a nightmare, it would have been different. It was only after I was without the four of them that I realized just how capable they were, but them being close also has its own problems. It seems that my escort knights and friends were pretty decent when it didn't involve me. No, it's just my imagination, maybe. Yeah, that's definitely the case. And so, Rin and the others. Yes. There was also that. There was a bit of information that Lady Yerushia had been looking for about Rin Sama. Poof. What? Gegor, are you getting jealous? Suddenly Geese turned into the teddy bear. I lifted it up and shook it, but Geese only went, "Gore," and tilted its neck cutely, and there was no sign at all the can-do old butler that was there previously. Darn your useless cuteness. What happened to Rin? What was the information? Did you run out of time, so you couldn't keep your human form any longer? I thought that it was funny that its magic power hadn't changed at all from that of a greater demon, even after taking on a human form. Tell me that Ferit Gegor. Geese separated from my dejected self, and climbed a tree with its short limbs, offering me several blood-red mushrooms he found. No, I don't need these ugly mushrooms. Gore. Well, it's not that delicious. There were many things I wanted to say, but I held it in for when I saw Rin again. As it was, I was in a situation not unlike that of a fairy tale, where a girl was being guided by a teddy bear into a forest. In fact, while we were running at 300 kilometers per hour in the cold forest of the northern countries, Geese hungrily devoured all of the monsters that he ran into, and it was quite a scene. And so, a few hours later, we arrived at the castle occupied by the forces of darkness. Chapter 14, The Hero's Secret Arts Part 1. The royal capital of Talusa, which had been occupied by the forces of darkness, was nowhere near as desolate as one would imagine it to be. On the contrary, it seemed to have hardly changed at all. Of course, since the flow of goods has been stopped and supplies stagnated, it wouldn't be fair to compare it to their original vibrancy. But the citizens continued to roam the town, and children played in the alleys. Actually, it seems as though security has improved. Although it was a royal capital before, there would have been some unscrupulous types in the back alleys back then. It seems that the Dark Elves and Beastmen soldiers were actually patrolling this royal capital. The residents were scared because they were invading soldiers, but the children, who were unprejudiced unlike the adults, would only look at them curiously. On the other side, the soldiers all wore featureless expressions. It seems that they were shy of and somewhat scared of the twin princesses of the Dark Elves. The two of them, who had long been oppressed and neglected by others, had no malice towards humans. In fact, they even banned the army from harming the population. Of course, there were some officers who tried to rebel against their orders to try pillaging and plundering the goods and women, but all of them were cruelly killed by the princess's plushie, and the rest of the soldiers obeyed out of fear. What's going on? In the midst of these soldiers was a female Dark Elf knight named Ira. She was 100 this year. Though in human maturity, she's about 20 years old, and she had grown up listening to the elders and her parents in her village speak about how ugly and mean humans were. She had been told by them about the time where the cowardly heroes had tricked and trapped them in this frigid land, but they were talking about an event 1,000 years ago with the air of someone who had been there, when the Dark Elves only had about 500 years lifespan. This was a commonplace occurrence among the forces of darkness, and in every village, children who grew up this way would naturally become embittered towards humans. Tira was puzzled. No matter how horrible the human race was, as a knight serving the royal family, she harbored no ill intent toward the inhabitants. Still convinced that the humans were terrible, she was afraid to get involved with the residents since she had been forbidden from manhandling them. However, since her long ears and glossy brown skin were rare to see, the human children followed behind her every time she appeared. According to the standard knowledge from the other world, it was traditional for female dark elven knights to wear armor with high exposure, and even while the children patted her skin, she was helpless to retaliate and could only remain mutely embarrassed. If that had been all, it would have still been all right, but recently, since she'd been taking care of the younger children, one of the boys, a lovely 10-year-old, had started giving her passionate looks. Tira was incredibly shy being looked at by those sparklingly pure and innocent eyes, but still, it wasn't all that bad. Gradually, though, she began to talk to the boy, and they chatted with each other about their troubles. "I have a younger sister, but she catches colds easily." "I see. Nobody was starving in this country since their staple potatoes were abundant and could be preserved. But since the distribution of goods stopped, their diets began to suffer, and younger children became more vulnerable to catching a cold. So, when I grow up, I'm going to be a cook and open my own restaurant and serve delicious meals with my wife." "Is that so?" At the boy's burning gaze and mention of the word wife, she had a fleeting image of herself standing in a store with the grown-up version of the boy, but Tira shook her head, annoyed with herself for having joined in his delusions. Still, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to have a chance in 10 years, since she was an elf. Tira, whose brown skin was tinged slightly red even while she swam in her own delusions, suddenly heard screaming coming from a distance away. It's my sister's voice." "What?" As Tira and the boy headed into the dark alleyway where they heard the screaming, they saw two men carrying an unconscious girl that was about 4 or 5 years old. "What are you doing, Jay?" "It's a dark elf." "Don't get closer." The human men looked at Tira, pointing their knives at the little girl. Let go of my sister." "Shut up." "Because of these guys, I haven't been able to make any money." These obviously rabble-looking men were people from the underbelly of this nation. Tira and the knights were barred from touching the humans, but they were told to hunt criminals down actively. Since abusing innocents was punishable, the soldiers could kill offenders to blow off their stress. There was no trial allowed nor excuses taken. As a result, a certain portion of the citizenry were grateful to them, whereas the criminals who had gotten away by bribing the police were getting reported, and the underworld was unable to do anything about it. "In order to escape from this country, we need money." As the men began to confess even without being prompted, their plan was to abduct children, flee to another nation, and then sell the children. "Wouldn't it have been easier to kidnap children where you're escaping to?" "Shut up." "Ah, and they were short-tempered criminals too." "Human criminal, let go of the child quietly." "Don't get any closer, or this kid gets it." Tsch. As Tira hesitated, the men who thought that the dark elf wouldn't care about the child were astonished for a moment, but as understanding hit them, their faces spread with vulgar smiles. "You're a pretty woman, dark elf. If you don't want this kid to get hurt, drop your weapons. No, take off all of your armor and clothes." "We're going to sell you too, after we do you, of course." What?" Tira hid her bare upper body and thighs with her arms, even as she was being ogled, and she begrudged the Demon King of a millennium ago for adopting this high-exposure armor. Sister. Should she endure humiliation of being like this in front of the boy, or abandon the boy's sister and defeat these underhanded men? If it had been even a little while ago, she would surely have abandoned the girl while she raged at the cowardly men. But Tira smiled at the boy gently and began to throw away her weapons. There was a sudden grating sound in the air. Nothing changed. There wasn't anything strange at all about the sound. However, everyone present felt chills and shivered. There was definitely something that was approaching. They didn't know why they felt chills over that something, but when their heads ratcheted to face it like rusted tin dolls, they saw something that should have been impossible. Golden hair that glistened in the sun, A black and silver dress with a luster that they had never even seen before. A face that looked absolutely perfect and beautiful, silky smooth skin and golden irises that shone through all of her beauty like a cold doll. A miracle of a lady that looked like she was in her early teens. But was that really a human? No. Was she really of this world or even a living creature? Her heart was enchanted with that beauty, and their fear of the unknown that bubbled up within her was stopped as Tyrion unconsciously took a step back. Although it might not have been noticeable to humans, her keen senses honed by living in the world of darkness as a dark elf instinctively caused Tyrion to step back to protect her soul. In that frozen world, the girl smiled gently only at Tyrion, who had moved, and then the world began to move again. Wah! The half-asleep voice of that little girl snapped everyone back to sanity from a state of fascination. Before anyone realized, the little girl was already in the golden girl's arms, and the kidnapper's eyes went wide, darting in confusion from their arms to hers. Nobody had noticed when the girl had been moved, as the little girl was about to start crying as she realized what had happened. A stuffed toy bear came up from behind the golden girl and began to pat her. "Keiko, bear, are you okay?" The girl smiled gently as if the whole incident up until then had been a nightmare, and the little girl's face went from surprise to laughter as she looked at the girl's face. "I'm all right, big sister." As the tension in the air suddenly loosened, her older brother sank to the floor in exhaustion. What? You? His tongue was stuck. The golden girl scrunched her eyebrows slightly at his impolite words. "He's a kidnapper. Please be careful." Before Tyrion, who had a bad feeling about this, could finish her sentence, the golden girl covered the eyes and ears of the little girl. Gore. And then the cute stuffed toy bear leapt onto the two kidnappers. Chapter 15. The Hero's Secret Tarts Part 2. Princess, this one shall guide you to the castle. A female dark elven knight saluted me, even though I should have looked like an ordinary human being and even bit her tongue in her eagerness to guide us. It seems that she got scared, but not because of me. It's all because of Geese. Maybe. Bye-bye, Nate-chan. Yes, bye-bye to you too. As the little girl hugged her elder brother and waved to me, I waved back at her with a smile on my face. Because she was sickly, I handed her brother a bunch of dried seaweed too. The girl's eyes and ears had been blocked, but since the boy had seen it all, his eyes were darting about like a mouse cornered by a cat. Since I told Geese to stop eating people in cities, all he had done was strike them. But it seems that the bloody splatters were hard for the children to stomach. But man, I got saved. I had seen the castle in the distance and tried to make a beeline for it, but I got totally lost. I was unintentionally giving away my presence from how anxious I was, and thought that I was surprising the public, but about half of them were okay because they weren't citizens anyway. Then I shall guide you forth. Yes, thank you. But why are you guiding me? Well, that bear is. That magic tool was the one on Her Highness' knee. Ah, I see. So they thought I was related to Geese. How diligent, this child. It's a diligent dark elf. And she's a knight at that too. How cute. Such a good child. I felt soothed since there had only been rough exchanges recently. Suddenly, the female knight's face cramped and stiffened magnificently. "Oh? What's the matter?" Nothing. I'm sorry. No, I know exactly what the cause is. Wasn't it because you were surprised at the smiles of the other people? Now she had the feeling of a small dog that had accidentally met a hungry brown bear in the forest and panicked so hard that her heart rate rose to the point that she flushed, and now worried if she could work properly. How cute. After guiding me to the castle, she left us to enter on our own, since she seemed unable to advance any further, and returned towards her post. That knight's cute, so I wanted to push her forward until she could meet with the princess. Even so, it's like there's some sort of barrier. It's not like a holy barrier, nor is it laid out in spirit language, but it feels like an art I don't know either. It's like their hero's secret art, but something is different. Keiko. Yes, Geese, lead me on from here. It seems that everyone fears approaching, as Geese gets a clear walkway through. I'd rather have had Butler Geese guide me through. But since he'd expended his energy from his incomplete humanization, he's still stuck as a stuffed toy. Katsu.n. As my heels clicked against the marble floor when I stopped, two small black shadows could be seen in the dark passage ahead. Welcome. Please, come in. Our queen. Queen? I don't want to go from princess to queen so fast. Right now. There were two young girls that looked like they were about 5 years old. Glowing brown skin, long ears with a slight droop. Although their hair colors were silver and gold respectively, the impression they gave off and their features were surprisingly similar. Such it was for twins. Oh my. They're so cute. I'd like to have them hug Geese and Onzada separately and sit on a gothic-style sofa. Queen? Excuse me. My consciousness flew off for a bit. What are your names, girls? Hi, I am Nephi, and I am Rimi. The golden one was Nephi and the silver was Rimi. I am Yerushia. By the way, what's with the queen? Yes, you must be the queen, since you stand beside our demon god. No, you can absolutely call me by name, you know? I tried to get them to meet my gaze. I've had too many embarrassing names up until now, but this one is an especially tough nut. The demon god is Rin. What are you all saying? You don't like it? If not so, then goddess. No. Oh my god, the rank went up. Rin, you terror. What did you whisper into these cute girls? Well, I called you here, so let me do what you wish for, my princess. Huh? Suddenly, someone called out from within the darkness. Even if I wasn't good at detecting things, to not notice until it got so close. What I saw was a man that looked like he was in his 30s. Short cropped black hair, a tall, slender body with wide shoulders. Although the appearance was neat, the untidy night's dress ruined it, and so it looked strange. So I say, but I'm not going to go that far. What are you doing? Onzada-kun. Oh, so Princess knows, too. As expected. You are my master, after all. I turned you into such a cute rabbit, so why did you turn into this layabout again? I'm going to pluck you. But, Princess? Master? If you just called me Yuzu, I'd be worried for your demonhood. But maybe. Onzada-kun. Do you know who I am? Huh? Are you not our master? Geese called you lady. I see. It seems that the memory of his days as a human haven't returned yet. Rin, too, said that it was unusual for a demon to reincarnate with their human memories. Geese wasn't quite normal since Geese was already used reincarnation. Did Geese return? Geigor, that's the way. Ha ha ha. I'm relieved. Well, this easygoing nature in this situation is definitely Onzada-kun after all. So, I found this cheapsake in the castle town. Do you want some too? Geese? Gore, Dawich. The two of them who left my side and suddenly started drinking were blown away by my forehead pokes. I think I scared the children by putting in the wrong amount of power. Didn't you tell me before that I shouldn't drink so much alcohol? Didn't you say that while you were in elementary school? Onzada-kun, who had been blown away, stood up and looked at me with a look of dissatisfaction even while he held his forehead, tears in his eyes. I also told you before that you should stop saying that because you were weak then. Fine. Before, I wouldn't have any scruples at all with Onzada-kun as my partner. However, it's been a long time, and I wanted to check for something rather than just frolic about. So, Onzada-kun, about Rin. Oi. Don't just change the topic suddenly. Your darling Rin is on the throne. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep this up, so we're going to walk and talk. Understood? It seems there's a limit for him as well after all. When Nephi and Rimi were still little, I asked Geese to take care of them while we went on ahead to where the throne was. Our humanization is derived from our analysis of the hero's secret heart left behind by the first hero, who was part of the forces of darkness. The first hero? Why was he part of the forces of darkness? I think Noah knows the details, because he analyzed it. That child. Is he plotting something again? Geese and I have a little magic, so we're somewhat stable, but my lord seems to have more magic power than you, princess. We tried to use the prince of the beastmen who was assassinated on the march here to stabilize him, but it's not working. Is he alright? Are there any solutions? According to Noah, we should be preparing a large number of sacrifices, and even that is just to manifest him normally. Was he plotting for the war to intensify? I gathered souls, but it wasn't a hobby. I guess I'll have to punish him. Also, it seems that there was something else left behind by the first hero. Is Noah examining it? No. It was impossible for us. It was impossible for Noah, the pure demon, much less demons with less magic power like Glithes or I. Was I the one lacking common sense? It makes me sad to even say that. We're here. Skreek. As Onzida-kun pushed the door open with a creak, I saw a figure sitting on the throne in the back. Onzida-kun. What is it, princess? I smiled and pulled on the ears of Onzida-kun. Why is he in the shape of a child, and furthermore, why does he have cat ears? Sitting down on the throne was Rin. And Rin was probably a Shota. How did this happen? Why do you have cat ears? Ow, what? But isn't that what my lord was originally? It's very manly. It's because he's shrunk that he's got that appearance, right? So will he become bigger if he stabilizes? But it was appropriate for this guy. I slowly walked towards Rin. Oi, hold up, princess! Exclamation mark. As if I had been stung by static electricity, my hand shot back. Sorry, I forgot to mention, he's in a sleep-like state until his consciousness stabilizes. That's why my lord and the rest of the children have put up a great barrier. It won't be broken before he awakes, and it'll be dangerous for even you, princess, to go too near. Didn't he call for me? It's true that my lord did call for princess. Oh oi. I ignored Onzida-kun and strode forward. Rin. I'm a little bit angry now. It's dangerous to do things without permission. Did you come here to protect the children under contract or to meet me? Every time I moved forward, the static force struck me like a bolt of electricity. It was so powerful that even an archdemon would be destroyed before they even got through half of it. Princess. At first, my hair clip vanished, and all my hair electrified. Then, my relic class dress could not bear it, and began to burn up. Onzida-kun tried to approach me, but I repelled him with magic. Even while I endured the pain and burning of my body all over, I reached out to the throne and put my hands on Rin's cheek, and shut my eyes. Wait for me. I'll wake you up soon. Since I told him that I was in the human world, Rin had sought out a human appearance so we could meet each other. Even though it was very difficult for him to ever manifest in a form that was humanoid. As I patted Rin's cheek slightly even as I burned, I think he opened his eyes a little. I'll be there soon. As I left the throne after speaking my final piece, the dress regenerated in the blink of an eye, sucking up my magic. Onzida, stay with Glithes. I will be heading to the capital of the Forces of Darkness. Chapter 16. The Hero's Secret Arts Part 3. The Golden Saint was missing from the battlefield. When the news came from the staff officer of the Operations HQ of the Joint Coalition, all of the soldiers of the Forces of Light were shocked. Russia's participation in this recapture operation was only supposed to be a piece of propaganda for sale, a mere consideration of politics. With the exception of some of the influential members, like the heroes, the upper echelons of the nations were all skeptical of the power of the Saint, and thought that she wouldn't sway the battle little even if she participated. Some of them even thought that it would be very convenient for her to die here. But the upper echelons of humanity did not know. They were too concerned over the military might of the heroes, that they thought of the tales of the saint's power as merely some sort of fairy tale for the common folk. But for the common people, the name of the saint was a name mentioned in the same breath as a hero, and just like how heroes like Yankee inspired the common people as their sword, their saint healed people, giving them hope as their shield. The soldiers at the forefront of the battlefields understood that better than anyone. The fact that they had their saint on this battlefield, where death was no stranger, had given them a tremendous feeling of security. So, what would happen if it was lost to them? The officers of every nation were astonished at the sheer influence that the label of saint had, and some of them felt annoyed that she had even appeared. Yeru is missing? What's going on? When the hero of the earth, Kanzo, returned with her wounded soldier and pressed Sephira for an answer. Sephira's exhausted face grimaced. I'm sorry. I can't believe it either. But it seems that she was set upon by armed bandits. Where are they? I'm going to go kick them around. Please wait. Kanzo-sama. That Kanzo, who was enormously tough on beautiful women, surprised everyone with her worry for Yerushia, and Sephira jumped to stop Kanzo before she bounced out. The armed bandits have already fled, and the horse carriage with Yerushia-sama has already left the area. How did this? Sephira's words caused Kanzo to clench her fists. Seeing Kanzo in such a state, so far removed from usual, everyone else in the base was moved, and had thoughts of Kanzo as one of the heroes who protected the people of the common folk. But then, although this is a great opportunity, the efficiency will drop if Yeru's not there. Kanzo was trying to create the magic gem that he'd contracted Yerushia for on this battlefield. But, without Yerushia, Kanzo's plans would be compromised. Kanzo could also create magic gems, but the prototypes she created with her magic were either too small or too flawed to satisfy her compared to the ones that Yerushia and her subordinates made. The hero of wind wasn't coming to the battlefield for some reason, but the hero of water and the hero of the flame were. There was this slim chance for her to get the pure magic of the other heroes. Even if one of the heroes disappeared because of that, the three other heroes could hold the line until a new one was summoned, and if that wasn't enough, it would have been fine if their saint covered that gap. The war between the forces of light and the forces of darkness had been ongoing for thousands of years. Their skills, that had been born from contracting with the spirits and the summoning of heroes, had ground the war into a stalemate, and as a result, both the heroes and the men were carelessly thinking that the state of the war would not shift. Kanzo-sama, please leave it to us. I will take responsibility for finding Yerushia-sama. Yes. If it's you, Sephira, I'll trust in it. Kanzo, who seemed so impatient, reluctantly said so after hearing Sephira's declaration, and changed her opinion relatively easily. Originally, women like Sephira were the type that had no love for Kanzo, and everyone around them should have known it, but it was accepted naturally. Watching as the hero of Earth returned to the battlefield again, Sephira sighed internally and grimaced when she thought that nobody was looking. The heroes were not to be offended. The heroes of flame and wind aside, the hero of water didn't trust others and was very careful with his actions, while the hero of earth was suspicious of small things like having perfectly womanly bodies. Still, there were now no obstacles in Sephira's plans. The little gap in her plan was still well in the range of her corrections. There was only one problem now. She'd lost sight of where their golden saint, that had shifted her plans off track, had gone. Where are you? My irregular girl. Princess, your feet are starting to get worse. Please, let me. Shall I hold you? You're a girl, so you're not too heavy to be held, right? What is this situation? Glithes and Onzada-kun, who were both in their humanoid forms again, were trying to pamper me. Honestly, this experience is new to me, so I'm having trouble reacting to it. Glithes is still okay. It feels like when I had a pampering grandpa as a princess, but anyway, he gave off the feeling of a grandparent pampering their grandchild, so my heart just felt a little flittering. But the real problem is Onzada-kun. Things like this. It's been a long time since I've been able to hold my lady like this. While saying that, he brushed my hair with his fingertips and brought his face closer to sniff my hair. Is this some sort of male behavior? Or is this the behavior of your animal side, oh rabbit? Hey, Onzada-kun, you never did that before? Is that so? When I took my hair back from Onzada-kun's hands and scolded him, he has a slightly dejected expression. Stop that, it's horrifying seeing that on a 30-something-year-old man. As the Onzada-kun in my head was still in junior high, I don't quite know what kind of face I would expect to see from this adult figure. Although I love dandy uncles, but I don't think this expression is cute at all. Hey, why do you even look like that in the first place? Was it better to look younger? Onzada-dono and I look wonderful as we are now. Although we could change what age we look, but it consumes a lot of magic power, so the amount of time we can stay in our human forms will shorten. Oh, There's a pothole there, so please be careful. What? Before I could even turn my attention to it, Glithes lifted me up gently and carried me over to the end of the bumpy road. We were in the enormous cavern that was home to the forces of darkness. I asked the two of them to guide me, but I worried about letting them away from those two children for so long, so I called on Khan, who was the chief on site, to call in 150 greater demons from Paradise Lost, and left them behind to guard. Is 150 too much? Nah, there's no such thing as too much. It's important to pamper small children, you know. Though my story's gotten sidetracked again, we ran all the way here to the entrance of the cavern by foot. It would have been nice if I could have teleported, but Khan and Glithes didn't have enough magic power to carry my enormous presence. I could have been faster had I flown, but because various wild dragons were flying about, it would have been troublesome to deal with them had we run into them along the way. Well, I can distort space to some degree, so walking normally didn't bother me since we were traveling at the speed of a car. My lady, the dark elves and beastmen will begin to appear from here on in, so please let us deal with them. Leave everything to us, my lady. Will you behave? Okay, you say it like I'm some sort of troublemaker. Hey, you, stop right there. What is this timing? Were you waiting just for it? The soldier-like dogman called out to us, two subordinates in tow, and either because we were approaching him, or because it was dark, he lowered his spear towards us. Why, you guys, you're humans? Oi, do we look like humans? Bug. I burst out involuntarily. What? Wait, I'm growing rabbit ears. Even though they were wary of me having burst out suddenly, as I suddenly stiffened from the shock of growing rabbit ears, the dogman officer nodded in assent and walked away with the soldiers. What? It's a beastman. You scared me. That little girl. Well, you're all right. Wait a minute. I didn't do anything to disguise myself, though. What was that about me? I was told not to do anything, so I only spoke to them with a smile on my face, but the soldiers diverted their eyes in a hurry. No. It's nothing. Foo. May I go now? Oh, okay. I don't know why, but we were able to easily slip past the soldiers stopping us and head to the center of the city. Thanks to my lady, we were able to get in quickly. Thank you. But why? Why does Khan also have rabbit ears? I can't help it. I was turned into a rabbit by my lady to begin with. Ah. It seems that even Khan knows what shame is. I was a little relieved. At least, I think it's good. Glithes? What is that? Glithes was also imitating a beastman, but slightly different horns from Noah and Nia's were growing from both sides of his head. Well, I guess you could say it's well within expectations. But why are you horns sheep horns? I thought you had bull horns. When I asked him, Glithes smiled slowly at me while his eyes lit up kindly like a child's. Yes, but now I am a butler. Gramps. Then we arrived at the sealed ancient castle in the center of the great cavern with no problems. The castle of the Demon King of old, that had united all of the forces of darkness. And the castle of the first hero. Chapter 17. The Hero's Secret Arts Part 4. Princess, we're going over the walls. Why is the castle gate locked? I tilted my head slightly at Khan's remarks. The huge 6 wide by 10 meter tall castle gate loomed in front of me. With a gate this size, was it being secured by a latch instead of a lock? The gate was a tarnished copper green, looking as if it hadn't been touched in hundreds of years. No, it's because if we wanted to enter, we could use the service entrance beside the gate. What? Did we have some sort of inside man? Now that I think about it, I completely forgot about him mentioning that he had found the secret arts within. I don't think even I could blow it open if I didn't have the key. It'll be troublesome if we got spotted by a soldier. If you intend to murder them all, it's fine. But my lady is not going to, right? Well, yes. It seems that Khan understood that part after all. I don't really care about their lives at all since we're all demons, but meaningless slaughter was something that even demons didn't do. After all, as far as spirits or demons were concerned, human and animal lives were no different. Well, they tasted different, though, because only gods and humans, in their selfishness, would discriminate against the value of lives and force others to discriminate. Well, that was a lot of pretentious talk, but in short, I didn't really care one way or the other about them. Having said that, if I was going to eat, I wasn't going just go out and actively slaughter them when these ordinary people weren't as tasty. I didn't do stupid things like kill things just to waste them in vain. I perk up. That's it. Onzida-kun. Fufafafu. The two of you sure are young, aren't you? Apparently Onzida-kun seemed to be a bit more human-friendly than I was. While taking a little bit of mental damage from this discovery, we vaulted over the castle gate and snuck into the old castle. I tried to jump over by myself, but Onzida-kun held me in a princess carry. Then again, I've been held like that ever since I was young by plenty of people regardless of age or gender, so there's really no feeling of freshness anymore. It's just that I feel a tiny twinge of nostalgia for sitting on father's knee. As Glithes opened the door leading in from the castle courtyard, the air smelled faintly of dust and mold. There are footprints. The royal families of the Dark Elves and the Beastmen entered. It seemed as if they were looking for something left behind by the king of the demons in order to take the throne. I ate them. You ate them? Well, it's not as if I cared about such things in the first place, so I strode into the depths of the castle, following the footprints. Although it was dark in here, it had no relation at all to the darkness of demons that were born in the abyss. That is, except for me. Aku. My lady is glamorous as always. There were no more kind words as I ran face first into a massive wall as we turned the corner. Even though it was dark, I stupidly didn't slow my pace at all, and while it certainly left no lasting damage, it hurt a bit. Does my lady have no night vision? Why do the two of you have it? Is it because I'm awkward? I'm almost at the time limit, so I'll guide you, ? And with an almost comical bump, Onzida-kun turned back into the rabbit stuffed toy. It seems like we hit the time limit for his humanization. Onzida-kun, who was glowing faintly in the dark, beckoned me forward and led me, lighting up the footprints to show me the way. Laplace, the rabbit that led Alice into Wonderland. Some of his spec was exactly as I had set them, but I'm glad that Onzida-kun's kindness let him do more than just that. Here is. As I headed down to the basement, I could make out something that looked like an altar that faintly glowed. Yes, it was here that Lady Nephi and Remy learned their original secret art. In order to activate it, the blood of the royal family which has the bloodline of a hero is necessary, and we left behind some of the royals' blood that we used previously just in case. Blood? Glithes presented me with a perfume bottle filled with a jet black liquid. It's not rotten, right? I was confident that if I opened the lid and smelled something foul, I would throw up, so I started examining the altar first. There were some ancient etchings, but the contents of these weren't much different from what Glithes had said. But, just how was the blood of the hero drawn out? How is this eligibility being determined? Was it some sort of mechanism to read genetic information? It might be possible to read an individual's magical wavelength, but as far as blood was concerned, it was impossible since magical wavelengths differed from parent to child. Could this possibly be some sort of attribute? Gathering a bit of energy, I made a small scratch on my left finger with my crimson claw, on my right index finger. Ow. I think it was my imagination that Onzida-kun had a slightly disappointed look on his face even though he was a stuffed toy. Oh. And Lady Nephi and Remy said that you could use their blood. You should have told me that in the first place. No, wait. I can't do that to little children. If this wasn't enough, I was going to use the rotten blood. I knelt down slowly and rubbed a little of my blood-stained fingers on the letters of the altar. Ooh! As Glithes exclaimed out, the altar activated, and the etchings began to shine. It's the same as before? Yes, that's right. No, wait. Onzida-dono says that the letters are shining brighter than before. I see. How in the world are the two of you talking to each other? As good as it was, given the technology of the magicians in the world and considering the hero's secret art that I've obtained, reading the genetic information shouldn't have been possible. So I thought that the key to it was magic power. and attributes. Thus, when they said that they needed the blood of many sacrifices, I considered that what they were after was in fact the pure magic power that was obtained from the soul present within that blood. But if it was merely pure magic, Geese or Unzadakun should easily have managed it. Therefore, that's not enough. You also needed the hero's light attribute. Even though it had the same attributes as my human self, Geese and the rest didn't have it. Wait, does that mean that it would have started up if I had hit it directly with sacred magic, even if I hadn't used my own blood? Is that the passage through? It is. As I gave up on pursuing those deep thoughts, Geese didn't probe further. What emerged was a passageway that led within. At this point, I couldn't care less about the details now. The first hero had left something behind here. Stone monuments. As we entered, there were stone monuments with glowing letters that flanked both sides of the passageway. Written on all of them was the story behind the creation of this country of darkness. All of the secret arts that had been used in those days. The further back one went, the more detailed the information was, and the more dangerous the techniques detailed. I'm sorry, this is the limit for us. Okay. The sacred barrier that had been laid in layers was getting denser as we went deeper. For humans, it seemed as if having a strong light-attributed magic power would let them go deeper. Or perhaps you couldn't return without the power of a hero. Ordinary demons and monsters who didn't have the light attribute would be repelled by the barriers. A higher-ranking demon would be able to forcibly push their way in, but the stone monuments wouldn't have survived the impact. Something that would rather be extinguished than be used by evil. Huh? How thorough. Is there something behind that was that dangerous? In the middle of the passageway, I found something that described a phantom beast humanization art. This was the method that Rin and the rest used to humanize. So that's as far as the twins managed to go. If I examined it a bit more closely, I could spot their small footprints. This method was fundamentally different from the method that demons used to incarnate as humans. It feels as if you would have to seal yourself with your own power. It wasn't that much of a problem for the beast demons like Geese who had little magic, but it didn't suit Rin at all. Reading the details, it's obvious that there were some very tearful efforts to transform a companion monster into a beautiful girl. However, the method is still interesting. For the time being, I'm going to just quickly browse through it and then go on ahead. Let there be light. Gently releasing the sacred light, the stone monuments carving all lit up, glowing all the way down the passage. It appeared to record the diary of the first hero or something like his monologues. It was also slightly embarrassing to read through the feelings he held when he was building this nation and the dreams he wanted to achieve. Because it's so embarrassing to read, I didn't actually read it that carefully. The person who created this might have lived not only in a different world, but in a different era entirely. There were elements of freedom and equality, which were philosophical ideas that were definitely less than 1,000 years old. But, paired with being this demon king, and ruling them with fear for 100 years, if he'd had a decent education, it shouldn't have happened this way. I think. An idealistic hero. And as I reached the end of the passageway, an enormous stone monument stood before me. No, this is a contract. A contract for a skill system that he had established with all of their greater spirits of this world. A replica. It would be utterly surprising if this was the original, but a mere copy was meaningless to have. Still, the information written on it is the real deal. The conditions for acquiring certain skills, the considerations in doing so, and how new skills should be handled should they arise were well documented. In addition, since all of it was written in their spirit language, if I inserted my magic power into it, it would still have some effect even if it was just a replica. This castle might have been built just to channel magic into this. When I examined it closely, there was a certain part of the text that was strange. It was as if someone had been forced to rewrite certain parts of an English passage into German with nothing more than a dictionary. Because of this stone monument being in the center here, it seems that even creatures not covered in the contract, like demons, could gain skills. What is this? As I read on, I found something that was slightly less interesting. It's true that it was a contract where neither the spirit or the contractor was at an advantage, but if you factored this in, Rin can't possibly ever humanize. What we were trying to do was to find our own way, one that wasn't okay to get disturbed by someone else. This world had been distorted by someone's ideas. Even the spirits who should have corrected it had been played without their knowledge. And if this were allowed to continue, then this world would repeat the same mistake as that of Earth. So, because of that, I was able to enter into this world. Fufafu. I just thought of something interesting. Chapter 18, Demon Lord Part 1. A few days have passed since the Golden Saint disappeared. However, the only people who were in a real panic were some of the officials from Sale, who were upset that they were unable to use the leverage of having both their hero and their saint as billboards to push their own agendas, and the general soldiery. Otherwise, it seemed that everything was calm. At least on the surface. At first, the retinue of the saint and her young followers were in a flurry of activity searching for her, but as time went on, the other countries present all began to move behind the scenes to try to draw them into their own nations. It was clear that the battle lines weren't tense enough. After all, it wasn't the first time that a human-controlled region had fallen to the forces of darkness in history. The forces of darkness weren't as powerful as those of the light, and no matter what special circumstances happened in the past, the occupied areas had always been recaptured in about half a year. To those humans who were in the upper class, it felt more like a board game. Even when they attacked, they wouldn't chase them too far in. And whenever they attacked, they would retreat quickly. Because of the long history behind this war, it had become something like a strategy game where the outcome could be predicted to some extent from the outset. Each and every one of them moved not for victory, but under their own speculations. Each country that had participated in the war had already begun moving to shape the post-war period and were having little skirmishes with each other to improve their own war contributions. There were a lot more that were wounded because of that than because of the actual war, which benefited the forces of darkness, but the forces of darkness were also doing the same thing. The occupying force, eerily enough, hadn't moved much at all, barring a few extremists, but in their home base of the Great Cavern, a massive army that numbered greater than 1 million was on the move. However, this entire force hadn't been moved to reinforce the occupying army, nor had it been assembled to invade another human state to take advantage of their carelessness. No, it was moved purely on the speculation of a single princess. How long has it been? It's been about 2 days. We're running late. Move the plan forward by half a day. Nefertia, first princess of the Dark Elves, issued her orders while she rode upon the back of an earth dragon, whilst sweat beaded upon her knight and foster sister's forehead. It would be appropriate to have called this a death march. It was impossible to move this huge army of Dark Elves, beastmen, and monsters without being noticed by the human powers or the other forces of darkness. Moreover, because this army had been assembled impromptu by Nefertia through her charm and guile, it was a ragtag army that didn't coordinate well with each other. Nonetheless, Nefertia had a reason to rush. Those children are still alive. Nefertia bit her nails when her ladies-in-waiting could not see. The twins who had been exiled to the human state with the second prince of the beastmen, who ought to have died, were still alive. They had also easily occupied the human nation with ease, suffering close to no losses to their armies. Just how had they done it? How had they managed to assemble such a fearsome officer corps and army? The beastman prince was a child too, and not much different from the twins. So why were all these officers and soldiers following the orders of these child royals who were only commanders in name? Whatever the reason was, what was true was that the twins had defeated a human nation. Nefertia had entrapped her brothers in her efforts to become king. It was good that the first and second princes died when they fell for her plots, but the twins that seemed like they were favored by the current king survived. Her father might have been happy with her otherwise. Nefertia had only tried to get rid of the twins as a just-in-case measure. If they were able to distinguish themselves with war merit, though, it was entirely possible that their father might once again turn his eyes towards the two of them. To prevent this potential threat from arising, Nefertia had to kill them. And so, she set out to get rid of them. as soon as possible. No more acting through others, but by her own hand this time. For Nefertia, the war with the humans was nothing more than a game being played for their self-satisfaction. She had only one ambition. It was to ascend to the throne, subjugate all of the other races, and then reign supreme, obeyed by all. Half a day is not enough. It has to be faster. The sudden jolt of the earth shocked Nefertia into screaming. "Princess, are you hurt?" "What happened?" As a maid rushed up to her, Nefertia shouted out impatiently even as she heard the shriek coming from a good distance away. The hero of wind, who hadn't yet arrived, and the other three heroes, had all begun to move for their own goals. The first to move was the hero of flame, Minkachi. What she wanted most was enjoyment. Although, in her case, it was paired with the anxiety of being abandoned by the world that stuck deep in her heart. Ha 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 ha. Kill. Screw them. It wasn't a very hero-like remark, but that was about par for hero Minkachi. Minkachi had secretly bet that it would serve as a form of inspiration for the soldiers to scream like this if all the violence was only being directed at the enemy. On the battlefield, a crazed warrior would sometimes be honored as a hero, especially given that there was no saint about now that needed to be protected. For all of those soldiers who had fought up to the very limit of their spirits, Minkachi would look like a battle maiden. Minkachi understood that some fame was necessary to push out the unease she'd been suppressing. Her supposed purpose was to gain fame enough to act however she wished, but she covertly had wanted to kill off that annoying saintess followers she had brought along while making it look like it was just a normal fight between them. Since Minkachi couldn't go all out in that tiny castle, she wanted to kill off that little girl Fanny who had humiliated her and taken away all the people Minkachi had brought with her to harass the saint. And so, for the first time, Minkachi felt better. And if she was right, the other two heroes would also be feeling the same way. Minkachi had originally intended to shave away at the power of the hero of water and the hero of earth, even to the point of treating her previous objectives as mere fronts. They were heroes, existences who had been tied together by fighting together, and as accomplices who had killed one of their companions. Minkachi intended for not only the hero parties, but also their support units, to die in this war. Fufu, what an idiot. Besides Minkachi, then there were those people who kept hiding below ground and followed her, the hero of Earth, Kanzo, and her party. The battleground that had been ravaged by gunpowder and magic was of an equal size to the hero of Earth's domain. Kanzo spread out her power evenly over the entirety of the battlefield, and by molding the softened earth, she stripped the enemy of their mobility and achieved great war merit. However, Kanzo did not discriminate in this current battleground. Even if it disadvantaged the human forces, who should have been allies, it wasn't worthwhile for her to do such unflashy things on this spectacular stage where all of the other heroes were rampaging about. She and Minkachi were polar opposites, and yet their reasons were similar. They did it for the fame. If it didn't earn fame, don't do it. It's just that. Kanzo followed behind Minkachi while hiding underground. It was all to get the best magic gem possible, when the battlefield would be exhausted, where nobody's eyes would reach. But until that scene, she came quietly. Kanzo's pastime was living like a young maiden. There's no problem at all. Please keep monitoring. Yes, as Kyoji, the hero of water, issued instructions, the spies that he had trained scattered themselves. The battlefield was the game board, and the soldiers were the pieces. Kyoji had taken the war in hand from the very beginning, and controlled not only Cell's army, but also the armies of all of the eastern nations and was manipulating them at will. There was no room for either love or mercy. From the very beginning, Kyoji had no feeling of anxiety at all ever since he had faced down that monster as Keiji. No matter how brilliantly the others shone on the battlefield, he would always take the head of the enemy general. Fame was born not of the few who were on the battlefield, but from the families awaiting the soldiers' return in their home countries. His first objective was to rise to the top of the world, and the next was to rule it from behind a screen. But that was all a lie that Kyoji used to fool the idiots into following him. He really just wanted to own everything. Everything. Yes, he wanted it all, including the world, the forces of light and darkness, the humans, the nations. These were all small things. He wanted it all, including the world of spirits and fairies. Some people once asked, "What will you do once you get everything you wish?" To Kyoji, there was no question more foolish than that one. If it existed, he wanted to own it, and once he got it, he would break it. After breaking it, he would remake it, and then the cycle would repeat itself. For the sake of being that king, everything, including this world, was nothing more than a game for him. Sephiroth, did you manage to find where that person went? As Kyoji asked that question, Sephiroth quietly knelt down before Kyoji. Yes, Lord Kyoji, that person went into the very center of the forces of darkness, within the great cavern. Will there be any problems? It was impossible for me. But Lord Kyoji, you should have no problems whatsoever. The way to your kingship is open. Thank you. Kyoji laughed at Sephiroth's foolishness in his heart, even as he lightly stroked her cheek and gazed upon her face. It had been 10 odd years since he had fallen into this world, and finally, the path to his kingship approached. But, did you manage to find the saint? No. I'm sorry. I have no clue. Is that so? For Kyoji, neither the war nor the powers of light and darkness nor the other heroes who were his match in fighting power were enemies. For Kyoji, there was only one enemy, the irregular in the world coming in from a strange world, an unknown quantity with unknown knowledge that was under no one, whose influence swelled with the knowledge it gained from this world, just like that monster he met on Terra. All of these were things that made Kyoji jealous. That otherworld saint, Yerushia. What was she thinking? He didn't understand how she worked at all, what she did. No, he couldn't even predict what she was going to do. It made the same impression as that monster called Yuzud that had traumatized Kyoji. Continue your search. This is our top priority. Yes, Lord Kyoji. And with that, Sephiroth nodded seriously and left. And the moment she turned her back on Kyoji, a tiny smile crept onto her face, and then, it suddenly happened. Wah-ha! What? All three heroes suddenly shouted out from where they were, spread out across the battlefield. They heard the screaming of the soldiers. There was some strange irregular black things wriggling on the battlefield. They ran across the battlefield, attacking and scattering the forces of light. But it wasn't a normal part of the forces of darkness. The darkness who were on the battlefield attacked everyone else but themselves, including Nefershia's army that planned to strike at them from behind. It looked like both a human and a beast. Anything living was considered its enemy. Demons. Someone uttered the phrase. They were something that only existed in fairy tales, that had almost never appeared in this world. They were the natural enemy of all living things that evoked the primeval fear that was rooted at the core of humanity. Demons, that were the nightmare of thousands suddenly bared fangs in the real world. Retreat. Kyoji's shout was drowned out by the screaming of the soldiery, and the battlefield that should have been a board game turned into a hellish pandemonium filled with screams of horror. What is that? Someone spoke out again. It might have been Kyoji, or Kanzo, or Minkachi. An enormous black beast with the body of a bear with bull's horns the size of a mountain emerged from the dust clouds of the battlefield. As the very image of despair set in, some of the soldiers stopped fleeing altogether and sank to the ground, unable to move. But that was not the true despair. The real fear was of the thing on top of that behemoth, the saint. But how? A girl in a platinum dress that stood on top of the behemoth. Everyone, from the soldiers to the officers to the heroes, knew that figure. It was the golden saint that had come from another world. But was that girl truly a saint? The saint, who had always had a soft smile, wore no such expression now. Her face only radiated a terrifying beauty that chilled to the bone. The golden hair, that symbolized the golden saint, it had turned into black hair as it lengthened to her feet. And as they saw the black saint, the thousands of demons who had been rampaging across the battlefield all stopped, prostrating themselves to bow before her. It was then that the rest of them all realized, a true demon lord had eaten the heart of the kidnapped holy maiden, and descended upon this world. Chapter 19, Demon Lord Part 2. The battlefield fell into chaos. The general soldiery, who had been uneasy over the missing saint, began to despair and flee in terror. Riding atop of the behemoth, The Black Saint had black, velvety hair, and had an escort of demons that numbered in the thousands. The natural enemy of all living things, they were an existence that lived only to destroy the world, not even bothering to conquer or rob, nor creating anything at all. The souls of the people instinctively understood that this was a being that was fundamentally incompatible with the world, that which would bring the apocalypse. The true demon lord had descended upon them. As the cold, emotionless beauty gently raised her hands toward the sky, dark clouds gathered, turning the bright day into an overcast night. As the uneasy people stared towards the sky, drip, drip, a bone-chilling black rain began to fall. TL note: the reference here is too important to miss. Black rain in Japanese refers to nuclear fallout rain, where the rain is turned black because of the radioactive ash thrown up into the air by the force of a thermonuclear weapon. It's a horrific cultural memory. Toxic rain. The black rain began to paint the battlefield. The soldiers who were struck by it all began to shiver and turn blue, faces contorting in anguish. It wasn't unbearably painful. It wasn't a pain that would break minds. And so they all thought it was some sort of poison, and recognized it as a clear act of malice, and their despair seeped through the pain. All forces, retreat! The hero Kyoji shouted out the command, and the officers and soldiers who heard him began to withdraw as quickly as they could, whilst those who didn't began to rush to flee anyway. Command had collapsed. It was an ugly rout where every man fled for himself, completely unbefitting professional soldiers, and yet, it saved their lives. The demons did not pursue them despite the wonderful opportunity. What's going on? Kyoji glared at the demonic host that was tormenting him in irritation. The demons who hadn't moved an inch up until this point suddenly parted to two sides, and turned their heads to roar at the heavens like beasts. Run, you fools! Hurry! From elsewhere, the panicked voice of the hero of Earth, Kanso. As the hero class and several warriors who had lost heart looked back, the behemoth that carried the Black Saint opened its mouth, erupting with a roar that shook the very atmosphere. In that instant, a huge shockwave overturned the ground itself, the earth erupting in clouds of dust and clods of dirt, blowing away everyone from the blast. In that dusty haze, some of those who had been blown away and buried halfway into the earth staggered to stand and help their fellows. Oi, what's that? What in the world? The battlefield upon which they had been fighting on had vanished, leaving only a crater. Is this what a demon lord was? Up until now, there had been many self-proclaimed demon lords, and some who had been named as demon lords because of their heinous acts. But everyone could feel that this thing was a fundamentally different thing. Could humans even resist such a foe? Was there no hope for this world? There was the hero, who was supposed to be humanity's hope and its sword. But, at the very least, if the saint that had fallen to darkness was here, that's someone was muttering. In the midst of the battlefield where all of human despair was on show, there were still those whose hearts have not yet broken, who were trying to figure out what was happening. Toward that terrible scene of destruction that lay before her, they could see that the eyes of the expressionlessly cold and doll-like Black Saint were shimmering slightly as if she was grieving. As they withdrew from the battlefield, talk from those who had seen it began to spread, and rumors abounded that the saint had not completely fallen to the darkness. People began to speculate and grieve for the saint that had been kidnapped by the demons and then forcibly turned into a vessel for the demon lord, and a small hope began to bloom in their hearts. Thank you for all the good work, everyone. After confirming that all of the troops that could see me had withdrawn, I returned to Lost Eden, and took a breather, taking off the black wig. It must have been hard on you, Lady Yarushia. Fanny is preparing your tea over there. Thank you, Tina. I handed the wig off to Tina with my thanks while I walked over to the table where I could smell the aroma of tea being prepared. It's well done, but a bit too warm. It can't be helped because it's prepared with the heat of my love. Ah, I see. I don't get it. The long black hair was a wig made from Tina's hair. When I took hold of it at first, it was a small blonde wig, but the moment I shifted roles into being a villain, it suddenly turned into the body-length black hair and surprised me. Tina had prepared a towel for me, So as I wiped my eyes free of the dust, Tina spoke to me. Shall I prepare eye drops? We have those? It seems that such things exist in the city. Glithes has purchased some. Eye drops were being sold. Huh. The transmigrators from Terra really didn't care about not being shameless. Still, I am thankful for it and will use it. When Glithes blew up the ground, the dust rose in great clouds, causing my eyes to tear up. Glithes has also turned back into a teddy bear again after forcibly turning back into his monstrous form and has been following behind me for a while now. That's right. I didn't actually turn into a demon lord. First of all, demons and a demon lord are very different things. Demons were a part of the world, so if they destroyed the world, they would be removing the source of their own meals. That's why the real demon lord only appears when the world is about to end, and anything else is definitely 100% a self-proclaimed demon lord. The entire purpose of this whole farce was to find a certain thing in order to rid the world of this sloppy trickle of a war, and push all of them into dire straits to use the thing. So as a result of those varied considerations, I wanted to clean up all of the problems I'd been making in one fell swoop. So it turned out this way. As a result of a combination of summoning the maid duo, Tina and Fanny, giving instructions to Noah and Nia, and forcibly injecting magic back into Glithes to transform him into his monstrous form, I was quite tired. There's just so many things to do. Originally, I was going to advance all of my plot slowly, but I didn't want to spend all that free time thinking about Rin. Besides wanting Rin to manifest earlier, I also gradually missed Mother and Father more and more. And even after only half a year in this world, I tired of it. So, what's the situation? One moment, please. Right now, Nia is on their way back, so they will report directly. All right. Tea first, then? Yes, Tilda. Lady Yerushia, your souls are waiting for you. As Fanny brewed up a tea with too many souls in the spirit of trying to replicate a beef bowl, but of magic power, Nia emerged out of the darkness, fresh from commanding on the battlefield. Lady Yerushia, I've returned. Yes. Welcome back. How's the damage? Well, the demon's attack this time around hasn't caused any damage to the humans at all. This time around, I'd banned the killing of certain people, the heroes or the ordinary soldiers who wouldn't be tasty at all even when eaten. I would pray for the happiness of those who died whilst collecting their souls, but I'd prefer if more of them were left alive. I told her that I would accept deaths of those who had exquisitely muddy souls, but nobody died. There were a lot of people who died because they were dragging down each other when they tried to flee. They were unworthy of collection, so I didn't bother. I see. Well, that's all right. Wouldn't the plan be crippled with such souls? Well, although it ended safely, to kill each other like that, these humans really are beyond saving. Well, leave alone those people who have many skills. They will be useful in our plan. I understand. Nia smiled and saluted me in the Holy Kingdom fashion. You do understand, right? It's important. How are we looking overall? This time around, we employed 400 of our regular demons. There were also 1,200 new recruits who manifested in monsters. They were given those souls as a signing-on bonus. In addition, 2,700 lesser demons, part-timers, were recruited from the nearby demon world with a daily salary of 2 kilograms of seaweed and the promise of Lady Yerushia's live performance on their last day. Nia. Yes? I told you not to use my name without permission? But brother said it was fine. Noah. You little brat. I previously allowed for a meet and greet handshaking session, but how did I end up being bait again? I guess it can't be helped. I'm going to have to practice singing again. Would you like a new dress made? It can't be helped. Have the demons try their best to not kill indiscriminately. Fanny and Tina, you will help me here, but as for Nia and the rest, I'll have to trouble you all to take care of the human tempting along with Tuka and Mizuki's parties. I'll let Noah and Onzada-kun know too. Yes, for the time being, we're fully ready to go. Having some of them place on the finishing touches will works better than if I intervene personally. Well, I wonder who will be the first to fall into the trap? Chapter 20, Demon Lord Part 3. As the allied human forces pulled back their defensive lines in withdrawal to reorganize, their confusion subsided and the battle lines grew calm again. Despite the disaster, the human casualties were minimal. Still, that didn't mean that they could sleep relieved. Was that Black Saint's presence really that of the true Demon Lord? From the eyewitnesses, they could feel the fear of something that fundamentally couldn't coexist with them deep in their souls, whereas the various militaries were threatened by the sporadic attacks and pinned down in the battlefield without being able to retreat fully to their own countries. They couldn't forget about the forces of darkness, too. That was the original enemy for which all of these soldiers had been gathered to fight. As it was right now, with that enemy called demons in front of them taking up their attention, the Allied forces were worried that the forces of darkness would attack them from the flank. But it seems that the demon forces attacked the occupying forces of darkness as well. It seemed like it was something of a siege situation at the capital at the moment, and as the new information trickled into the camp, the upper echelons of every country breathed easy for a moment. But, unbeknownst to them, a massive army of what could be called reinforcements for the forces of darkness was approaching at an alarming speed. However, the demons did not fail to notice them. Coming from the land of the forces of darkness to the place where the humans lived required them to pass through a labyrinthine cave system, but although they were nocturnal and had night vision, they were actually unable to see in pitch blackness unlike the demons. Assaulted under the cover of darkness, half of the attacking forces of darkness were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and then scattered towards the human nations as if they had been guided there. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although they numbered less than the sum total of the human nations' armies, the individual prowess of the soldiers of darkness was higher, and as soon as they regrouped, they would have been a sizable threat to the human states. Tribalism was the greatest enemy of a nation, and this was a terrible enemy that they had been fighting for thousands of years. It would have been the same for them as well, and so it shouldn't have been unusual for the hastily organized defensive lines to be tense when the battle started. Still, the one that they had to be the most vigilant of and deal with right now had to be the Demon Lord and her troops. At present, the demon forces had been attacking only sporadically, and so the stalemate had been maintained. But the instant the demon army launched an all-out offensive, with both of them unable to move easily, there was a real fear that they would be annihilated without being able to put up a resistance. So what could they do? The commanders of each country gathered to hold a meeting. But since all of the larger nations were self-serving their interests over the general good, nobody would give them an affirmative answer, whilst all of the smaller countries tried to push responsibility to the greater nations, insisting on their duty as superpowers as they all tried to protect their own national strengths. And hence, they could never come to a point. At the same time, the spy inserted into the Allied Operations Command to speak with Sephira, who herself was trying to make contact with the forces of darkness, and brought information that the forces of darkness leaders were willing to meet with them. Some of them were wary of this early development, but ascertaining that it was the best course available, and that even in the worst case it would buy them time to deal with the Demon Lord, they prepared an ambassador immediately. But still, there was a problem. The forces of darkness had specified the meeting location to be in the midst of their defensive lines, and only with a small number of people. It would have been best if they would have met over in the general headquarters, but since there had been a long history of betrayal, there was no chance that they would agree to it. At the start of the talks, the senior officials of every country were trying to get a seat at the table so that they could dictate rights, but the physical power of the Dark Elves and the Beastmen were so great that there was a real possibility that they would be overwhelmed and forced into concessions. And so, the upper echelons of every nation vested their hopes in the three heroes and entrusted them with the future of humanity. It's boring. In a tent that had been set aside for her, Sephira bit her nails in frustration. This mysterious Demon Lord, that was a completely unknowable variable, had appeared all of a sudden. She too had felt that primal terror in her soul, but at the same time it represented a chance. If their heroes that she guided defeated their Demon Lord, the power and influence of the heroes would increase, and Sephiroth's plan would advance one step further, creating a world of her own ideals. For that very purpose, Sephiroth had turned herself into a woman, guided various people, showing them the paths to walk so that their heroes would eventually become true heroes. What irked her was the presence of something that came in from outside of her calculations. One of them was the girl they called their Golden Saint. Although other individuals were occasionally summoned from other places than Terra, there had never been any such person like her, who wielded such influence and yet did not seek anything in return. She thought that she could have been left to her own devices, but then the girl vanished out of the reach of Sephiroth's designs, and the next time she was seen again, she had been devoured and turned into this demon lord. What happened during those few weeks she didn't understand, and so it wasn't of immediate interest. She cared not for these irregularities that might have disrupted her plans. The truce between the forces of darkness and the forces of light had been brokered by a spy that had been sent in to help Sephiroth, and, in a sense, it was similar to what she had been hoping for, but it was only to be temporary. Humanity had not yet matured enough to build a fair and equitable world, and this was why humanity needed Sephiroth's plan. If they would settle for such a half-baked piece like this, then they would not grow into the true heroes that would guide all of humanity. Could I use it? There was a movement in the general soldiers and militiamen. It had begun with the soldiers who had witnessed the tears of the Black Saint, and was backed by some of the hero-class warriors. An attempt to save the saint from the clutches of the demon lord had been started. At their center were a few younglings. They might not have wanted to be in the center of things, but after being summoned from Terra, they had been sheltered by the saint, and taught how to live in this world. They'd headed out into battle to help her, and seeing their enthusiasm, the soldiery began to warm to them. "Excuse me, but could I have a minute?" Sephiroth called out to the little girl that was treating the soldiers in the barracks. Whammy? She seemed to be a water magician, and was using water magic instead of holy magic to clean, disinfect and dress wounds. The soldiers loved her dearly for her delicate skills. "Yes, you, Miss Mizuki." Yes. You're the one Yaru-chan was talking to, from the Allied forces." "Yes, I am Sephiroth." "I'm Mizuki." The two bowed to each other in turn like the salarymen of a certain country. Sephiroth took a closer look at the girl named Mizuki, a girl who was timid but had a dignified look. However, in her eyes, she could see something that glowed. Checking her skills with greater appraisal, Sephiroth could tell that even though it hadn't been a year since she had been summoned to this world, already she had few skills, but a remarkably high proficiency in them, like a specialist type. It might have been her nature, too. It seems that Sale had thought that she had no potential as a hero, but in Sephiroth's view, there was a certain hero-class nature about her. The other three otherworlders had also been trained, but it seemed that this girl Mizuki was head and shoulders beyond them. What can I do for you?" Yes. Did you treat all of these people alone? Won't your MP be in trouble?" It's alright. There's the doctors too, so I'm not alone. Besides, Yaru-chan has given me plenty of lessons in using my magic efficiently." Mizuki, as if remembering her special Spartan-like training, began pouring with cold sweat. "Really? I'm sorry about that girl. It's alright. Yaru-chan can't possibly lose. We'll definitely manage to help her." Mizuki's eyes suddenly changed in expression as she declared her intention to save the saint, and all the soldiers around her were looking at her with gentle eyes. "Is that so?" "I see." Sephiroth smiled gently, and gazed long at Mizuki, convinced that she could be used. Leading people onto the right path, that was one of the qualities of a true hero. It was also one of the things that not one of the heroes had. "What would you do if I told you there was a way to save Lady Yarushia?" Here we go." Sephiroth drew Mizuki out of the barracks with those surprising words. What do you mean by that? To save Lady Yarushia as you are now would be difficult." "No, it would be difficult even if you had the other three heroes. But, you have hidden power. Given that you were raised by the Saint Lady Yarushia, you can definitely do it." "Is that true?" Mizuki, staring at Sephiroth's eyes and listening to her voice, began to believe in her unsubstantiated words. Sephiroth's words sounded right. Sephiroth's words were believable. But it's alright. If you gain more skills, soon you will become stronger. As Mizuki expressed her lingering doubts, Sephiroth smiled gently at her again. It doesn't show in the appraisal. I wonder if she's been blessed by some strange spirits. Heroes received the blessings of the Spirit of Light and became heroes by receiving the title of hero. For example, Kyoji was blessed by the Great Spirit of Water, but it did not show in the appraisal, either. Now, come with me. I'll make sure that you get all the right skills. Excuse me for cutting in, ? Sephiroth jumped back a few meters, surprised at the sudden voice when she hadn't noticed the presence of anything there. You are Noah-kun. Mizuki, who had been staring blankly for an instant, noticed Yerushia's pretty boy butler and chirped out. Yes, Yeru-chan is still. Yes, we're also doing our best, so please be patient. Yes. As she was suddenly interrupted, and Mizuki began to chat with Noah, Sephiroth gritted her molars. He was one of the saint's attendants and servants and was probably a direct combatant. Sephiroth thought that some of Yerushia's power as a saint was related to the strengths of these attendants. That's why she wanted to pull them away from Yerushia. These followers merited caution, but that was because there were 4 of them. With 4 attendants that were probably hero class in strength, Yerushia had the power of a hero as a saint, but now, there was only 1 of them. And Sephiroth's ability was more effective in men than in women. Noah-sama, could you listen to my wish? Yes. What is it? As Sephiroth smiled at him, Noah smiled back. Soft, tender brunette hair. Although he was still a teenager, he had a cold beauty that dazzled just by looking at someone else. Even Sephiroth, who had lost all carnal interest in humans, had her head clouded, and as she shook herself free of that haze, she glimpsed for an instant a darkness that boiled in the back of Noah's eyes like jet black magma, and she tore her eyes away from his. Not. It can't be. Is that so? I understand that you want to help Mizuki, but my lady has an educational policy in place for her, so would you please hold off for a moment? Noah left, leaving Mizuki and Sephiroth with a chilling, creepy smile that caused Sephiroth to erupt with cold sweat herself. Chapter 21, The Demon's Trap Part 1. Under the threat of the true Demon Lord that had been spoken of since time immemorial, a meeting between the forces of light and darkness was organized. Representing the forces of darkness was the first princess of the Dark Elves, Nefertia, and the general of the Beastmen. The 3 heroes, Kyoji, Kanzo, and Minkachi, were the delegates for the forces of light. The other members of their parties, as well as the Dark Elven and Beastmen Knights, were also present, for a total of about 20 people per side. The meeting was set at a place close to the battle lines, and an awning was set up for the conference on an empty plain with nothing else within the range of a few kilometers. Since both sides had already swept the area with their armies, there was no possible way for either side to set an ambush. We meet for the first time, heroes. It's an honor to meet you all. Nefertia, who was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful of the Dark Elves, immediately began to push with her beauty. There were many elves who were beautiful, but against the full might of Nefertia's smile, even the general of a smaller nation would have been wrapped around her little finger in seconds. That is very polite of you. I'm happy to see that the rumors about you, oh beautiful princess, was true. The hero of water, Kyoji, didn't tick at all, but smiled back. It was too bad for her that these few were sitting opposite her at this meeting. Kyoji only saw the beauty of women as a tool, whereas Kanzo felt jealousy at their beauty, and as for Minkachi, popular women were her hated foes. That's good. So, Nefertia changed tracks instantly. The only person here worth calling an enemy at the negotiating table to her was Kyoji, so she let it fall flat. As a shrewd, skeptical dark elf, Nefertia had in her time as a royal disposed of many political opponents through cloak and dagger means, including with her words. The purpose of the meeting was ostensibly to establish a temporary ceasefire, but they were here now to discuss how long it would last. on how they would resolve problems, feel out how much the two could expect to cooperate with each other over their lack of knowledge. Even if the worst came to pass, they knew that they definitely needed to establish a ceasefire, but the humans sought to use the individually capable forces of darkness as a shield, whilst Nefertia sought out food and supply terms that were favorable to her. As the discussion wore on about various conditions, the generals of the Beastmen and the other heroes gave their opinions, but Kyoji and Nefertia had very naturally been separated from each other. "I'm not kidding, it's humiliating to have to cooperate with you." Kanzo stood up as he slammed his fist on the table. In order for them to confront their demon lord together, it was necessary to make a show of cooperating to the soldiery. It was needed to relieve their fears since the long-standing feud wasn't that easy to wipe clean from their minds. But Kanzo could not trust Nefertia. It was largely due to personal reasons, but also because of a woman's intuition. "Then, I'll do it." But then, Minkachi, that everyone thought would be the most antagonistic, piped up. "You're what? What?" "Kanzo, unlike you, I won't say things for my own indulgence." "Think a little, you old coot." "That's right, I'll support Lady Minkachi." The general of the Beastmen, who had been swayed by Minkachi, grinned. "You guys." Kanzo glared at the two of them as if seeing something unbelievable. For some reason, it felt very artificial to Kanzo, who was the hero of the North and the first amongst the heroes to have battle experience with the forces of darkness. But the general whom she had given such a hard time to seemed as if he was trying to be cooperative at this desperate time. Especially given that this was a fight for the future of all beings that transcended race. It made Kanzo seem as if her opposition to this flow of events was purely emotional. There was a mountain of things that she wanted to say, but feeling the impossibility of persuasion, Kanzo fell silent. As Nefertia and Kyoji's eyes met, the ceasefire and cooperation agreements were rapidly advanced. "Have you all gone soft in the head?" As the talks ended, Kanzo, who had returned to her tent, ran her fingers through her luscious hair in annoyance. Kyoji and Nefertia, Minkachi and the general. At first there had been this very strained atmosphere, but all of them changed their opinions eerily quickly, as if the meeting had already been concluded from the start. The wrongness she felt refused to go away. But disagreeing at this point would only compromise Kanzo's position and change nothing. For the sake of the future of mankind, she had to cooperate. It was evil to oppose. Just what are those two planning? Kanzo trusted Kyoji and Minkachi as much as she did the forces of darkness. There was definitely something fishy. But when had this happened? They had just met. Unless this was all playing into the hands of someone else behind the scenes? "Sir Kanzo, someone wishes to meet with you." "Right now?" Kanzo frowned as her thoughts were disturbed by the voice of her subordinates calling to her from outside the tent. As a hero, Kanzo had never let herself be interrupted by those people who wanted to meet her all the time. So if those guys had let this person meet Kanzo, it surely couldn't have been some nobody. "Who is it?" "Some noble." As she expressed her displeasure at having been interrupted, it seemed as if the person themselves had already arrived as he felt the presence of someone in the hero class outside. "It's Noah, the follower of the saint." "This isn't the work of the demon lord, is it?" "Work hard, Lady Yerushia." While drinking the tea that Fanny had brewed for me, I battled a mountain of documents. There's just so many. Well, putting it briefly, I'd asked Noah, who had been moving around, to give me a detailed report, so in came this massive number of documents. They numbered in the hundreds of sheets. It seems that Noah's terrible nature came out all at once. Looking through them, going through this terrible punishment game, I was rapidly stamping them with a potato seal. Wait, why was it a potato-carved seal? Furthermore, what's this inky substance? It's not the blood of dark elves, is it? It's true that a lot of my plans were being left to Noah to execute, but there were a lot more things to settle, and if I left it to someone else I would be having a hard time. What's this? Cow Beastman Fresh Milk Farm Plan. Rejected. Rejected. Princess, is it alright for me to be working so hard? Onzida-kun was carrying a lot of documents in and out in his human form these few days, because I've been doing something like sending homing pigeon messages to Noah. I feel like Onzida-kun is getting gaunt. Afterwards, I'm going to add octopi and squid into the Beastman's specialty milk wine and tell Noah and Nia to go on ahead and start the second phase of the plan. Yes, Tilda. Roger. As I gave him my maximum concession, Onzidakun went back to work with a sigh. But Onzidakun certainly fits the look of someone who's destined to live poor. That's true. My work seems unlikely to end soon. Just as the forces of light and darkness regrouped, the demons attacked them both. They numbered about 3,000, although it seemed to be too small a number for the two armies together that numbered over 100,000. But for the demons that handled magic freely, every single, lesser demon, was the equivalent of 10 odd soldiers. However, even the demons that were capable of nullifying physical attacks would have lost to the human side with this kind of numerical disadvantage. The problem lay with the greater demons. The demons' abilities grew immensely with every rank. In particular, their greater demons were special individuals who had been manifested by using special vassals and were all serious workaholics who worked all night despite their hunger. If you thought of their combat strength as equaling their magic power, then lesser demons would rate at about 500. Their greater demons that were one stage higher was about 2,000-3,000. On the other hand, the general soldiery were around 10, and even with the benefits of their skills, they didn't exceed about 50-100. However, battles weren't solely about status values. In reality, even if there had been a greater demon, they would have been able to pin it down with about 30 soldiers with knights and commanders. But this was war. No matter how much they overwhelmed the demons, there were only tens of thousands who were actively able to fight them, and that 10-to-1 strength difference could not hurt them. The humans had the hero class, who could take on their greater demons alone, but there were only a few in each country, and they didn't have the numbers to beat the 1,000 greater demons. Still, the human forces did not give up. The forces of darkness, led by the general of the Beastmen and Minkachi, bravely attacked the demon army from the center and took down hundreds of demons. But there was a reason for their success. Hey, Noah, are you sure about this information? The hero of Earth, Kanzo, turned red while wriggling her large, 2-meter-tall body, even as she talked to the beautiful teenager dressed in butler clothing. Although it wasn't very pleasant to watch, Noah sat in that two-person love seat, touching the back of Kanzo's hand with a gentle smile. Can't you believe in me? No, that's not it. I absolutely believe in you. Minkachi and the Beastman General had obtained information from a certain source indicating that the demons were losing control of the center and were going to attack certain places. Those locations were the camps of the Hero of Water, Kyoji, and the Dark Elves Princess, Nefertia. If the information could have been corroborated, they would have gathered up the heroes and the hero-class folk to land a solid blow to the demon army. Even though Minkachi and the general of the Beastmen knew this, in order to be rid of their political rivals, they had joined hands through the machinations of a certain person. That information Kanzo had taken, along with her companion knights who had become collaborators since the Elder Lich's dungeon. It was as if they had suddenly changed, and they took a back seat. Kanzo was on cloud 9. A long time ago, she had been rejected, but she had had that premonition about love since the previous generation of the Hero of Wind. I can't forgive Minkachi. Kanzo wished for all of them to go away as well, so he made a show of anger in front of Noah after he'd brought him the information. It's just like you said, it's all. Yes. There was something I wanted to give to you, Kanzo. Oh, what would that be? As Kanzo spoke, Noah smiled bewitchingly, and retrieving out something that looked like a bottle of liquid from his bosom, he passed it over to Kanzo. This is. Kanzo's face tightened as she saw it. It was what Kanzo had been requesting from that golden saint. It's a magic medicine that will make your dreams come true. Chapter 21. The Demon's Trap Part 2. Lady Yerushia, news has come from Butler Noah and Cernia. I raised my head at Guy's voice as he brought me steamed potatoes instead of my usual afternoon snacks as I plowed through the mountain of incomprehensible documents with my potato stamp. NN, is there an issue with plan's progress? Nothing of that sort. But they said that the hero of fire Minkuchi has been defeated in battle. That's very early. I'd certainly ordered Noah to do that, but I'd thought that it would take him longer than that. We did plant information that Minkuchi and the Beastmen were in a conspiracy, but apparently Kyoji used that information to make it seem as if she had betrayed humanity. Kyoji, huh? Well, I think that's all for him, but weren't those three heroes the ones who were all accomplices in murdering the ex-hero of Wind? Yoki? Betraying an accomplice again like that is to be dangerous. It was quite a blitzkrieg, so I think they beat her down too quickly. Still, Minkuchi seems to have escaped, but the hero of Earth Kanzo has entered the battle and seems to be in pursuit. I see. Through Noah, I had given Kan-chan the potion to produce magic gems. I thought that it would be interesting if Kyoji or Minkuchi took advantage of the tumultuous battlefield, but Kan-chan seems to have taken this opportunity to legally kill Minkuchi. That is, if that was a drug that really produced magic gems. What's the battlefield situation? The Beastman army was somewhat destroyed by the combined forces of the Dark Elves and Kyoji, who are allied now. The general of the Beastmen was killed, and their remaining forces have been absorbed into the Dark Elves. However, the betrayal of one of the heroes of mankind has sown confusion into the human forces, and now that Kanzo isn't there anymore, Kyoji has taken to the front. I guess the hour is approaching? It seems to be so. Tina and Fanny popped up with the costume, stuffing their mouths with the remaining steamed potatoes. My lady, please. Yes. Even though I call it a costume, it's really just a black wig that's long enough for it to touch and drag on the floor. Fanny, could you guide Minkuchi and Kan-chan to that place? Tina, let Onzada-kun know. Yes. I hear and obey. Well then, I guess it's time to start doing the work of a demon lord. All of the demons in Paradise Lost began to move at my word. Although nearly 3,000 demons had been going all out in their work, there were still more than 1,000 greater demons here. After all, even the part-timers' wages weren't something to sneeze at. I couldn't have all of my regular full-timers work as much as I'd like. Geese. In response to my magic power, Geese transformed from a human into his original, demon beast behemoth, form. That's a surprisingly huge reaction at being forced to transform again. Tina and Fanny opened the doors of Paradise Lost, and over 1,000 greater demons, and the mountain-like behemoth, leapt into the battlefield of the human world again. After so long, I finally see the yellow sunlight again. It's the Demon Lord. The battlefield was swept with fear and confusion when it appeared. The hero of fire had betrayed them and the hero of earth was absent. As if mocking their efforts to preserve the delicate balance, the demon army rushed forth, and an enormous beast trampled over the battlefield. However, the people feared the lone girl on top of that mountainous beast more than either the thousands of demons or even the gigantic beast itself. The Black Saint, who looked down upon them with a cold beauty from atop the head of the beast. They were crushed by terror from the overpowering fear emanating from the true Demon Lord. Do not be afraid. Yeru-chan has not yet fallen, but there was the voice of a girl that echoed across the battlefield, black of hair and eye. As the little girl named Mizuki called out, voices across the battlefield answered her call. Rescue our saint, Demon Lord, release the saint. The vast majority were all the soldiers and militiamen, but because of their sheer number, their momentum seemingly pushed the demon army away from them. Then, the deserters who were trying to run for their lives returned to march with them, leaving the command of their original armies. Of course, there were those who didn't care. Who is that human? Nefertia slammed down her cup of fruit liquor, watching the battle from the back of her riding dragon. It was all going so well. Conspiring with one of the human heroes, Kyoji, they had succeeded in assassinating each other's political opponents. She'd even come to an agreement with Kyoji to continue a stable state of war after they defeated the Demon Lord. It was their hero that would become redundant if the war disappeared, and because the Royal Dark Elves would be in trouble with nothing to pillage, in a certain way, they could trust each other more than their allies. But if they couldn't defeat that Demon Lord, it would all be for naught. For that reason, They had assembled their armies together on this side of the battlefield, not intending to use it at all until they were sure of victory. Kill that screaming girl on the battlefield. Do it now. Why yes. Kyoji had the same idea as well. His purpose was different from Nefertia, but he saw Mizuki and her companions as a hindrance, and had tried having her assassinated multiple times. But all of his plans about her had been ruined by the attendance of the saints. You obstruct my plans no matter where you are. When that obstructive saint, that he had hated for so long, felt evil, and became that demon lord, it was out of his expectations, but he laughed from the bottom of his heart at the opportunity to be rid of her. However, even after that saint became such a thing, she still hindered his plans. As he was about to rise to take action personally, one of Kyoji's subordinates came up to report. What's the matter? His Highness Fjord has come. There is something he wishes to directly tell you. His Highness? Here? Kyoji, who was kept his emotions well schooled, asked. Some of the countries had their leaders personally taking the charge, but he highly doubted that Sale would let a 10-year-old boy who was first in line for the throne out here. Perhaps His Royal Highness, who favored Lady Yerushia, had suppressed the opposition from his surroundings and come, aided by his sister Bianca. Is that so? The corners of Kyoji's mouth curled upwards, but the smile never reached his eyes. It was one of those plans that he never expected to come to fruition from the beginning, but if he played his cards right, it might be possible to be rid of that Mizuki girl, His Highness, and Yerushia together. Then he could get all of the wealth, fame, and status of this world, and push ahead with his plan. Then, accompany His Highness. Treat him with utmost courtesy. Yes, Lord Kyoji. And then, one of the soldiers rushed into the Kyoji's frontline tent. What's the matter? The demon forces. They're attacking us all at once. What had happened? How had it happened? As if ignoring the frontline soldiers, the demons rushed straight for Kyoji's headquarters. Certainly, he had been told that they would hit his army, but Kyoji had taken advantage of the information and used it to lay blame upon the Beastman army, even labeling them as traitors. As if they had a grudge against Kyoji. When the soldiers heard that the attack was coming for them again, Kyoji's subordinates began to lose their composure. Kyoji, Your Highness. And as if by Murphy's Law, Fjord arrived. Your Highness, it's dangerous here. Please, retreat with me. What is this talk? Lady Yerushia has been brainwashed by the enemy. Are you going to do nothing and run as a hero? Ha! Kyoji frowned slightly at His Highness' demands to save the fallen Black Saint, asking himself who had planted those words into the prince's head. If you say so, Your Highness. I heard you had a message for me. That's right. It is a message from my sister. It says that the heroes are headed towards that place. That's all it said, so I wonder what it's about? Kyoji fell silent at the unexpected contents of the letter. Bianca had a certain amount of knowledge as his accomplice in stealing from the country, but even then, he had never told her anything concrete about his plans, and Bianca's role in Kyoji's plan was merely as the necessary bloodline for taking over Sale. How was she able to learn that information about the heroes going to that place while she was back in the country? Your Highness. When did you hear this message? It was this morning beside the magic storm. My sister wanted to call me with the magic tool, but it seems that the surrounding magic was so chaotic that she couldn't make the call. Is that so? He would have liked to be able to ask her directly, but as Fjord said, ever since the Demon Lord had appeared, a storm of magic power had surrounded the region, and the communications magics they used was almost unusable on the battlefield. It was highly doubtful, but if the two of them were really headed there, it would put all of Kyoji's plans in jeopardy. The time has come. Just like he betrayed his master back on Terra, Kyoji made the quick decision to throw humanity away, and corrected the plan in his head. The fame and status of being a hero was something that he sought, but from where he was now, that was a mere blip on the map. In any case, it was only going to be a matter of time before he was overwhelmed by the demon forces, and that result just wasn't interesting. Plus it wasn't such a bad time, either. Well then, Your Highness. Could I have you persuade Lady Yerushia? Yes. Of course. Kyoji then used the prince as a decoy and left the battlefield with a few subordinates. Their objective was the center of power for the forces of darkness, the ancient castle in the middle of the giant cavern. As the three heroes left the battlefield, the dark forces and humans who had been abandoned were pushed back by the demon army and put into a spot of trouble. At this point, it was no longer the generals of the country who were supporting this decimated army, but the forces that were trying to save the saint, centered around Mizuki and her companions, who were being gradually driven into a corner. Would the human armies be brought down by the hands of the demons? However, before the end could come, someone appeared to lead the armies to rescue them from this crisis. It was the twin Dark Elven princesses, who had been forgotten on this battlefield, and were the original occupying forces of this country. Chapter 23, The Demon's Trap Part 3. Everyone, this isn't a time for us to fight each other. Now, it's time to show those demons the power of us all. Let's stand together and take on this threat to all of us. The voices of the little girls echoed out across the battlefield of despair. The soldiers of both the human nations and the forces of darkness stopped fleeing, and inspired by the beautiful girls and their dignity, began a counterattack. The millennia of prejudice was not easily dismissed. Yet, seeing these twin girls who looked no older than 5 fighting on this dangerous battlefield, the soldiers' hearts were lit with the thought of a new era. Mankind would not lose to the demon lord or the demons. In order to win their futures, the soldiers stood beside those they once called enemy, and confronted the common enemy of all together. How did this happen? Sephiroth stared out at this spectacle from the tents of the Allied command. Far from their innate sense of superiority causing them to scorn each other, they joined hands to deal with this external enemy called the Demon Lord, and their demons, confronting them as one. It was, in a way, the peaceful world that Sephiroth has been working towards. It's different. This was different from Sephiroth's goal of a world where everyone was equal and kind. All this time, for the longest time, Sephiroth had tried to guide humanity. Having failed once, a long time ago, Sephiroth understood that she needed a certain something absolute in order to lead the foolish human race into an eternal peace. It was supposed to have been within reach right now. That is, I won't allow it to end this way. It was a play that was too good to be true, but at the same time, although it wasn't exactly her last card, Sephiroth had made contact with the Dark Elven princess, Nefertia, and tried to get rid of the youngsters that the saint had taken in, but then 2 young princesses suddenly appeared and censured her. And immediately after she seemed to have immediately pivoted her plans. The female knight in her entourage acted, and Nefertia lost her young life. Despite that, or rather, because of that, all of the forces of darkness had gathered under the twin princesses, and in a very real sense, they were now united with the human forces into one. What happened? Sephiroth felt as if she was being played for a fool by an enormous something. As if everything had been foretold by a story, the demon army was gradually being pushed back by the new combined forces. There was no hero here on the battlefield who would have originally changed the tide of battle as expected by Sephiroth, and there were rumors and mysterious strange reports that the heroes had fled the battle. And so, Sephiroth disappeared from the battlefield alone, quietly leaving without notifying anyone. She was headed to the one place where the heroes would gather to be guided, the final hope for Sephiroth's dreams, the land of origin. Hey! How much further are you going to flee? The hero of Earth, Kanzo, was following the traitorous hero of Flame, Minkuchi, all the way into the caves of the mountain ranges that separated the human nations from the forces of darkness. Kanzo knew that Minkuchi's betrayal had been the machinations of the hero of water, but Minkuchi, who had been driven into a corner and could no longer pretend, had made her way here to get rid of the other 2 before they could pin the crimes that they had all together committed in the past on her. But even as a hero, Kanzo's party members were unable to complement her strengths as much as Minkuchi's were, even as they pushed her here. Sir Kanzo, how about we split the party and pincer her here? I've investigated the geography of this cave. If we do it right, pinning her should be possible. Oh well. She didn't know why Minkuchi went to that place in the middle of the forces of darkness, But it might be that there was some sort of weapon that was hidden by the forces of darkness there. Even in these labyrinthine caves that were so intricate that even the human forces could not invade this far, Minkachi's party had proceeded without hesitation, as if they were being guided. And then I'll leave it to you, if you say so. In the past, she had been the party adjutant who had only superficially obeyed her. But ever since they had gone to the dungeon with the Elder Lich and met that saint, she had become incredibly capable, as if the person inside had changed, and become loyal to Kanzo. It seems as if it would be a good to favor them once this fight was over. No, I can't. I already have Noah, so cheating is no good. Kanzo shook her head for a moment to clear her thoughts and then accepted the proposal of her trustworthy lieutenant. I'll leave it to you. I will definitely dispose of Minkachi. Sir. Kanzo's party split in two and pursued Minkachi. It would normally be incredibly foolish for them to split the party in this intricate cave system, but for Kanzo, the hero of Earth, their hero's secret art, taught in Genbl allowed HRR to sense where the location of her party was to some extent, even when separated. Although she didn't know where his adjutant had gotten this geographical information from, she moved to catch up to Minkachi's party. Wow! But the reactions of four people, including his adjutant, suddenly disappeared. For an instant, Kanzo suspected that Minkachi's party had beset them or that demons in the caves had struck, but Kanzo's party members, including the adjutant, were all considerably well-known knights in Genbl. It was impossible for them to simply disappear while moving without a fight. Let's go to where they were last seen. Sir. The three knights with her were slightly upset with Kanzo's decision, but they acquiesced. And a few minutes after they weaved their way into the caverns. Sir Kanzo. That's what? One of the young knights who had been with the lieutenant was lying there in a gruesome state. Only one? What happened to them? This is. The dead knight had a frozen expression of fear on his face, and his chest cavity was hollow, as if his heart had been eaten. Were there any monsters that could kill knights like this? Or had they been attacked by Minkachi, and then disguised to look as if they had been attacked by monsters? Looking at it skeptically, there was no way that this corpse hadn't been laid here as bait for a trap. Let's move out now. We'll go check out where the lieutenant disappeared. Yes. She hadn't noticed it yet. Irritation rushing through her, Kanzo ran through the cave system, again, and once again. She found the body of another knight. This one had managed to draw his sword, but there were no markings on the blade nor scuffing, and the knight's head had been bent back over itself. Ag, just what is happening? Let's go on. Yes. Then Kanzo and the knight arrived at the location where the adjutant had disappeared. What is the meaning of this? There was a knight's corpse there as well. That knight had been one of the old-timers in Kanzo's party. A strong knight that could have been her lieutenant if his noble house had been high enough. He had died with an expression of great fear, crying like a child. How in the world was this happening? What the hell was going on in this cave? Why? Kanzo finally realized that she was alone. Kanzo pulled her magical greatsword from its scabbard and became wary of his surroundings there. And with a momentary flourish, Kanzo swung the massive blade like a twig, and shot out a shockwave towards the darkness of the cave. Swing. It didn't sound like the sound of something being killed. It wasn't the sound of a rock being cut, either. It wasn't the sound of contacting something hard like a sword or armor, but rather that something had gently accepted it. Come out. It meant that whatever it was he was facing, it was at least of the hero class. Kanzo thought that it was worth it to see something that was in the realm of heroes, like herself, and pretended to anticipate the enemy's move while casting her own buffing and support spells on herself. Oh, if it isn't Sir Hero. Even though it sounded mostly emotionless, she could still hear the carefree tone in the voice. A girl who had blonde coronet hair, who wore a pure white apron dress over a jet black maid's outfit that was even darker than the pitch black of the darkness, suddenly appeared as if she had been out on a walk. Why you are. It's been a while. It was the attendant of the Golden Saint. Yeah, Russia's sole lady-in-waiting. Tina. They were acquainted with one another, and given what she'd heard about the abilities of his friend's attendants, there was no way that she was meeting here by coincidence. What are you doing here even though Yaru is in such a grave situation? Her mistress Russia, who was too pure as a saint, had been swallowed by darkness, and had become their demon lord. That was the natural enemy of all creatures. Was it because of the sin of humanity for waging war without end like this? It was unclear how it had happened, but both that evil presence and that cataclysmic power were truly worthy of the name of Demon Lord. Tina and the rest of the attendants ought to have been fighting on the battlefield to save their mistress. Yep. My mistress will be rescued by the hands of Lady Mizuki and Tuka, with the help of the lovely pets the twins. Huh? It was a harsh statement, but Kanzo was far more disturbed by the distortion in her words. And so, what are you doing? Kanzo readied her great sword and slowly moved to a more advantageous position for herself. A wide space where she could make full use of the great sword. A place with things like soil or sand that would move more easily than rock. Even as she faced against Kanzo, who was being incredibly vigilant of her, Tina hadn't even budged or moved to put her hands out from the neutral curtsy that she maintained ever since she had appeared before them. No. It was strange. Kanzo was moving. But despite that, Tina, who hadn't even stirred, was always facing Kanzo. What was I doing? That's right. Tina tilted her head slightly as she heard Kanzo's question. That's right. The time has come for Sir Kanzo's soul to be harvested. The meaning of those words. Hearing Tina talk about him as if he were cherry tomatoes in the kitchen garden to be harvested, Kanzo unleashed the magic power that he had been storing up in a flash. As I expected, you were being possessed. A single blow that borrowed from the power of the spirit of light. As the energy wave struck forth, Tina nimbly ducked away from it. Once again, small proved to be better. If Tina had had fanny-like chest armor, it might have grazed her. Even while Tina convinced herself of irrefutable fact, Kanzo, whose full power blow had been readily dodged, gnashed her teeth, her lips pulling back. Kanzo thought that Tina had been tainted by that evil power, just like Russia. She thought that those incomprehensible words she said was evidence of it. She was being possessed by a powerful, evil, just like Russia had been turned into the Demon Lord. So Tina was quite the threat, but she didn't think that she would lose. Those who were being possessed took a while to fall completely under the control of their possessor. For an existence like Russia, who was called a saint, corrupting her would threaten the world with despair, and it took more time to corrupt her, and this opened up a chance for them to save her. However, something was off. She thought that it was merely some sort of mistaken messaging because she was being forcibly controlled and not completely dominated, but Tina was saying that Russia was destined to be rescued. Well, that's that. I'm not going to bother saving you, you don't understand. As Kanzo wielded his sword and cast while shouting, Tina tilted her head to the side while she dodged. Bang! And Kanzo, who had been fighting as a hero for well over a decade, finally caught up to Tina. But Tina formed a fist of magic power and deflected the blow. You monster! As I expected, you were the one who killed my companions. The left hand that was used to block the sword was scorched by the power of the light, and Tina knitted her pretty eyebrows. Tina was surprised to find that she had been scratched, but Kanzo was even more surprised at the scratch. As a hero, Kanzo was capable of fighting and defeating powerful demons if his party supported him. There were also the blessings of the spirit of light, an environment that was favorable to human beings called the material world, the long history of humans fighting powerful enemies for many years, the strange combination of their techniques and combat technology. Their combined power was enough to fight on even ground against mighty, legendary tier monsters like their evil dragon, their true ancestor vampire, their elder lich, or the greater demon. And Kanzo, who was alone, still had the benefit of her decade-odd experience as a hero and their combat skills that formed the core of her hero's secret arts, especially for combat skills, which would allow one to automatically wield a sword and defend themselves and get optimal battle results. Even though other worlds didn't have skills, in this world, even if the enemy was legend tier, Kanzo should have been able to compete. It's about time. What? Kanzo suddenly felt as if his sword had slowed. Tina had said, "It's about time." Did she do something? Was it like some sort of undetectable poison? Was she cursing him? Clash. Gah. Just like before, Tina was using her bare hands to receive the blow that was infused with the power of light. Even so, Kanzo couldn't control the power, and her hands burned. But Tina seemed to be mostly unfazed as she slightly knitted her eyebrows. It hurts, but it will make this by far all the sweeter. Why you? Certainly her physical capability had been altered, but even so, there shouldn't have been any way that a mere possessed human could have caught her sword with their bare hands. How does it feel, to be unable to use what you previously could? What? It was an ambiguous line that showed that she had seen through his situation. Yuach. Kanzo desperately swung his sword and tried to use her sword skill, attempting to use her sword technique, but it didn't activate. Even as Kanzo continued her desperate struggle, Tina, who had been completely emotionless up until this point, smiled, the edges of her smile reaching up inhumanly to her ears. Sir Kanzo, you thought I was being possessed, didn't you? It's a secret. But I've always been a demon. Yak no. Tina's coronet hair turned into hundreds of golden serpents, and as Kanzo looked up at her face at the rapid transformation, an earth-shaking magic power and a miasma so thick that it would rot the very earth erupted. If it had been a normal archdemon, Kanzo might have been able to cope. But his opponent Tina was one of the greatest archdemons, who had been personally remodeled by a devil. Her great sword crumbled in her hand, and Kanzo, facing the miasma that far exceeded that of a normal archdemon, was torn apart, unable to even scream as she crashed into the darkness at the bottom of the cave. Chapter 24, The Demon's Trap Part 4. As the hero of Earth, Kanzo was being held by the demon. The other hero Minkachi was being pursued by a nightmare. What? Her party members stopped as she muttered, Minkachi-sama, what's the matter? I have a bad feeling about this. Fear. Minkachi called out to the female knight that looked like a sumo wrestler as she slapped her own flabby belly. Minkachi's external appearance was, well, her hair and skin were dirty. Her usual behavior was enough to make someone frown, and she was even a craven who wouldn't bat an eyelid doing terrible things, but only as a hero. She had surpassed the others in ability. The other party members who had been scouted by Minkachi all shared her sympathies, which helped her to feel comfortable about being unpopular with the opposite sex. They trusted in Minkachi's senses and began to warily observe the dark corners of the cave. Minkachi's current party only numbered 4 women. A musclode that applied so much perfume to mask her orc-like body odor, Chi-chan, the sumo-sized one who could hide an entire roast and a wheel of cheese on herself, Fiatan, the skeletal one with sunken eyes, Rina-chan, the one who looked normal at first glance but was actually a massive pervert that liked molesting young boys, Miss Coco. Of course, these weren't their real names, but the nicknames Minkachi had given them. Minkachi had personally trained these 4 hero class people, along with some other companions, but those that could not survive the chaotic battlefield that they had passed through had not been brought along. And, despite their dishonorable behavior, both their skills and combat ability as a party was higher than that of Kanzo's and Kyoji's, thanks to Kyoji's ploy, or rather, since she actually had tried to kill Kyoji and Nefershia by colluding with the Beastman army. It wasn't entirely untrue. She had been branded a traitor to humanity and was being pursued. If she had been given the chance to explain herself, there would have been many people defending her because of the fact that she had been doing the dirty work for many nobles and royals from other nations. Minkachi had no intention of divulging her past sins without being pressed into a corner, but her accomplice, Kanzo, who feared being tarnished by the same brush, had pursued Minkachi to silence her. Suddenly, someone screamed, and the members of the party all turned to look at her, leaping back in shock. Chi-chan, the muscle-headed knight, looked confused and afraid. The heavy great axe in her hands began to shake violently as she gripped it tighter. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, oof. Rina-chan, who had impatiently approached her, was struck by the wild swing of the axe that lashed out as she had gotten closer. Rina-chan, Bloog. Thanks to either her armor, or maybe the fact that she too was hero class, she hadn't suffered too serious an injury, but she was still unable to stand. Damn it. Coco, We'll suppress her. Fufafu. I understand. At Minkachi's instruction, Miss Coco approached the front of Chi-chan. In reality, they needed the magician Rina-chan to help deal with her deranged vanguard, but she was in no condition to move. In the party, the only person with recovery magic was Minkachi, who could use their hero's secret arts to cast recovery magic. But with Fiatan acting aggressively and taking such a huge berth in the cave, Rina-chan was taking potions to heal up. What's wrong with you, Chi-chan? You monster. Minkachi-sama, Miss Coco, who was the party tank, took a heavy blow from the great axe. This time, the wild swing didn't find its mark, but Miss Coco grimaced at the brutal blow filled with killing intent. Chi-chan, come back to us. Kaya! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, an explosion of fire and a scream resounded from behind them. While they had kept their eyes on Chi-chan in front of them, Rina-chan had crawled over and then trampled down on Fiatan. Jai Frothing at the mouth with blood and staring with bloodshot eyes, Fiatan seemed unable to move at all after taking a blow from that fire magic. What is that? Minkachi's mental state was shaken by this situation. If this had been someone else, Minkachi would have been overwhelmed by the power of the hero, and thrown down without caring about her opponent's life. But everyone here was Minkachi's friend, or even her only family, the only people who she could be patient with. How could she do something so terrible to her own friends? Gaia, if seems that her comrades who had lost their sanity now saw each other as their enemies, and began to murder each other with the full power of their hero class, strength. Stop. Stop it. Minkachi-sama, I will stop those two. The cause of this. I'm sorry, Coco-san. That unpleasantness that she had felt at first. She didn't know if this was the reason why things were doing the way they were now, but she had no choice but to move upon the assumption that it was. Thus, she would go off to deliver the iron hammer of justice after overcoming this trap. Minkachi felt the presence of evil as a hero there. Turning all of her accumulated magic power into fire, she shot it forth with full power. As a person who was formerly from the modern era, she should well have known about the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning from using so much flame in a cave, but Minkachi's anger at having her comrades hurt blew all of her concerns away. Swoosh! The flame burned brightly up the passage. Whether it was a normal magic beast, or some sort of monster, the magic flames would devour them. The only thing that could possibly defend against it was the hero of the earth, but that's because Kanzo is a hero as well. There was no way that he could have been giving off this evil presence. Exclamation mark. In those hellfire-like flames, a shadow slowly moved towards her, one step at a time. What? Coming out of the flame, it wore an unscarred clown's mask, even though its dress had been burned and their entire body was coated with the flames. As the harlequin swung its arm, the burning dress disappeared, and she saw a glimpse of white arm for a moment, before a brand new black and white apron dress covered her. Why you? Here, she was wearing a strange mask, but that excellently made, old-fashioned dress and that white hair could not have been anyone else but the attendant of that hateful saint that Minkachi had previously fought. You brat. You were the one who did this horrible thing? She didn't know why the attendant of a saint would have such a malevolent presence and do such inhumane things, but thought that it might have been the influence of that little girl who had been taken in by evil and turned into the demon lord. Horrible. Fanny, the attendant maid wearing a harlequin's mask, tilted her head to the side cutely as if she didn't understand what was being said. Stop playing dumb. You're clearly the one who deprived them of their sanity, you brat. As she was spoken to, Fanny clapped her hands together with a boff, and the clown mask twisted into a rictus grin as if it were her face. What's so funny? Well, you know, you're the hero of flame, who takes advantage of others' human weakness, treats the young knights and their handmaiden lovers as slaves, right? That still hasn't changed? Why you brat? To Minkachi, Fanny looked nothing like a human right now. but more like a fundamentally different existence. And she instinctively took a step back. Was this maid always like this? Although she hadn't been serious before, Minkachi understood that this maid was capable of going head-to-head with them. But when she was with that Russia, or rather, their saint, the atmosphere was a lot more laid back. You are. Don't you think it fine to do whatever you wish? Then again, it seems we're running out of time. Minkachi-sama. Minkachi heard the voice of Miss Coco screaming. Miss Coco. It seemed that in the meantime, Miss Coco, who was supposed to be stopping the two members who had gone mad, had been simultaneously attacked by both and put into a bad position. I'm coming. Where? In an instant. Even while she turned towards her companions for those few seconds, she could hear the maid's voice breathing at her ear. You see. Minkachi boosted her body with physical strengthening, slamming her flamberg towards the clown-masked girl. Stop that. Fanny evaded the blade by centimeters even as it was being swung from right in front of her. At the same time, she felt it graze the frills of her dress apron, probably because of her chest armor that wasn't quite in line with a 12-year-old's. No. As Minkachi tried to get her with the backswing from where she'd avoided the blade, magic power struck her, ruining her attempt. Since she wasn't being directly struck, Minkachi wasn't taking damage either. It might be that she was wary of Minkachi's offensive power as a hero, but in the current situation, all it was frustrating and embarrassing. Minkachi-sama, Miss Cuckoo. It seems that the great axe wielded by Chi-chan finally broke through the shield, and Rina-chin burned through it with fire magic, taking down Miss Coco. If Minkachi hurried over to heal her, there might still have been a chance of resuscitation, but Fanny wouldn't allow that. The two mad women began to attack each other again. Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Why? The truth is that Fanny always smiles and looks as if she's enjoying herself, but internally, all of her thoughts raged darkly. This world. Even though she was being commanded by her most beloved of all the worlds, most respected of all, her mother, her creator, the son of her being, her mistress, she had still been drawn to those human beings called heroes for a long time. They surely must be tormented and their souls taken away. So Fanny had determined. Something impacted Minkachi strongly on the back even as something shouted behind her. Fiatan. It was Fiatan who ought to have been taken down by the flame magic of Rina-chin. She was cruelly burned all over. But still, she snarled and attacked Minkachi with her battered body, her eyes flashing dangerously like a drug addict's. Fiatan usually used the martial arts of the sumo wrestlers, making use of her immense girth. But Minkachi, thanks to her bodily fat, had impact nullification. Her body was still immobilized by the incoming impact that exceeded the threshold of her resistance. Stop it, Fiatan, come back to reality. At the same time, the balance of power finally collapsed, and Chi-chan's great axe cut Rina-chin from shoulder to heart. Rina-chin. Minkachi's scream of grief at the loss of another friend drew the attention of her killer. Chi-chan, stop. Minkachi was forced onto the defensive by the combined offense of the two hero-class fighters, but even under such circumstances, Minkachi was able to seize the gap in their offense and strike them down. Yet, she was unable to lift her hand against her own comrades, even though they were being manipulated. Fanny, the manipulator, was watching Minkachi from a distance, laughing as though she was declaring that dealing with Minkachi didn't require her to get her hands dirty. Actually, Fanny wasn't able to completely control the so-called hero class people, so was instead showing them a nightmare, where she too would be getting attacked if she got closer. It's about time. It happened suddenly. Until now, Minkachi had only been wary of the great axe attacks, and the attacks by the martial arts that would hit vital points that weren't covered by impact nullification, but the strikes suddenly began to hurt. And not only was that happening, but their automatic skills, like evasion and parry, weren't working well. Minkachi, who was used to skilled combat, was still able to move, but found herself unable to even defend, much less attack. Well then, let's go. And as she said that, Fanny used their lava summon that she'd used in her first battle against her. There was no way that anyone could survive it in this narrow cave if they were human. But Fanny didn't have to worry about it. Even while she was being attacked by her friends, Minkachi stopped moving as the heat of the lava approached her feet. As it was, she was surely going to die by her comrades' hands. So Minkachi gave up her mercy. It wasn't about survival, but about her giving up the odds of surviving with her companions. For some reason, it took longer for her to use, as she'd lost access to her magic skills. But Minkachi drowned her former comrades with the higher-ranking flame magic. Absolutely, I will absolutely kill you. In that dark cave, there was a human figure that walked as if every step were their last. To be honest, it resembled crawling much more than walking. Its body had been torn to pieces, and the combined blood loss and magic loss now meant that it was moving only by survival instinct. Magic jewels. My magic jewels. At the same time, what was in her head was the image of herself adorned with beautiful, magic jewels that made her the envy of all who saw her. Come on already. My magic jewels. Even as she dragged himself forward in a daze, she noticed a figure that was in an even worse state than she was, covered in deep burns all over, crawling down one of the passageways. Kichi? It was the hero of flame, Minkachi, who had killed her irreplaceable companions who she should have trusted just to survive. She had been kidnapped into this world, and indulged herself to conceal all of her anxiety, and now she had lost everything she had gained. Still, she feared to die. Collapsing into a sitting position, she burned her life force to generate pure magic to heal her own wounds. Minkachi's heart was stabbed through by Kanzo creeping up on her with a knife. Kanzo, fufafu. Yes, I finally found it. Kanzo and Minkachi had been getting along like oil and water ever since they had met. Still, she had been a hero who was the hope of humanity, and because they were both in the position of being accomplices to each other's crimes, she had never aimed at the other's life directly. But now, Kanzo rapturously took away Minkachi's life. Now, please die for me. Kanzo. Why, me? As the words, "So this is how it ends," left Minkachi's lips with her final breath, Kanzo twisted the blade, and as the light faded from her eyes, her pure magic flowed into Kanzo. Ah, this is it. Kanzo had taken a potion from Noah, Yerushia's butler. After drinking it, she didn't need to threaten the other heroes to extract their magic power, instead becoming able to turn a hero's life force into pure magic power for the creation of magic jewels. Under the effects of the potion, the pure magic power flowed from Minkachi, and was absorbed by Kanzo, only to flow back into Minkachi's corpse again, infused with the potion's power. Now Minkachi's body would produce the pinnacle of magic jewels, just like how monsters would produce magic stones. It's here. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. And so, on the surface of Minkachi's corpse was an egg-sized magic jewel. It had an iridescent beauty, both in its size and the strength of the magic. It surpassed any magic jewel she had seen thus far, clearly a gem worthy to be a national treasure. Kanzo's face turned from joy to annoyance. The growth wasn't stopping. Despite all of the pure magic from Minkachi being converted into the gem, the magic flowing from Kanzo didn't stop. Wait, stop. Kanzo tried to grab onto the magic jewel, in a bid to stop it, but she was repelled by the strong magic, unable to even touch it. Kanzo would have been able to touch it if she squeezed pure magic out of himself, but since it was flowing out of her already, she was helpless. This is, as the life drained from Kanzo's skin, her muscular body withered, becoming thin. Oh my, you finally got the magic jewel. My congratulations. Kanzo looked up toward the voice and saw the boy who primly wore his finely made butler clothes looking back at her, smiling softly. Noah. Without even wondering why the boy was here, Kanzo stretched out her withered, twig-like hand towards the boy. Pull.ace. Help me. Noah. I can't, Sir Kanzo. This is all accordingly to the wishes of my master. And at those words, The scales finally fell from Kanzo's eyes. In Kanzo's hazy sight, there was the figure of man, standing behind Noah. It was Kanzo's deputy, the one who had completely turned over a new leaf, who had become Kanzo's capable deputy, was looking at him with a rictus grin that wasn't quite human, like Tina. He's also one of my lady's more capable contracted servants. And then she finally noticed the true identity of the maid, Tina, that had fought them. If their master, Russia, was also the same, then her deputy and the boy in front of him were demons. Yes. How very observant of you. Leaving only that, the hero of Earth Kanzo expired from despair. Noah recovered the black souls and the magic jewels that was dyed in the despair of the two people, and, grinning sweetly to himself, he hurried back towards his beloved lady. Chapter 25, It Seems Like I've Become a Legend Again. Part 1. Let's rewind the clock to a little bit before the demon attendants started fighting with the heroes. Kyoji, the hero of water, arrived at the great cavern that was the stronghold of the forces of darkness with about 10 people in tow. Do you spot any enemies? Yes, according to our intel, since the army and all the mercenaries in this area have been recruited by Nefertia's army, it seems that only patrolling guards remain. That's all we have. Well, then we'll proceed. Leave no eyewitnesses, whether soldiers, civilians, or even livestock. Yes. No matter how much of a hero he was, there was no way he could have fought an entire army here. Besides, the Dark Elves and the Beastmen were stronger than human soldiers, even as civilians, so they had to be killed before they had the chance to assemble. Even the livestock were being killed since many of the animals here were monsters, and if they left behind an intelligent monster that opposed them, they could potentially manipulate the animals into even more troublesome enemies than soldiers. Kyoji himself had chosen to abandon humanity, but the members that he had brought along with him were the only subordinates who knew of his ambition to conquer the world, including the country of Sail, which Kyoji called the new world he would create. Kyoji, who understood that he was inferior to the hero of flame, trained up 10 of his subordinates to hero class. However, because they were cultivated, and because they had only raised their combat capability and not yet honed their abilities in real battle, they needed to be commanded directly by Kyoji. Kyoji and his men hid their identities under cloaks that they pilfered from someone's home, and proceeded along, killing all of the soldiers and residents whom they encountered. Their objective was the town center of the giant cavern, the ancient castle that had been built by the first hero, who had consolidated the forces of darkness a long time ago. There was something there that Kyoji was aiming for. It was said that the person who obtained it would be the king of the forces of darkness, and because the Dark Elves and Beastmen were restraining each other from it, it was something like a neutral zone. With tens of thousands of inhabitants in the city, Kyoji and the others tried to blend in to infiltrate the castle. Is there no one in charge? According to the residents here, this was his holy ground, and it seems that they were afraid to enter at all, much less manage it. It's just the grave of a fool. That existence called the first hero was an earthling just like Kyoji, who had brought together the disparate tribes together and tried to instill in them a culture with the ideas of freedom and equality, but failed. He hadn't been summoned here as a hero, but like Kyoji, he seemed to be a castaway that had accidentally drifted here and become a hero, although it was quite a long time ago. From the thoughts that he expressed, and what he'd left behind, it was highly possible that he was a modern person who had jumped across not just space but time to arrive here. Kyoji scorned his thoughts and what that man had left behind. It's foolish to teach anything to hungry beasts who have no culture. First you suppress them with power, then only after you are ruler, do you get to speak. Still, with what that man had left behind, Kyoji's ambition, his true purpose could be achieved. Because of that, he had made a believer outside of his own circles in Sephira, and investigated the first hero. Then, let's rush in. Split the troops into 2 groups of 5, you're all knights after all of you are my sword and shield, and you must remember to cover for each other. Yes. Kyoji wrenched open the door and intruded into the castle. It seemed that Sephira wasn't able to obtain detailed information about what was inside, but as a castle that had to be livable. It couldn't be too maze-like a structure. Even so, Kyoji and the others cautiously advanced forward, especially since there were no obvious security devices or magical traps. It's beautiful. I agree. It's quite the aesthetically wonderful decor. No, it's not. It's spotless, though, for something that's over 1,000 years old. According to Sephiroth's report, the royal families of the Dark Elves and the Beastmen invaded this castle a few months ago, but he didn't think that they would have cleaned it. It was also possible that purification magic had been cast upon it. Was someone else here? What? The half who had been advancing ahead suddenly disappeared, seemingly swallowed up by the floor that had abruptly opened. As Kyoji rushed forward in a hurry to check, the hole in the floor had closed entirely before he had the chance to even look in, and whatever seam it had opened from was no longer visible. Kyoji-sama, let's break the floor. Yes, we show. No, wait. Everyone else back down. Let a person with high attack power try first. Leave it to me. Among his remaining men, the largest knight raised his two-handed mithril axe. Up. Tink. The knight swung down the axe from an overhead stance with a shout, but the floor was barely scratched. His attack power was very close to that of a hero's, so even if Kyoji tried, there wouldn't have been much difference. Let's move on. If what we desire is underground, we may still meet with them yet. Yes, sir. Where is this place? If everyone is safe, someone light a lamp. 2 of us are slightly injured, but we should be able to fight still. The 5 of them had fallen down a pitfall into an ancient stone passage. From their reckoning, they had fallen quite the distance, but since all of them were hero class, they had managed to only suffer minor injuries. One of their members was capable of using water-based recovery magic, so this was no issue. Can we head back up? No. It's impossible. There's no means to go so high. Then let's go ahead. Our first order of business is to find stairs leading back up and rejoin Lord Kyoji. Right. At the squad leader's words, the knights all picked up their weapons and lifted their spirits. They could be called existences that were synchronized by Kyoji, young warriors whose skills were inferior to the squad that they had left behind, but they had a strong camaraderie, and were great at coordinating with one another. Hold on. Something's coming. As one of them called out a warning, all of them stopped in unison, and the knight wielding the shield stood at the fore. Waiting a while, they heard the sound of heavy footfalls approaching them from the front. It's not Lord Kyoji. Open with magic. Step back. A slender-looking knight stepped out from the back, and shot several ice javelins, a mid-tier water magic, down the passage. Did you get it? However, no screams or sound came from the depths of the passage. On the contrary, the heavy footfalls continued to approach as if nothing had happened. Go. Ha! The knight gaped at the adorable teddy bear that raised one arm to wave at them joyfully in greeting as it approached them. What is this? The shield knight pointed at the plushie even as nervous sweat beads rolled down his face, but the commander of the squad rushed forward to stop the knight in front who was about to approach it. Oi! What? Are you scared of something like this? The shield knight looked back as he paused his footsteps and words, and then he slowly fell down, half of him entirely missing as if it had been cleanly cut out. Gore. The mouth of the plushie that spoke again was blood splattered, and they could hear the sound of something stiff and hard being crushed. It ate him? This thing. The magic-wielding knight cast ice javelin again, but the attack was sucked into the mouth of the plushie that suddenly grew to envelop it, and it crushed the ice javelin with crunching sounds. Everyone, on alert. It's a greater demon, class demon at least. How dare you? Let's take it. One of them had been defeated by the stealthy attack, but there were still 4 warriors of the hero class here, for a battle between a greater demon and one of the hero class. The advantage lay with the hero class, unless something completely unthinkable happened. Even if the demon in front of them was stronger than that, they thought that they wouldn't lose as long as they fought together, but they forgot that there had been multiple heavy footfalls. And in the next instant, the stuffed toy roared at them as dozens of greater demons rushed in from the darkness and attacked the 4 of them. Gore. Chapter 26. It seems like I've become a legend again. Part 2. This is Kyoji advanced carefully with the remaining half of his forces, and a few hours later they found something that resembled an altar behind the steps that lead down into the basement. Just looking at it, Kyoji could tell that this altar would only respond to the pure magic power of the hero. He didn't know if he could get at it, and it was certainly not in the range of things that he sought out. Still, I have no choice but to try. Everyone, back up. But it seems to only react to a hero. As Kyoji had everyone else step back and squeezed out pure magic from his soul into the altar began to glow brightly, and letters began to form on the walls. Ooh, this is their hero's secret arts. Their hero's secret arts, left by the first hero. Kyoji's shoulders drooped a little, even though knowing secrets of all of the other heroes' military power was cause for celebration. Lord Kyoji, there's a small passageway through here. It's true. Hearing his subordinates call out, Kyoji rushed forth. The passageway that his subordinate had found was a really cramped and dark passage, and even though it wasn't quite clear, it seemed like monolith-like objects continued down the corridor on its sides. We're going in. Everyone, line formation. Jared, take point. Understood. The oldest of the senior knights stood in front with his shield out. Only Jared had been with Kyoji from the very beginning when he came to this world, and he was the only one amongst them who had become hero class through tempering in battle, and not through artificial growth. Kyoji trusted Jared the most. They walked down the dark passage in a line. Nothing seemed to happen, but when Kyoji, who was in the rear, walked past it, the stone plates lit up. Is this also a secret art? It looks like it. But it's not meant for battle, and it's from an older language than the writing in the last room, so I can't quite tell. When Kyoji had been summoned to this world, he had acquired the common language skill, but the characters on this stone board were rolled, and it would take a long time to read even if he had the skills to. We'll decipher it later. Let's advance. Yes, things were going well. What he sought was ahead. But, what's wrong? I'm sorry. I don't think we can advance any further. It seems like there's a barrier for you all. I will go on alone here. The rest of you, return to the front hall and secure perimeter. I apologize. Jared bowed his head again, but Kyoji waved him off and walked all the way to the back of the passage alone. Oh, this is the contract for skills? At the very end of the passage was an enormous stone monolith. It seemed that the castle itself was a magic circle to concentrate and absorb magic from the surroundings, and the small letters that had been carved deep into the enormous stone plate glowed with a pulse. It was an ancient contract made by the great mages with the great spirits for their lives, to give people the use of skills. He ha 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 ha. I can use any skill as I like with this. I can give and take as I wish. With this power, I can become the prophesied god of the new world. Kyoji, who usually kept his calm, was unable to suppress his excitement as he touched the stone steel. While the fine print of the spirit language was unreadable to Kyoji, but Sephira had told him that he could control this contract by pouring his own magic into it and then overwriting the contractor. However, no matter how much magic he poured in, the overwriting didn't end. It wasn't something that he could do in a day, and in fact it would take months at the least. What? This is. Kyoji tried to break contact, but his hand could not be removed from the stone board, and in fact, even if Kyoji tried to stop the flow of magic power, it was being forcibly ripped from him. Don't you dare take me lightly. Kyoji rapidly calculated a counterplan and drew out pure magic from his soul. Although it was forced, he thought that the use of the pure magic power would rip out some of the control of this stone tablet. Yes. Thank you for your efforts. When the voice of the young girl suddenly cut in, the stone steel suddenly stopped absorbing his power, and Kyoji, whose hand was freed, jerked backwards, falling onto his butt. Princess Yerushia? Oh my! It's been a while, Keiji. She suddenly appeared there, the golden saint, Yerushia, who was supposed to have been taken over by evil and turned into the demon lord. Something was wrong. It felt different from before. Kyoji's eyebrows knitted even while he was surprised at her casual neighborly attitude. How are you here? No. How did you get rid of the curse of the Demon Lord? Kyoji's senses as a hero caused him to recognize the existence of the Demon Lord, or some other equivalent evil. It was insane to try to even save the vessel from that existence. That was why Kyoji had started to work on his own purposes and abandoned humanity, who dreamed to rescuing Yarushia. Was that really Yarushia before him? Her black hair had returned to its original beautiful golden blonde, but that didn't mean that it was real. As Kyoji doubted, Yarushia smiled beautifully and knowingly. A smile that seemed a little pleased with herself. Of course, I had everyone's help. Yes. There was some traitor who had run away early from there, Demon Lord, earlier than anyone. But Mizuki's squad has become the new heroes, and there were the two Dark Elven princesses who helped them. And it seems that they've both calmed down too. The Demon Lord is gone, and I think they've signed a ceasefire agreement too? It was like he was being rejected from a job interview. Yarushia giggled along, and then laughed, as Kyoji watched on bug-eyed. In the outside world, Kyoji was being called a traitor who had fled from the Demon Lord, and in that new, peaceful world, where the warrior heroes were no longer needed, new heroes were born. Is that so? But Kyoji had all the time in the world to be able to mock himself over his own failure. In order to get rid of everything and attain everything in this world, he had asked for this skill contract, without gathering sufficient information about it. Various things were in motion, and as long as this suspicious girl died, it could all go well. Up until this point, Kyoji was unable to do so thanks to the bindings of his own social position, and all those annoyingly powerful hero class attendants of hers were supporting her. It was unexpected that Yarushia could come to this place where only heroes were supposed to be able to, but here, it would be possible for him to dispose of her without being obstructed by anyone. Even if she had the ability of a hero class, she was still there, saint. In a straight-up battle, there was no way she could stand against him, a hero. Oh, my, Keiji. You sure got up suddenly. Aren't you tired from releasing all that magic? No, it's not much of a problem if it's just this much, as expected of a hero. But, are you really sure you have that much leeway? What? And in that instant, an outcry reached Kyoji's ears as if it had come from a long distance away. Well, I'm not sure. We'll see soon. What? Oi! As Yarushia suddenly spoke in a monotone, she skipped away, back through the long corridor. Kyoji chased after her, but it seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't reach her. There was a strange sense of incongruity as he ran down the passage, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. As he emerged out of the passage and squinted at the sudden light of the room, something terrifying entered his view. Demon. There were his subordinates being overrun by dozens of greater demons. Jared, who was the only one left, was clutching his sword with both hands while he looked worn under the strain of fighting. But the sight of Kyoji's return brought light back to his eyes. Kyoji? Omega, Sigma Sigma Rho, the land mu. What? What are you saying, Jared? He could understand a little, but most of what Jared was saying was incomprehensible to him. It seemed true for Jared too, and as he heard Kyoji, his face stiffened, and his giant body was blown away handily by a small stuffed rabbit. Jared, my, Keiji, would you like some pudding? Tuka's handiwork is surprisingly delicious, you know. Don't fuck with me. As Kyoji tried to assist Jared, Yarushia cut in, disturbing his concentration about some unknown new factor. Despite being a pretty little girl who he should have immediately been able to blow away, Kyoji's instinct instantly drew his attention to that unknown hindrance. Well, because the people of Earth who came here were all excessive and absurd. There's a lot of food. Dried cuttlefish? The feeling of incongruity grew stronger still. While he tried to uncover what it was, Jared let out a death cry of agony. Jared fell bloodily, while the little stuffed rabbit proudly lifted its chin and crossed its arms across its chest. And as he watched, the giant figure of one of the greater demons bent low, offering the little stuffed rabbit something that looked like a cheap bottle of sake and kelp boiled in soy sauce. Well done, Onzada-kun, but you can't drink too much, Okay. As he heard Yerushia speak, Kyoji suddenly remembered the soft toy as their independent magic tool that she was carrying when they'd met. But was it really a magic tool at all? Why were the demons with her? Had Yerushia really been released from the curse of the Demon Lord? The number of questions he had were overflowing, and the sense of incongruity only grew. Thanks for all your hard work, Keiji. Because you worked so hard, Onzada-kun here doesn't need to be needlessly injured. What are you even talking about? Hey, haven't you noticed? We're currently speaking Japanese, you know. What? Kyoji had indeed been speaking in Japanese. Even if he tried to use the vocabulary that he'd gained in TESS in his mind, the words were merely familiar to him, and he couldn't gel them together into a sentence. The language skills. That's right. Those things don't exist anymore. Yerushia's smile sent Kyoji's already fragile mental state into even greater shock. Didn't you notice at all? I rewrote the lettering on the stone steel. I couldn't quite adjust it right with my magic power, but thanks to yours, I managed to get it activated. An inability to use skills. Huh. Oh, that's not quite right. I have rewritten the stone steel, so actually, all skills have been removed from this land. That initial discomfort that none of the writing of the stone steel could be read. It was possible for him to replicate the effects of the skills he used frequently, but he couldn't do anything at all that had previously relied on skills to achieve. You. Who are you, Yerushia? Oh my, and here I was, giving you various hints, Keiji. That name. He had finally noticed the difference in intonation in what Yerushia had been calling him. It was not Kyoji like the rest of this world had pronounced it, but rather the native Japanese pronunciation of Keiji. Are you going to swim back to Earth this time? There's no air at all, but you seem pretty confident in your lung capacity, yeah? Keiji began to sweat profusely as she spoke, the words bringing up the memory of the name of a little girl that had traumatized him. Yuzu. It's been a while, hasn't it? Keiji. Her hair and pupil colors were different, but, ever so slowly, Yerushia's irises began to quietly fill with crimson red, and her sclera turned black, and as the presence of a supreme demon began to emanate out, Keiji's face paled and his teeth rattled. Ah, that stone steel's a replica, so you can't quite control their skills, you know? Oh, and by the way, the previous hero of wind sends his regards. Knowing fully now that he had been dancing on the palm of someone else's hand this whole time, Keiji was overcome with both fear and the memory of his trauma. He tried to draw his blade, but without the skills to wield it, he dropped it, trying to strike at Yerushia with his bare hands. Smack! He could hear the sound of his bones shattering under his flesh, and Keiji, who had taken Onzada's right straight directly, was punted across the hall, bouncing several times as he did so, finally slamming into the wall before collapsing in a pile. Thank you, Onzada-kun. Sip. Well, it's time to end it. Chapter 27. It seems like I've become a legend again. Part 3. Strange. Saphira returned alone to the enormous underground cavern that housed the forces of darkness and approached the ancient castle that had been left behind by the first hero. She couldn't sense the presence of any of the heroes. Saphira had spent a long time in vain to gain trust from the paranoid Kyoji, all in order to lead him to this place. She had wanted to personally lead him there if she could, but Kyoji had never lost sight of his purpose. It might have helped to speed up her plans too. She had also noticed that the heroes of Flame and Earth were also headed this way. In fact, it could be said to be the first time in history that their heroes were so hostile towards one another. If they were closer, then Kyoji would have hurried in vain, and they would have gotten to where they wanted before the others got in the way. But now, the presence of the heroes had all vanished from Saphira's senses. Did they die? No. None of this trash are capable of killing the heroes around here. If Kyoji, Kanzo, and Minkachi, who were regarded by Saphira as spare heroes, disappeared, Saphira's plan would be reset to square one, and then, Saphira suddenly felt an immense heaviness weigh upon her. Her body, which shouldn't have felt an ounce of fatigue despite having not slept for weeks and days, suddenly became heavier, and her clear thoughts stalled as if trapped within her own head. At Sephira muttered ever softer. She suddenly felt tired, and felt as if her camouflage skill had become less precise, which was also strange. She had passive skills for both fatigue and tiredness. And as Sephira tried her hardest to find the cause of all this with a hazy mind, she suddenly sensed the presence of Kyoji, who had disappeared from the basement of the castle. That shithead, what did he mess up? As she cursed him foul-mouthedly, Sephira rushed down through the old castle's hidden door to the altar in the basement, journeying towards it at an astonishing speed. Her face twisted as she saw its open state, running into the opened hidden passage with the stone slabs. The stone slabs, that only reacted to heroes, or those with strong light attributes, lit up as Sephira ran through, glowing letters emerging, bursting through the barrier that stopped anyone who wasn't of the hero class. She reached the back. What? This is... There was the enormous steel that was a replica of the skill agreement, lit up with finely written characters in the spirit language, as before. However, the light had faded from some of the letters, where they had been dug out, and the meaning had turned to utter nonsense. Kyoji. There, behind the stone, was the sorry figure of Kyoji. What happened to him? He had been a self-confident man with the ambition to match his ability. Now, he was thin, as if all of his life force had been used to generate magic power, and couldn't even move his lips, stretching his feeble, trembling hand out towards Sephira. You, what did you do? Cough. Sephira kicked Kyoji's shoulder with her boot. From how things looked, Sephira seemed to now be stuck in their magic absorption trap, but it was forcibly resisting it, and their skill use agreement seemed to be defective. Still, considering the circumstances, even though she should have been protected several times over, she wasn't sure how much she'd lost, and now she was unsure of what their skill use agreement had become. The reason why skill control has gone wrong is all because of you. Sephira, who had been kicking Kyoji over and over, grabbed his hair and spit in his face, thinking about how she would have been able to prevent this, had she been here to lead him. No. It's not over yet. Sephira wasn't going to be able to fix the skill use agreement. Now, she knew what was on the contract, but not all of its details, and it would take an enormous amount of effort to both check and correct the minor details in the spirit language characters. 100 years. It might be possible in 200 years, but Sephira, who had come so close to finally having his goal in grasp, was loath to spend more time getting there. Hey, Kyoji-san. As Sephira suddenly put on the mask of a kind woman, she laughed softly, not even caring that she couldn't use her charm. I'm going to take you to a special place. It's all right. It won't hurt. As Kyoji heard Sephira's words, the light returned to his eyes just slightly, and he shook his head in fear. Fufafu. Let's go. You should feel honored, you know. You're the second person ever to see it. Sephira, with her delicate physique, carried Kyoji in all his armor over her shoulder, and walked out of the secret passage. He was heavy, and not being able to use her skills caused Sephira to grimace here and there. But suddenly, the weight became lighter, and she breathed out lightly. How annoying. Have I finally gotten used to doing things without skills? Sephira returned her gaze to Kyoji, who muttered as if afraid of something. She wasn't going very far in the first place. It was hard to get there in places with strong magic, like that place with the stone tablets and altars, but otherwise moving there wasn't difficult. By the covenant, lead me to this land. As Sephira intoned their words, in the courtyard of the old castle, an entrance of light opened in the space before her eyes. Yeah. You don't have to be scared. This is just one of the little in-between spaces between their material world and their spirit world. In their spirit world, nothing with substance could exist. Still, as an intermediate point between the worlds, it was entirely possible for someone to stay there, provided they had strong magic power. You're really afraid? Are you even a hero? How pitiful. That's true. After what felt like several minutes, even though time and space weren't quite meaningful in this space, but Sephira inclined her neck as they walked toward their target. Where are the spirits? There were always lesser spirits, and middle spirits, who were interested in the material world, who she had chatted to the last time she was here, and while they were annoying, they were always here. I wonder if a greater spirit came. Even Saphira had rarely seen a greater spirit. If it appeared in this world, there would be cataclysmic results. As one of the greater spirits that controlled the phenomena of the material world, other spirits would naturally hide in fear. There, as Saphira arrived at the brightest place within this realm, the original skill use contract, that was carved into an enormous crystal, appeared. This was the true body of the skill use agreement that the great wizards of the past had burned their lives to make with the greater spirits, and was the system behind allowing all things in this world to use skills. Fufu. Now, Sakyoji, let's make your wish a reality. With this, you can become the god, the new world that you so dream of. Sorry to say, though, your soul will be absorbed by this crystal, and you'll become a puppet to the system with no consciousness. You Fufu. Your dream will finally come true. As long as all of the people in this world are forced to attain their controlled skill, all people will be equal, and a truly peaceful world will be created. Saphira aimed to eliminate all differences between everyone and create a world where everyone was equal. If everyone was equal, then there would be no conflict, and a truly peaceful world would be created. After her previous failures, Saphira no longer believed that it could be done without a sacrifice. As something to completely control the world, the strong soul of the hero would be built into the system, and her goals would be achieved through the trivial sacrifice of the free will of all humanity. Ha ha ha. And then, Saphira noticed something that looked like a small crystal plate hanging off the corner of the enormous crystal. That wasn't there before. She might not have noticed it before, but Saphira noticed it now because it was so incredibly eye-catching. As she took it in her hands, she noticed something written in the language of the spirits. To be able to touch this area at all. Was this left behind by the Great Spirit of Light? There was only one sentence written there. We've made a strategic withdrawal. Saphira reflexively fell silent. She thought that it was some sort of joke, but would spirits make jokes in the first place? And speaking of the Great Spirit of Light, it was revered as a god, a pillar of existence holding up the world. Was there a threat that would make such a being withdraw? In the first place, a threat like that wouldn't even been able to come to this place where spirits gathered alone. Well, that's that. Even as she got an eerie feeling she couldn't quite pin down, Saphira tried to make the unmoving Kyoji touch the crystal. Sir Kyoji, all you need to do is touch this. Pure magic power will be drawn out automatically. Saphira noticed that Kyoji had gotten slightly lighter, that despite everything, his frightened gaze looked behind her, and so she turned to follow his gaze. And there, smiling pleasantly at her, was the golden-haired girl, kindly lifting up Kyoji's legs and cooperating with Saphira. Yuyarushia-sama. Ah, you noticed. That was the girl who had been drawn into this world because of her purity, and should have been turned into the true demon lord, the saint from another world. Yuyarushia, why are you here? I've been here this whole time, you know. WWN? Since you were kicking Keiji in the basement of the castle? She hadn't noticed the girl at all. On the contrary, Saphira couldn't even imagine that Kyoji had become suddenly afraid, or that he had become suddenly very light, because Yuyarushia had been carrying him from behind. She just thought that the sounds she had heard along the way was just spirits whispering. Saphira discarded Kyoji, taking her distance. How did you break free of the curse of the demon lord? That evil presence. There's no way that you could have faked it. Yes. Yuyarushia scratched her cheeks with her fingers lightly as Saphira spoke. Well, their true demon lord is one of their laws of the world. Unlike a self-proclaimed demon lord, it's there to reset the world that's gone off in the wrong direction, and when it appears, humanity will have no choice, you know. She didn't understand what Yuyarushia was saying, but understood that Yuyarushia had been interfering with her plans by pretending to be a demon lord. Is that so? You irregular from another world. My intuition was right to have tried to get rid of you first. Amen. As Hierarchia tilted her head sideways in feigned ignorance, Sephira bared her teeth. As you might have imagined, I am the savior of the world, this world's first hero. A. There was an awkward atmosphere. Why did you have to obstruct me? For development. I am sorry. And so, the battle for the fate of the world began between their first hero and their demon of another world in this world. Chapter 28. It seems like I've become a legend again. Part 4. Hello there, it's Hierarchia again. With me right now, Sephira is glowering with hatred in her eyes. No, I'm really sorry. I really don't mean to. I'm a demon after all. No way. Sephira was there. First hero? I didn't think that he had been moving around for this many years for the peace of this world. Thank you for your hard work. Don't joke with me. How cruel. Did you not get enough calcium and minerals? Would you like some dried seaweed? I got glared at. What are your intentions? Sephira readied herself for combat. Her tone had gone all weird too. Isn't subspace storage supposed to be a skill? Sephira's entire body was covered with a dull, silver armor in a blink, and there she stood, holding a two-handed single-edged curved blade that looked like a katana made of the same material. What a good sword. Is that Oricon? It's alright, Ilkum. Oh no, Sephira's vein is bulging. Well, you know, I intentionally made the mispronunciation just to see if Sephira was a modern earthling. I'm sorry. That was a lie. My fantasy knowledge is just a lot less than the game playing Yuki-kun. As Sephira silently swung down, a shockwave erupted from her blade. She aimed straight for the opening I had left, being deep in thought, without thinking, as expected of the first hero. Her power is several stages better than Kan-chan. She would definitely even give my attendants trouble. I'm glad that there are no other spirits here. They might have gotten hurt. Well, everyone else left just because I came here, so either way, my attendants couldn't come here, since they were archdemons, but that's inconsequential. That's just how terrible this place is. It's in between their material world, where the humans lived, and their spirit world, one of the spiritual realms. It's so full of magic that human souls couldn't get here, and it's so close to the spirit world that demons like myself weren't compatible with it. To give an example, it's like getting suddenly thrown out of a city into the desert, or a snowy mountain. I'm slightly better off than other demons since I have fully formed human attributes, but as Sephira is a hero with the light attribute, her power was doubled like an athlete who had suddenly transitioned from hill climbs to flat land. My purpose is to clear my friend's name. Everything else was just consequence. For such a reason, you ruined my plans. Knight's Spear, the jet black spear I created and Sephira's blade touched, sparks flying. Dark magic. Sephira, do you really think that making everyone equal will achieve real equality? Wah, you can't make everyone average. Those with luck survive, and those with ability are victorious. That's all there is to it. That's not true. I will guide all mankind. So you will be the privileged class, then? I smiled at Sephira, whose eyes went wide. You're the only person who can save humanity. What about the livestock you eat? Do they not have the right to live freely too? Just because you don't understand their words, they're not intelligent, and hence they're not equal. Living creatures all have to oppress others to live, you know? That's even plants are alive. There are intelligent plants in this world. What would you do if they asked for equality? By asking you all not to eat vegetables that are of the same family as them. Yes, even if you don't kill every living thing, you might not need to fight at all if everyone had enough food for their needs. That's not true. It's not possible. All people seek more. Progress stems from desire. To be rid of all conflict, you must fulfill all their desires. But how do you satisfy the sweetest desire of humanity, for victory? The moment you satisfy it, the decline would begin again. There is no equality to be found in the plant or animal world. If you were born in a good place, you would survive, and if you weren't, you would be trampled on, and die. That's why people struggle. They all want to live better, and hence they fight desperately. They desperately try. An equal world is a world without freedom, denying their efforts to live. Sephiroth's sword dulled. The heart of a hero who had been fighting for more than 1,000 years was shaken. Not all weak people were unhappy. Not all of the strong were happy. Even if you had an AA cup size, you could make efforts by drinking soy milk every day to work towards a bombastic figure. Even those with large chests would have stiff shoulders from the weight, and it wouldn't necessarily be good to be stared at so much. And suddenly, Sephiroth's attacks became harsh again. "Captain, I failed to talk down the target. What's wrong?" "She's being so narrow-minded, even though she has those giant things." Was that chest fake? What's wrong? Anxious over Sephiroth's chest melons, I moved to poke them. Don't touch them." Sephiroth sharply raised her voice when I started to move. However, I was the fastest demon in all of the demon realm. Ho ho ho, here I come. I wasn't trying to, but I'd come before the giant crystal. There, skill use agreement. Stop. Shatter. Crack 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 crack. There, skill use agreement, shattered under my fingertips. And in that instant, the world shook. Skills had been taken from this world. Those special skills, which could not be completely erased just by messing with the replica, were also disappearing. Well, mostly. I don't think those skills that had been the results of their own effort or had been given directly by the Great Spirit of Light would disappear completely, but those cheat-like skills that the heroes had acquired would. And whatever little remaining skills would almost certainly disappear in 100 years. Oh? Sephiroth seems to be acting strangely. I thought that she was stunned from the crystal breaking, but her figure began to shift. I can't stop it at all even if I hit the B button repeatedly. But is that a slender boy? A girl? A rather androgynous young man turned towards me with hatred in his eyes. Was Sephiroth's previous figure a skill? I was supposed to report to Tina about the chest, but what will I tell her now? No, that's not it. I could only see Sephiroth as a girl, but Fanny said that Sephiroth was a man. Why did she see that? While it might have been a skill, could it possibly be strong enough to mislead the eyes of a devil and an archdemon? Even now, I still don't know if the skills have entirely disappeared. But this feeling somewhat. No, in that one instance of consciousness, my knowledge as a devil arrived at an answer, a hermaphrodite. No, rather, I should call you a sexless being. Sephiroth did not answer, but I could see the hatred in his eyes deepen. That's it, because she's neither man nor woman. Did you equip those fake chest pieces to represent the weak who was being discriminated by everyone in search of your equal world? I hate them, amen? As Sephiroth muttered under his breath, and I responded. His face looked up. I hate humans. I hate school. I hate my parents. I hate everything that discriminates in this world. I hate Kyoji, who only sees women as tools. I hate Kanzo, who was born a man but wants to be a woman. I hate Minkachi, who was born a woman but threw her femininity away. Sephiroth harshly hissed, cursing the world. On her knees, and jolted up. Every hero is the same. They are all hot-blooded idiots with no brains of their own who look down on others. That's why I killed the hero who appeared in the war, and deprived him of his magic power, and lived for so long. The same goes for that hero of wind. Born and blessed with everything, did they ever struggle for their strength? No. So I made all of the other heroes kill him. And I took his pure magic and increased my own. This is no true equality. So that's why Yuki-kun had died for such a reason. Sephiroth's face froze and his expression hardened. The look she gave me gradually stiffened, and then turned to fear. What are you looking at? What's so terrifying? Goodbye. And as I whispered to her, Sephiroth's body shattered, and her black soul was sucked into me, disappearing. Burp. Excuse me. Thank you for the meal. What kind of expression did Sephiroth have towards me? It was the visage of a demonic smile, maybe. I'm sure. Well, I'm done with my errands, but I think I forgot something. And at that instant, the existence I'd clean forgotten about jumped out at me with a yell. Yeah, Russia. Holding the sword of Sephiroth was Keiji, the hero of water, attacking me the instant I was off guard. Was Keiji able to recover here as the hero? Tada. Something caught my eye, and it was difficult to evade in time. But, you know, welcome home. I smiled softly towards him. It wasn't a smile for Keiji. This embarrassed smile that I wouldn't even dare to show myself was only for him. I'm back. The sword fell with a clang from Keiji's hands, as a small brown hand pierced his chest from behind. I've received their pure magic, and their souls, of the two heroes you've given me. Yeah, Russia. I'm so glad you're moving again, Rin. Rin and I smiled gently at each other, even as Keiji was twitching. Rin had the appearance of a beastman who was about 4 or 5 years old. He's got cute cat ears too. Still, the magic jewels filled with pure magic and the souls of the two heroes seems to have given him enough strength to come to this point between worlds. Now then, let's finish this. Rin, who was floating a little since he was tiny, made the demons whisper in Keiji's ears. Let me make your wish come true. Don't you want great power? As Keiji turned his eyes towards me for help, I was holding a box of laundry powder. Thank you for your consent. As I refreshed myself smiling at him to my heart's content, Keiji's eyes were dyed in despair, and his body was absorbed by Rin. He will become one of the strongest in his toy, but there's no clause at all in his contract that his consciousness will remain. Is this it? Oh my! As I watched, Rin's body grew to that of a 20-year-old. Was that something in between Keiji's age and being a baby? He's pretty tall now. I think he's 1 head taller than I am now, and his face no longer had the babyish looks of the beastman, but was slightly Japanese. His skin tone was a rich olive tone, and he gave off the atmosphere of a prince from the Middle East. But it doesn't matter, Rin, your cat ears are gone. Is that so important? He was stunned, but paying close attention. It seems that his ears would grow out when he switched from his human mode to his devilish mode. It's good work. Rin was able to completely manifest as a demon. Good, good. It's not good. It'll be very bad if we don't go back soon. I'm not as strong as you are here, and there's also multiple greater spirits coming towards us. And time flows strangely here. It may have been several months in the world below. Wah. Then let's go back. If I took any longer, it would take me even longer to return to the Holy Kingdom. Rin offered his hand to me like a noble, and I took it, and together we returned to the world where my attendants awaited. Chapter 29. It seems like I've become a legend again. Part 5. One of many worlds. Tess, the great will of the world, of Tess, felt like it was relieved. Although the forms of its thought were so removed from those of living things that there was no way to confirm that it felt relief, but the atmosphere that enveloped the world felt gentler than before. The will of the world was like the intention of the planet, something we've never been able to confirm is alive. The world acted like a single living being, and had a kind of thought, somewhat like a computer designed to perform life support. But their will of the world wasn't the same as a god. Human beings and the other living organisms were like the gut bacteria of the life form called the world. If the number of bad gut bacteria began to spread throughout, gnawing at the world would take in otherworlders to themselves just like humans drank probiotics drinks. And in some cases, where the parasites were stubbornly buried within the body, they might take in the medicine called heroes, which would sometimes act like deworming pills, other times, like laxatives, flooding everything and rinsing them out. It would be a burden upon the world, and things would get worse until new gut bacteria regrow, but it was better than falling sick because of an infection from bad bacteria. Even though it had a will, their world did nothing. It merely maintained life and kept up its internal environment. It didn't care if some of the gut bacteria were running rampant. Though it was more like it didn't notice than it didn't care. It's quite like how humans only realized that something was wrong when their stomachs hurt. Still, the young world, Tess, had been unwell for a while. Their spirits, which were supposed to be something like the red blood cells that carried oxygen around its body, had made selfish rulings with the gut bacteria, and caused abnormal gut behavior. Because of that, it had been very active at first, and everything was in a good condition, but after a while, the blood of the world, magic power, decreased, and it became anemic. So, Tess thought, It was necessary to destroy the rule called the skill system that had spread throughout its body. But Tess could not directly move the world just like humans couldn't directly manipulate their bodies. In order to destroy those rules that had been inundating the populace for thousands of years, Tess had prepared two things. The first was a laxative to wipe out all life, a large-scale cataclysm. The other was the powerful medicine that would completely destroy all civilization. There, true demon lord. Both of them would put a burden on its body, but Tess preferred to introduce their true demon lord into its body first, which would be relatively effective anyway. Instead of the large-scale cataclysms, that would take longer for it to recover. Their true demon lord was a pretty powerful drug. Those self-proclaimed demon lords and their heroes would all be eliminated, and all intelligent life would die in an instant. But at that time, the other world, Tess noticed that there was a poison that had infiltrated in from another world. If it could constrain the amount of poison, it would be a good medicine. Even then, it needed to be a strong medicine, but compared to the true demon lord, it felt that it was kind of made only with 50% tenderness. But for the will of the world, Tess, it felt that it was worth taking in this medicine that had some of the effect of the true demon lord into its body. And as Tess expected, their medicine managed to destroy the distorted rules of the world and restored its physical condition, and that existence would now leave its body. Now that it was done, the effect of the true demon lord had also been handed over to this thing, and unless it tried to, it wouldn't activate this poison. The world did nothing, it just continued to support life. The people living in the world of Tess were confused. Their skills, that had been part and parcel of them and their daily lives, had suddenly become unusable. Their skill system was such that once you gained an ability it would never fade. One cook, who had extremely high cooking skills, suddenly became unable to understand the amount of seasoning and how much heat was needed just by waving his hands, and had to lower his head to his apprentice, who had been trying to learn under him. The noble who relied only on his swordsmanship skill and neglected his body had disappeared on him, and he found it difficult to even keep swinging his sword, finally resigning from the post of knight commander. But only a portion of those who had relied on skills got into trouble, despite the fact that everyone was confused. Skills were a system that automatically quantified one's abilities, and if one put serious effort into their training, there would be little impact even if they had lost this automated system. But, thanks to the loss of battle skills, humanity's battle ability was considerably reduced. It wouldn't be possible anymore to defeat large monsters with just a few dozen knights like before. "This might be good," muttered Fjord, first Prince of Sail, as he looked upon the blue sea and castle town. His new royal guard perked up. "What is affecting you, my liege?" This was the knight who had been the first to challenge the Golden Saint, and at that time, lost horribly to the soft toy. It seemed that being healed directly by the saint had changed him, and he had begun to practice his swordsmanship seriously. So when the skill system vanished, it hadn't affected him much, and he had been newly promoted to being the captain of the Royal Guard. Well, even if their skills are gone, the common folk still live the same. The damage from monsters has increased, but thanks to that, we were able to make peace with the forces of darkness. I see. The reason why the humans, who formed the core of the forces of light, had fought so many wars with the demi-humans who formed the forces of darkness, was simply because they had never had to fear an external threat, thanks to the power of their skills. Ironically, their skill system, which had been made to help mankind, had instead caused conflict for them. The skills had all disappeared, and now, humanity no longer reigned supreme, and joined up with others once again to protect themselves from the other threats. Maybe it's all because of her, the Golden Saint, who had brought the world together by threatening mankind as the true Demon Lord, had been rescued by the new heroes and disappeared with her attendants from her hospital room, refusing all visitors. Those heroes who had fled were the real Demon Lords. The battle had been fierce, but the damage had been surprisingly limited. No, rather, it was unnaturally few. It seemed that the pure and quiet saint had fought desperately with the demon lord even while she had been under its thrall. After she disappeared, the minstrels sang that she had left with soldiers and the common folk to completely eradicate the demon lord. Was the skill system's disappearance also because of that? Perhaps the battle between the true demon lord and the golden saint had been fierce enough to break the world. Princess Yerushia, I would love to see you again. As Prince Fjord unintentionally let slip his intentions, the knight smiled. The world was changing rapidly. The heroes had become the traitors of the world, and the standing of the four great nations who had summoned heroes worsened, and it was no longer possible to call heroes from other worlds. In Sale, His Majesty had collapsed from anxiety, and the second Princess Bianca, who had been in charge of the hero, had been forced to take responsibility, banished to the borderlands, and stripped of her rights to the throne, leaving young Fjord to rebuild the nation. With the disappearance of the heroes, the common folk were exposed to the threat of monsters, but the new heroes, who belonged to no nation, traveled the world to save people. Those heroes, Dickie. Those were my donuts. Tuka. Didn't you say you were going on a diet? I was going to eat that later. It seemed that she didn't want to think about it, and that somehow going on a diet didn't mean enduring against sweets. Watching the two of them chase each other on the forest path, Futu and Mizuki looked at each other's faces in amusement, laughing out loud. Mizuki and the others, who saved people during the battle they now called their Great Demon Lord battle, and rescued the saint from the Demon Lord, had been named the new heroes. Their achievements were also recognized by their forces of darkness, and together with the wishes of the twin princesses of the Dark Elven royalty, they had signed a ceasefire agreement, bringing the millennia of war to a close. As the new heroes, they refused to side with any single state, and wandered around the world as a team to save everyone, human or demi-human. Yeru-chan protected us when we were abandoned and gave us the power to live in this world. So, we will carry it forward to everyone else. The people in this world remembered what it meant to fear, and this other world, Tess, slowly had its common sense returned to normalcy. Lady Yerushia, Lord Rin, we have been eagerly awaiting your return. As Rin and I returned from that in-between place, the attendants all came out to greet us. As expected, the spirit world was dangerous to even archdemons. It seems that they had been quite worried waiting for us. Lady Yerushia, since I had time, I tried making something like ramen. Would you like to try some? I'll eat it later, Fanny. It's worrying, you know. I'm terrified of what went into that black soup. Go-ut wave. Onzida-kun and Geese seemed perfectly alright, but the two of them were still stuffed toys because they made a mess of that plan. It seems their human forms are still a while off. Well, that's fine too. Tina, what do you desire, my mistress? Tina was being strange. More accurately, a certain part of Tina is very strange. The attendant gang was investigating the replica of the skill usage agreement, while the two of us had been there. We were studying if we could only use some of the skills that were useful on that stone slab, or if we could handle things ourselves. What is that? What are you talking about? Tina's chest was already at the watermelon level, much less regular melons. Fanny was large for her age, but Tina's chest was just unnatural. Did you find Sephiroth's skills? I didn't do anything. Ho ho ho, is that how it is? There are. As I poked them with my crimson nails, Tina's chest deflated. What is this skill? I'll do it for you, so just wait, and don't rely on strange things like this. Yes. Tina's reply was barely a whisper as she fell to her hands and knees on the ground. I'm not just consoling you, I am going to do something about it. Just like how I treated scalps with the application of sacred magic, with my modern knowledge, chest-growing magic has finally reached a practical stage by applying the hero's secret arts that were cultivated in this world. When we return to the Holy Kingdom, we'll be making another killing. Well, since everyone's slightly different, it's not certain that everyone will grow to that extent. So have you all found the coordinates to the Holy Kingdom? It's time to get down to business. I don't know why, But when I talk to these children, the conversation gets lost. Yes, Lady Yerushia. After examining all of the stone tablets in the old castle, there was a record of them trying to summon heroes from places other than Earth in the past. As I asked, Butler Noah put on his glasses and unfurled the documents. Wait. Those are just decorative glasses, right? There seems to be a description that matches that of the world with the Holy Kingdom, Atra, and the coordinates have been determined, but we can't confirm that it's Atra. Noah gave me a fleeting look as he finished his sentence. I see. I'll go make sure of that. Only I could confirm that it was Atra. Just as Fanny, who was better at spatial magic, taught me, I turned my attention towards the world. Yep, there's the Holy Kingdom, and there are at least 2 people connected to my soul, my name givers. Father, mother. My father had thought of my name, and my mother had given it to me, and so I could find them just like I could find Rin, who I'd named. But the signal's so weak that I can barely tell where they are. Now then, we're finally returning to the Holy Kingdom. Lady Yerushia. Please wait. As soon as I tried returning home, Nia's relaxed call-out gave me pause. Why, actually, everyone prepared these for you. It seems that several months have passed in this world while we were in that in-between space near the spirit world where time flowed strangely. In the Holy Kingdom, it seems that I'll be turning 13 soon in autumn. I fought with the Demon Lord for half a year while I was 11. Then I was trapped in the past for nearly half a year, and then after that I came to Tess, and 2 years have nearly gone by. Everyone, they thought of celebrating my birthday in this different dimension before we returned to the Holy Kingdom, and while the birthday cake wasn't exactly correct, but with the knowledge of Earth from Onzidakan, they were able to make some semblance of it. There were the countless whispering roars coming from that black soup with countless faces, where 13 candles had been set into the ramen. This ramen, that was being served by their ramen shop on Zidakan, was delicious. Let's go, Yerushia. Yes. This time, I held onto Rin's proffered hand, that was firmly grasping mine without considering the mood, and stepped through the dimensional door that my attendants had opened. We are finally returning to the Holy Kingdom of Teratayudo. I will finally be able to meet all of my friends and family again. But I hadn't noticed. I might have noticed it if I had looked at my status. In addition to the titles like Devil, Demon Beast, and Saint, there was one other, the title of True Demon Lord, that heralded the Destroyer of Worlds. Chapter 30, Side Story, Earth, When I Got Trapped Part 1. This story is about the time before Yuzu gets stabbed and awakens as Yerushia. As for where it stands in the timeline, it's around a time where Yerushia visits Earth and has been sealed for 6 months, but it contains part of the spoilers. No matter how much civilization flourished, and no matter how much the towns were flooded with light, wherever there are people, there is always darkness. However, even though it seemed like there was nothing, this place was overflowing with life. The sound of insects playing about at night, the birds rested their wings in the branches of trees, whilst small animals gnawed on nuts that had fallen onto the leaves below. But this calm night was suddenly disturbed. The sounds of all the insects suddenly vanished, and the animals ran away as if frightened of something. Smash! As the sound of something bursting open resounded, 2 small figures appeared in the forest where there were none before. One of them was a girl with gorgeous golden hair in curls, the other had glimmering silver hair. As the 2 of them glanced at each other, looking about strangely while dressed in a beautifully fitted maid's outfit, the silver-haired one opened her mouth. Hey, this is the right place, right Tilda? There's no way I would make a mistake about Mistress Scent, and I only showed you the direction. You were the one to bring us here. No, I just sort of understood the way here. But it seems that it's still impossible for those 2. It can't be helped. If they didn't help us with their absorption and release, we wouldn't have been able to get here either. The 2 of them had arrived here early. Even though the 4 of them had great power, It was impossible for them to cross worlds with just power alone without a road, but the path has been secured. Before the other two catch up, we have to make sure of the mistress' whereabouts. Hi. The silver-haired one responded with an energetic smile at the words coming from the emotionless blonde girl. On that day, that particular night, this world, which had been exposed to the great threat of evil, greeted two new disasters. Is it here? Shijima Yuki was sightseeing in the Kansai region. About 15 years ago, Yuki had been manipulated by something that nested within this country, and turned against a girl he considered his friend, resulting in her death. But Yuki didn't kill her. Rather, Yuki regretted that it was because she had left a gap open with her abilities that exceeded his. Yuki was in her debt. He had been forced to take his revenge on the spot, exhausting her energy, and he had been so stunned by her death that he retreated, unable to involve her friends in this. But that friend, Onzada, refused to give up. Onzada seemed to believe that she was still alive because the sealing ceremony that was to be conducted against the evil hadn't been stopped, despite the fact that she had died and everyone had been to her funeral. The time-sealing extermination art-12 period hourglass. The evil that would have appeared in the future had been sealed in the past, and over a dozen years, their existence would be whittled down to nothing. At that time, had she not died, then the technique would have been broken. According to Onzada, if the seal of the real her that was supposed to appear in the future was unsealed, then she would be revived. But there was no way for Yuki to check that this was true. Still, he decided to fight for his friend. In order to repay his debt, and more so, he couldn't forgive that existence that had manipulated him. To have let her honor be hurt, to have let her die, and to watch her family grieve over her death. As a former hero, he could not allow it for the sake of his beloved wife. Several months ago, Onzada had called him about an evil appearing in the world that had been immediately sealed. How he wished that he could have interfered at that point, but even as a former hero, he could not deal with thousands of demon-sealing monks. So Yuki and Onzada began moving to weaken the seal. Onzada had been collecting information about this, but he was still being monitored by the organization called Mama, thanks to past events. Yuki was working as the arms of the operation, backed by the Kyon and Niku families who wanted to know the truth. Even today, hundreds of people continued to pour effort into the seals around the temple in Kanto, day and night, with hundreds of satellite locations using their techniques to reinforce the seal. Yuki teleported with his hero's secret arts, crushing the sites and purifying them, and now this was the next location on his list. Now, then, it's not that he couldn't move about in broad daylight. Although he could teleport in daylight, information about this couldn't be leaked out, so it was better for him to attack and leave in darkness. He was leaving his home with a variety of reasons, like getting groceries or a business trip, but somehow, he sensed that his wife knew what he was doing. Still, he couldn't afford to speak honestly and cause her worry, so he left while it was still bright, and only had a little time left. And at that time, he decided to eat the local ramen. His brother-in-law had franchised the ramen shop out to him and was still the owner of a ramen shop himself. If the ramen was particularly delicious, he might sometimes bring ramen home to the delight of his wife. This is also for the sake of training. Throwing out excuses even though nobody was around to hear him, Yuki went around the various famous ramen shops that he had been investigating in advance. Along the way, Yuki saw some very unnatural-looking girls. There were a lot of tourist destinations and foreign tourists, but the two of them had blonde and silver hair and looked to be about 12 or 13. Also, more notably, that they were wearing full-fledged maid's clothing that was rarely seen in this country. It was certainly very eye-catching, as the two of them seemed to be getting hit on and picked up by some high school boys who were on a school excursion. Yuki, who ought to have been unconcerned, rushed over to help them. "You guys, leave these girls alone." "What, you old geezer?" Even as a 20-something, he was an old geezer to these high schoolers. That didn't bother him in the slightest. But as Yuki let out the faintest hint of his killing intent, the high schoolers immediately turned blue and left. "Thank you very much." "Thanks, old man." The two girls immediately thanked him formally. "It's all right. Yuki also replied sort of offhandedly. He hadn't been the ones to help them. From the way they carried themselves and their beautiful appearance, he could feel the same atmosphere as that friend he had had, and his body had unintentionally moved to help them against the high schoolers. By the way, I'd like to ask something of you. What is that Rabeman written on the board over there? Rabomen. Yuki mulled the words over for about 2 seconds, thinking that it clearly couldn't be read that way, and as realization stunned him, he spoke. You guys don't know what ramen is? Ho ho. Is this the so-called ramen? I remember hearing Mistress speak of such a dish before. Ahaha. I can feel the deep-seated grudges of stewed pig, though. Really? Yuki couldn't believe that there were tourists who could not know about ramen even though their Japanese was so good. Decided to explain a little to them about ramen, pretending that the silver-haired one hadn't said anything. Ramen differs according to the shop, and while it is the image of being a local dish made quickly, in reality, it's quite rich and unique. Of course, there are also some with lighter tastes, but I recommend the stronger tasting ones. Shiryu's chicken soup, which is made by boiling chicken until it turns to mush, is great, and I recommend you try it at least once. Shiryu is famous for their Hakata-style pork bone broth, and newbies tend to shy away from it thanks to its strong smell. But once you get used to it, it's addictive. I was wondering how it did taste like in a warmer region, but the thinness and solidity of the noodles are great. When you eat it, you should order hard noodles, and so when you get tired of the taste, you can add the red ginger and refresh the palate again, which is also quite addictive. Ah, I see. As Yuki ran his mouth along, the little golden-haired one bowed her head and thanked him. The silver-haired one had already left and was posing with for the students on school excursion and tourists as if she was a cosplayer. Come out, Black Mask. TSCH. As Yuki attacked the old shrine where they were performing the ritual, there were more demon-sealing monks than expected, since he'd been raiding several places. Windstorm. A storm blew into the bamboo forest, blowing away the demon-sealing monks along with the soil and dead leaves. But even so, after battling them for 10 years, Yuki's attack magic was now countered with Despite Yuki going easy on them since he decided to live in this world, a majority of the monks were still taken out of the fight. Strangely hard-working people. In Yuki's original world, Tess, they would have immediately given up when they realized their situation couldn't be mitigated with their skills. But since this world lacked skills, they would all try desperately to counter him with their skills. Corner him, encircle him with Kurg. Too slow. But nonetheless, Yuki was still the strongest human, the ultimate weapon of humanity, a hero. And he had been repeatedly training himself bloodily since he was born. And after learning the magic of another world from that evil from another world, the Yuki of today was more than capable of fighting more than one person, even if they were the hero of another world like Tess. Yuki swung his great sword about him lightly, defeating the monks handily as he ran through the bamboo forest like the wind rapidly at a speed that was several times faster than a normal human. How many people are there? I don't want to use so much magic. If Yuki was going to annihilate them all, he would have settled it by now, but it took a long time since he wasn't. The reason why he was avoiding the use of his magic was also because of the land rather than his aversity to wasting it. The demon-sealing monks used this place as a field of strong spiritual power to help seal evil, but it also meant that this land's magic was strongly influenced by that evil. And in such places, it was possible for there to be monsters. If Yuki used a lot of magic, monsters would definitely appear. And if that happened, the demon-sealing monks would be in danger, but they would not be able to deal with them since they had never dealt with, or even seen, real monsters before. If it was possible, he'd like to just purify the land and then leave, but just as he began thinking of the worst, purifying the land and then teleporting away, it appeared. Yuki and the demon-sealing monks stopped their fight for an instant. Yuki could feel sweat bead up on his forehead beneath his mask. In the depths of the bamboo forest, from the endless darkness beyond, he could feel the presence of an immense evil approaching. The evil presence felt similar in scale to that of the evil dragon Yuki had faced in the past. Would Yuki be able to beat it now? At that time, It had taken not only Yuki's party, but the combined might of the other hero parties to defeat it. Come out. And in that instant, Yuki moved immediately as he caught a glimpse of innumerable snakes slithering out of the bamboo grove, spotting something looming over them. Everyone, retreat. Don't look back. You'll die. As he shouted, Yuki began to run immediately, not looking back at the monks. He knew with a look, that wasn't some normal monster. Yuki had unconsciously used appraisal, just as he had when he had been a hero. The report was unknown. It indicated that whatever it was something that overwhelmed Yuki, a hero, violence and destruction incarnate. If Yuki wanted to kill it, he would have to stake his life on the line. He didn't look back at all, but he could tell that the monks who had hurt him were fleeing. Whether they would make it or not was entirely dependent on their luck. He had actually considered the possibility that there would have been some evil monster coming out, but he never imagined that would appear instead. If you can release Yuzu, I will help you defeat them. Yuki thought that if it was because of Yuzu who had been sealed, she would gladly take responsibility, but if someone asked Yuki whose fault it wasn't quite his, either. Escaped. I'm sorry. As the presence faded, a silver-haired girl, Fanny, appeared from the darkness, and the golden-haired girl, Tina, raised her eyebrows as she returned the golden snakes to her curly hair. Ah. But isn't it good that we didn't show your true nature? The two of them, who had come all this way for a certain task, felt the presence of a strong soul by luck and was thinking of recovering it. There seems to be a custom here that girls transform whenever they fight. No? Where did you get this information? I heard it from that TV thing. Then I guess it can't be helped. Tina consented quickly and resumed her original business with Fanny. It was to collect the magic that had accumulated in this place. In the blink of an eye, they had absorbed all of the magic around them, and then imitating their mistress, they put their palms together. Thank you for the meal. The two of them, who had recovered the magic power that they had lost through crossing dimensions from this snack, weakened the seal without realizing it, and the demon sealing monks of Mama began to fear these unknown monsters, and as a result, helped Yuki and Onzida's movements. Chapter 31, Side Story, Earth, When I Got Trapped Part 2. Hey, welcome. A raiment shop that had opened several years ago in a certain place in Tokyo. This was the branch store of a certain famous store, with the main store being a very traditional place that was dedicated to ramen. But this store was a bright and cheery one with plenty of personal touches from the young couple that owned and ran the place, and it came to be beloved of the community within a few years. However, since this store's owner would occasionally be away for a business trip every few weeks or so, during that time they had a male part-timer who manned the kitchen. Although his skills and personality weren't bad, he drank throughout the day, and with his manly influence, the place attracted more young athletes than their usual families. Onzida, are you still doing that? J. Elder brother. Ever since that incident in his childhood, Onzida had become distrustful of Mama, and deviated from being a demon-sealing monk, working as a freelancer exorcist under the name Heimyo. He was a so-called sympathetic, and his reputation was stellar in some parts of the industry, but it wasn't quite profitable as someone so soft-hearted. It was about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, when most of the customers of the store weren't in, and his elder brother, who had taught Onzida how to seal evil, walked in, thinking that Onzida had gone mad. Although Onzida had been treated as if he had been formally disowned by his house, this one elder brother would still come by to see Onzida with some reason or another. What, are you not going to lecture me? I just came here to eat ramen. Sigh, I recommend the seaweed ramen. There was a local legend that a certain girl who loved ramen had eaten this ramen with seaweed in it, where the seaweed never ran out no matter how much she ate, and who came by to eat it again and again. Here you go, I've troubled you. As the elder brother thanked the young woman who brought him his chilled tea, she smiled innocently, like a child. Please, take your time. Misa, don't be mean. No, it's all right. Ah, welcome. As Misa turned towards the foreign girls who walked in, there was a fragile atmosphere settling between Onzida and his older brother, and the two began to chat with the sound of Misa serving the girls in the background. Will you not apologize to our father? What do I have to apologize for? I have done nothing wrong. That was a long time ago. Welcome. So what do you expect me to do? I heard that the stuff called ramen here is famous. No, it's ramen. You. Is this your first time eating ramen? A long time ago. You let her die. There was nothing I could have done. You know that too. I don't know. And would you say that it wouldn't have changed a thing? We recommend the seaweed ramen. It's easy to eat. I'd like that. Yes, that'll be good. I am also interested in remodeling the seaweed. The seaweed ramen for me too. Righty-ho. Onzida, living this kind of life. Don't interfere with my work. Hang on, your seaweed ramen will be right out. What is this stick? Eh? Don't you know what chopsticks are? Of course I know who Mr. Chopstick is. I know it's for knitting, right? Please stop nosing about the seal. Mama is watching you. I know that. I'm not doing anything, though. You know you can't make that excuse. This is a pretty good use of the seaweed. Yeah. Delicious. Crack tink clatter slurp perp. The strange conversation and noises that were coming from the corner seats caused Onzida and his brother to lose their train of thought, and fell silent. Take care of yourself for now. That respected shrine maiden has come to Kanto. Keep your eyes open out there. Ah. I get it. After seeing his elder brother who had given him valuable information off, Onzida looked back with a sigh at Misa, who was holding an empty tray with nothing on it, standing there with a blue face. Oh? Misa, who were those customers just now? Ah. They ate everything and then left, and they then left this behind with a bill. Why? Is it not enough? You. Do you think this is all right? Misa reluctantly held out a heavy golden coin that was exquisitely carved, which looked like it could easily fetch a 7-figure price if it were solid. Well, then, after somehow getting a month's worth of sales in an unexpected windfall, he thought about going out to drink, but then remembered that he couldn't go out and play with his newly married friend, and went off to work in the evening. Working in the evening, of course. It was an exorcism. Although it was called an exorcism, in this mana-depleted world, neither demons or creatures of myth appeared naturally. What the exorcists of this world did was to remove spirits, and the targets for exorcism were evil spirits. Onzida was currently working for the Kuon family long-term, who managed the land, and with his reputation for being a gentle soul, he was asked by the old woman who owned the land to appease the spirits of the old trees that had to be moved for the road expansion, and worked and drank nearly daily. Although it wasn't quite a negative evaluation, Onzida, who disliked being called uncool in this underground industry, wore an anachronistic leather jacket to give himself a wild look, but he very much used the atmosphere of an old man behind his back. This is not the only purpose. Persuading the spirits of the old trees was important, but that wasn't all. The information that his elder brother had leaked was that shrine maiden who had killed Yuzu was coming to Kanto. Perhaps she would stay here in Kanto until the seal was complete, but by that time, he hoped to find out her whereabouts. Of course, even though he still believed that she was still alive, he still wanted to avenge the loss of Yuzu, but it was also important for his friends and collaborators, the people of the Kuon and Niku families, to avoid facing the poisonous reach of that shrine maiden. But that shrine maiden Matsuri hadn't given up on the Kuons or the Nikus. And in fact Matsuri had once sprinkled Onzida with that poisonous powder in secret. You're fucking kidding me, that lecherous woman. Still, in the underground industry, there were plenty of rumors about her, and even some of the monks of Mama has become dissatisfied and complained about her. Tonight, it seemed that one of the information brokers had gotten their hands on information about the shrine maiden, and Onzida came to the temple in the middle of the night, not too far from the old tree, to meet the broker. They're late. As Onzida sipped from his metal hip flask, he suddenly turned a sharp eye towards the darkness. Oi, come out. As he heard the voice of a young man replying foolishly. Out stepped beautiful youths dressed in monks' clothes, chests bared to the world. Who are you? As if they were some sort of visual band or an idol group, the youths all looked visually distinct from one another, one of which was handsome, another cool, another cute, another metropolitan, and their hair colors were equally distinct like traffic lights. one red, one blue, one yellow, and one white. So you are the one who is sniffing around for Matsuri. It seems that he refused Matsuri once. This old uncle. What a joke. No, if you shave and dress like us, you'll be quite splendid too. Onzada felt sick to his stomach after being winked at by the last guy. Huh? There aren't any men who don't understand this hard-boiled wildness. It's impossible for either to understand the other since they were so different from each other. It was a feeling that was hard to accept for normal folk in the first place. Anyway, these were clearly subordinates of the shrine maiden Matsuri, or her harem members. The information broker might have betrayed him, or been tortured, and they had come here to capture or dispose of him. He didn't want to die, but he'd rather die than be Matsuri's plaything. That was why there was no choice but for Onzada to defeat them. These guys are clearly possessed. They had been possessed by that existence, that god. If so, it was impossible to persuade them, and if they fought, their abilities would have been boosted considerably. A terrible pinch. Onzada, who felt that even his chastity was in danger from that beautiful man's gaze, looked around for anything at all. In the distance, something black and white fluttered as he made out the shape of a skirt, and the white stockinged legs that fluttered out towards the palm of his hand. He suddenly heard a voice in his head. Onza, quickly, run. He snapped out of the haze, muddying his thoughts. That was the voice of the ancient tree. Onzada noticed that the outcry was both serious and angry. A far cry from its usual moody and bossy tone. A girl with a mask, that looked like a jester, advanced towards them soundlessly. As the hard mask turned into a distorted smile, bearing black fangs, Onzada knew in an instant that it was beyond him, and fled. What? A clown? Onzada heard the youths talk to each other, seemingly unworried, like their heads were full of wool. Even as he ran without looking back, he could hear an ugly, childlike laugh, and then the screaming of their last moments. Onzada kept running, unable to find relief even after a few minutes of running, finally collapsing at dawn, sweating all over, shouting with a loud cry from the depths of his heart, thanking the spirits of the old trees. Scary. We'll be searching for Mistress soon? Yeah, I didn't get full from the ramen, but I'm glad that I managed to fill myself with the 4 little snacks. It's not ramen. It's ramen. Is that so? Then, when the twins arrive, I'll tell them to go have ramen. And so, just like this, while having this dangerous conversation as casually as workmates, the demons enjoyed this world, awaiting being called by their mistress, all while causing massive trauma in many ways. Chapter 32, Side Story, Ship Upon the Stars Part 1. By the time I was aware, I was in a strange place. A white floor that felt like stone but looked like non-slip plastic. Although the walls and the floor were all of the same texture, the ceiling shone faintly, its gentle glow lighting the surroundings. Why was I here? Well, I had found a way back to Atra from the other world, Tess, and I was crossing dimensional space with my abilities. But did I hit something? Well, it seems like I've gone into a space I don't quite know, but for now, I'm unhurt, and my clothes are intact, down to my usual black and silver dress, but I can't see anything else, and I don't know why I ended up popping out of my dimensional travel. Mysterious. Is that all you have to say? Yeah, Russia. As I looked down towards the source of the grumpy voice, I saw a beautiful dark-skinned 20-something glaring at me from under me as I sat on top of him. Oh, Rin, what a pleasant surprise. You didn't notice at all, did you? No, I realized about halfway through. It's just that it's much more comfortable sitting on those strong muscles than it is on the cold floor. Speaking of which, Rin, doesn't your voice seem younger? It had gone from that moody old voice that I'd liked, to something that was a bit younger and calmer. This might be a good thing. When I look older, it'll return. For now, please get off me. Rin pulled himself up with only his abs, and then as he got up, he lifted me by the scruff of my neck, picking me up gently and then putting me back on my feet softly. Rin had been my cushion and protected me from my fall, so I wanted to soak in the atmosphere a little more. So what do you think we're in? Let me see. No such luck for now. With Rin, who has thousands of years of knowledge. Not knowing, I feel somewhat in charge. According to my attendants, there should have been no other world between where we were and Itra. Looking at the material, it seems to be a bit more advanced than that of Terra. The floors are quite narrow, too. Windowless space, and I could feel it moving slightly. So, if I had bumped into something, then Pipipirin. Ha! Suddenly, I heard something that sounded like a stringed instrument, and then the door slid open, and several humanoid people rushed in. They wore loose clothing that looked to be made of artificial fibers. The expressionless men, hidden by their goggles, pointed their toy-like guns at me, while I heard the voice of a young woman behind them. "We mean you no harm. Would you please comply?" She looked to be in her mid-20s, and was quite the beauty, but looked completely like a cosplayer, with her bright blue hair and orange eyes that weren't quite possible even with color contacts. Do they understand what I'm saying? It's a psychic translator, so if they can communicate, I should be able to talk to them. Yes, I hear you. Is that why it sounded like noise at first? Well, maybe my own spiritual language translator interfered with it and mixed it up. That's good. Even so, a girl and a cat? When I turned around to look, Rin was no longer in his human form, but had turned into his black cat mode, and had climbed on top of my shoulder, whispering quietly in my ear. "This form will be less suspicious. Play along. Got it? Is something wrong?" "No, just asking." "But how did I get here?" She had a slightly suspicious look on her face, and then smiled, mumbling, "Would you like to move first? Welcome to our world." "I am Sebra. I welcome contact with any aliens." "Thank you." "Aliens? Huh." The woman, Sebra, led the way down the white corridors. There was a large window along the way, and I saw a river of stars and a city of pure white. It's not the sky. There was a city built upside down in the sky, and I suppose it's as expected, a ship. I could see the river outside of the enormous window. This was a colony spaceship, and, apparently, I seemed to have caused an accidental contact with this ship that was sailing in a different dimension. The colony ship 00302 encountered a sapient intelligence for the first time 506 years after leaving the home star. The ship housed 80 million humans and was traveling in search of a planet to settle. Up until now, they had discovered multiple planets with life on them, but all of them had been abandoned as they determined that it would take thousands of years to terraform, thanks to their atmospheres and their environments. Amongst them, there had been natives with their own cultures and languages, but they had not been recognized as sapient since their appearances and thought processes were too different from theirs. One day, while they were in their bi-yearly long-distance jump, a dimensional quake happened aboard the ship. Such accidents were rare, but not impossible. There had been cases where the ship had collided with foreign objects in the past, but this time, the guard had been mobilized for the first time in decades because they detected life in one of the warehouses of the ship. Sebra, the security chief in charge of that block, was nervous. Life forms that had gotten lost while navigating the dimensions. Although it was unfair to them, they couldn't help but imagine that the creatures were some sort of grotesque alien that would lay their eggs in humans, like in those classic movies. But the ship's main system, Mother, had given Sebra an astounding command through psychic communication. From the magnitude of the dimensional quake, the damage that had been done to the ship, and the magnitude of the mental waves it had observed, it had judged that these were sapient beings capable of dimensional navigation on their own, and had ordered her to capture them. And furthermore, it seems that one of them was also likely to be humanoid, given its mental waves. First contact with an intelligent alien life form, and if they had come alone instead of on a ship, it was entirely possible that they were far beyond this civilization. It'll be unpleasant if it was some sort of creature with long limbs, pale skin, and no hair. Her subordinates didn't answer her attempt at a joke. They hadn't been made to do so in the first place. Sebra knew that, but made the joke anyway to calm her nerves, and then saw something completely astounding when she entered the warehouse. A gorgeous dress that was made of silver thread embroidered upon black, the likes of which she had only seen in classics that were over 1,000 years old. A beautiful girl that caused Sebra, who had been genetically modified and had only ever seen beauties, to be stunned at her grace. Beauty standards changed with culture and even age. And yet, why did she feel that this alien girl was so beautiful? Designer children had been banned hundreds of years ago, since the pursuit of beauty drained the person's vitality. And yet, there was none of the unnaturalness that surrounded designer children, and Sebra, who had been stunned by her fascinating natural beauty, only managed to contact her after Mother helped to suppress her emotions. A golden-haired girl and a black cat. She was incredibly intelligent and responded with a smile as they quizzed and questioned her. But even though smiling meant the same to the girl and herself, Sebra could not help but feel a chill on her back when she saw that smile. I was finally released after they questioned us for an hour and did tests on me. As I listened to Sebra's story, it really felt like an SF novel, with this place being a spaceship. I don't think this was the future of Terra. But I hadn't been able to confirm anything since I hadn't been allowed near an information terminal. This ship was a colony ship with a population of about 80 million. Incredible. I didn't know what their units of measurement were, but it felt as big as the UK. Yeah, Russia. You sure are calm. Oh, really? Somehow, Sebra's gaze hurt a little. I'm too calm. But everyone on this ship was no different from normal people, and nobody seemed to feel threatened. I wonder, was she suspicious because of my strange deceptive smile? As I turned my eyes to Rin in my lap, he curled up into a ball. This rascally cat, leaving me to deal with all the trouble. For now, even though they were like space people, in their appearances, their ways of thought, and their expressions of emotion, they were no different from the humans I knew. Well, now that I thought about it, humans weren't much different on Terra, Atra, or even Tess. So if these other worlds were on another star, it might have been the same as aliens. Maybe. It's because I'm a demon? As I answered cheekily towards her, Sebra looked angry for an instant, but then broke out laughing. Ahahaha, Yeru. You sure are interesting. Gods and demons and religions were things that were from 1,000 years ago. Yeru sure must have studied them. Ahaha. Ah, I see now. I don't know if demons had been translated correctly, but it seems that here, religions were a thing of the past, like something you'd learn of in history class. But without religion, what did they rely on when their hearts wavered? Sebra, who was in front of me, looked normal. But her men, who were watching me from a distance, didn't seem to have any emotions I could sense at all. Anyway, I'm being called Yeru here too. All of the meals on this ship, even after several days, was incredibly tasteless. But at least I finally got permission to go down into the city. Far from being an object of worship, rice here was being made by machines, so it didn't suit my palate. And Rin has disappeared somewhere else today. If you're going to get snacks, you should have invited me, although I had borrowed some casual clothing to blend in with them. When I went into the city, everyone's attention was on me for some reason. I wonder if it's my hair that's conspicuous after all. Oh? As the people watching me all turned expressionless for an instant, they all returned to work as if nothing had happened. Is there some system in place to protect their spirits so that they didn't need religion? I guess it's okay unless it's some sort of strange drug. What's wrong, Yeru? Sebra noticed that I had found something strange. That child. I think I've seen him before. But that hair color. It's a Model 0247. It's a cloned fertilizer body that's been popular these past few years, so there are a lot of them in this regard. Hey, clones. But what did they mean fertilizer? Was it a normal human born of a cloned egg with similar appearance? And his soul was rather weak. Somewhat weaker than a normal human's, but if I examined them closely, some of their spirits were clearly very thin. For example, the shop vendors and the people like Sebra's subordinates. It seems like something irreversible if I decide to interfere. But I'm not a copy clone like them. I was made from the biological data of the mother of this ship. I see. Don't tell me. Sebra's soul didn't quite feel stable. Ping. What's that? Oh, it's something like breaking news. As I stood surprised by the sudden sound, The river that flowed with stars turned into a screen, and the breaking news began to scroll. When we launched our probe during our dimensional navigation, we found a planet that had an 87% chance of being a successful colony, and it will be our destination next. I heard the loud cheering from the city. I'm not sure, but is 87% very high? Does it represent a planet that resembles Terra? But Yeru, it's amazing. We can finally get to a planet where we can colonize by dimensional travel. Zebra was excited too. Hey, Zebra. What happens if there are natives there? What? Right. If they are like us, a human type, then we'll be able to collect their genes and life nucleus, and save ourselves a lot of trouble. Collecting? That's right. It'll be nice if we can harvest more than 100 million of them, since they would die when he collect their life nucleus. It's alright, because the collection is easy. The number is only because there's only about a 0.0000419% chance, but we can increase it. Oh, are these genes so important? They are, because there are only 1,291 sets of genes left over from our mother star. Isn't the closest dimension from here, Etra? Chapter 33, Side Story. Ship Upon the Stars Part 2. Yeru, what happened? Are you scared? I'm alright. Sorry. The ship wasn't just a colony ship, it was an invader. In short, there were only 1,291 real humans left in Zebra's home star, and their genes had been used to create clones and maintain the state of civilization. There were two types of clones: fertilized clones, which were almost the same as humans, and copied clones that served as a labor force. If that had been all, that would be alright, but they weren't going out into the universe in search of colonies, but rather gene ranches to increase the variety in their genes. The ship had found their target for their next stop. The only Earth-type world around here was Itra, where mother and father were. The people of Itra weren't incapable, either. There was a hero. But even then, with the sheer power of this ship, it might not even take days to conquer. And then, Itra's people would become like livestock who lived only to be extracted from. The biggest problem was the people of this ship. Even Zebra didn't feel like this was a problem. It's a bit on the nose for me to be criticizing them. I hunted in the mountains and ate meat. Zebra and her kind raised livestock. Which one of us is worse? But the answer is clear to me. Hey, Zebra, has information about that planet already been transmitted to the home planet? I don't think so. It would be a disaster if another colony ship came by right now while we aren't certain yet. Well, I think the rest of the colony ships are on the other side of the galaxy anyway. Oh, that's good. I'm relieved. Yeru? As I smiled at her, Zebra's expression turned blue. That world is mine. In that same instant I fully exposed my presence. The expressions disappeared from Zebra and the other residents. Capture and collect the seed of life. As Zebra called out emotionlessly, the guards and inhabitants attacked me. It seems like they were also aiming for my genes, too. If they were conscious humans, I could have gotten rid of them with intimidation. But while I was thinking of what to do, the copy clone guards who were approaching me were suddenly blown away. Rin. Yeah, Russia, are you alright? It's alright. They hadn't been pulverized. Rin, I'm going to destroy this ship. I want you to destroy their communications facilities at once. But do you even know what those are? I feel like I'm saying crazy things, but Rin frowned a little, raising his eyebrows slightly while he manifested something that looked like a sketch on his skin. I have been looking about inside the ship for the past few days, and I felt like my telepathy was being disrupted around here and here. Maybe around here? Rin, you're amazing. You hadn't been off snacking. Well, I don't know if it's correct, but in the worst case we'll just destroy anything antenna-like. Well, that aside. What is this skin? Well, it's commonly referred to as a two-legged sheep. I didn't want to hear such jargon. Eliminate the intruders. Eliminate the intruders. Rin's human form caused them to try killing us both instead of capturing me. I defeated Zebra with a poke to the forehead, even while she was repeating herself like a siren, and parted from Rin. Sorry, Zebra. I aimed for the main system of the ship. A biological computer. Perhaps it was one of the 1,291 people who were the source of all genes here. There, Mother. Radiant Sacred Spear. I mowed down security drones and guards alike with my Radiant Sacred Spear. My demon busting, Radiant Series, and God busting, black magic, were less effective here. I realized that I wasn't quite good at physical combats. No, I had my attendants for that. But what if I called them here? For some reason I felt like I would mess it up, so let's not do that. I could hear the explosions off in the distance. They seem to be underestimating Rin. It's not my hobby to involve the innocent people in things. But could I even call these copy clones people? Unlike the fertilized clones, I couldn't feel any will or a soul in them. Hup, bang, thick walls slammed down over the other side. Radiant shield. The humans were gone, and the barrage of attacks from the laser turret were blocked by Radiant shield. These were the areas that Rin weren't able to get into, that he hadn't even drawn properly on his sketch. It was a toss-up between being an engine or a control room, but apparently, I guess right. This is a restricted area. This is a restricted area. I know. As I destroyed the last bulkhead, I was suddenly in a place that resembled a baseball field. There was nothing particularly wrong. It looked every bit the spitting image of a baseball field, but for the giant tower of crystal that was tens of meters tall in the middle of it all. The spectator seats that were lined up in the bleachers weren't cheap plastic chairs, but brains suspended in the tens of thousands in tanks. Is this there, Mother? What are you? As I inquired of it, I received a reply in an ever so slightly emotional tone that sounded starkly different from those emotionless warnings. I want you to stop your invasion of this planet. Invasion? What are you talking about? Weren't you going to domesticate the indigenous people to harvest their genes? Yes. Is it a problem for us to effectively use livestock? Is it really okay to domesticate human beings? No, but there are legally no such things as humans besides those from our mother star. I'm talking to you here, you know? Yes, you are not a human and therefore, you are not legally protected. Then the copy clones? They are not classified as humans, they are merely the copies of the 1,291 people controlled by the 1,291. The same person cannot exist twice at the same time. I see. I finally understood a little. The same person could not exist twice at the same time. In short, their copy technology only copied the body, and not the self. There was only a remnant of a soul in the copy, just like how there were no souls in hair that had been cut. Even so, thinking of these humans, I could only think of them as having one soul. No matter how many brains they had, there was only one will, and it was almost like a hive. So, the copies weren't people. And similarly, the indigenous folk who weren't protected in their laws weren't people. Therefore, their own self-indulgent theory let them do whatever they wished. Well, then, this is not murder. As I swung my arms, hundreds of brains that were encased in their containers were blown away. What are you doing? If you're just moving the ship, you don't need so many brains, do you? As I destroyed yet more brains with my Saint Bow. Mother screamed at me in anger. Stop that at once. It took me hundreds of years to copy those brains. I can only operate about 100 people with each brain. Stop. So you are manipulating the people with these. Mother was busy governing the spirits of everyone else, even as I thought of how to eliminate their anxieties. It was a twisted ideal, in a way. Being happy without drugs or brainwashing, like domesticated animals. Are you trying to be God? Yes, God. I am the true God that leads all of mankind. And in an instant, all of the remaining brains began to glow in unison. The language had given them purpose. And at this instant, the processing powers of all of the brains were integrated by this thought, and a new God was born. And then, my old enemy, the whites of my eyes were eroded away by darkness and began to shine brightly. My demonic eyes manifested and found the brain where the soul of Mother was housed, in the center of the tower of crystal. Sparkling sacred spear. Stop. As it cried out its dirge, the brain that was pierced through with my sparkling sacred spear was shattered, along with the tower of crystal. as the broken crystal rained down like powdered snow. I looked about to make sure that the soul of Mother had not been transferred, and then destroyed all the remaining brains. Yeru. As I broke everything, I heard a voice calling out to me from the bulkhead I'd blasted through. Sebra. As I called out to her, she looked around, a complicated expression on her face. This ship is done for. Even though it can sustain itself with its subsystems, dimensional navigation just isn't possible without Mother's computations. But you are all still alive. Yes. As Sebra glanced down, I walked past her, leaving her statement hanging in the air. Exclamation mark. And at that moment, Sebra, who was looking down, whirled around, stabbing a sharp shard towards Yerushia's back with madness in her eyes. Yerushia had human attributes, so she had more freedom than other demons, but similarly, if she was not in her demon form, she was equally humanly vulnerable. Even a tiny knife, like those used for cooking, could be deadly if she was caught off guard. Exclamation mark. But at that instant, Sebra could feel herself being jerked back bodily. Yerushia's back looked so far away, but in fact, her body was still exactly where it had been, and only her mind had been pulled away from her body. Is this a deified soul? It's disgusting. As the young dark-skinned man spoke, moving his mouth merely for form's sake, Sebra-Mother's spirit twisted with shock. Whether it was because it was the first time she had ever seen him, or because the spirit of an old woman who was hundreds of years old was pulled out of its body, the instant she was about to scream out, she was silenced by the overwhelming aura of their demon beast. Do not make a sound. I'm not interested in your jokes. Sebra was but one of the many bodies with the same brain and genetic information as that of Mother. Although she had some free will for Mother, it was beyond simple to strip her of her will and control her body. Mother, who had lost her main body and all her cloned brains, had moved her soul and self over to Sebra just before she dissipated. Since all of the brains had been destroyed, her calculation powers that had been equal to a god's had been lost. But because the brains were no longer connected to the machine, their emotions were dominated by hatred, and attacked Yerushia. I am the god who was supposed to lead mankind. Perish. As Rin crushed the spirit between his lips, Mother's spirit was crushed, and her soul shattered. Rin, as expected, Yerushia started, turning back with a look of mild surprise. Welcome home. I'm back. Yerushia had a slightly wistful expression as she smiled, even as she exchanged pleasantries with Rin, looking at the remains of the deified soul in Rin's hands. What happened to Sebra? There was only a tiny sliver of soul left. Still, she's alive, I guess. Sebra, who had regained herself, was staring at where Mother had been with a childlike expression. Go home. The two shared the fragments of the broken soul with each other, restoring the magic that they had lost in battle. As Yerushia opened the dimensional door, her 4 attendants along with a rabbit and a bear stuffed toy were kneeling there awaiting them. Now, let's go home. To my home. The Holy Kingdom. Yes, and Yerushia and the others finally returned home after a 2-year journey. To the Holy Kingdom, that was wrapped in raging flames.